Okay, friends. I don't know if you could see me well. So sorry that took me much longer than I thought it would to restart the stream. I had to restart the router, then realized the computer was lagging out, like seriously lagging out. So I did a little bit of troubleshooting behind the scenes, tech troubleshooting, and decided to uninstall a program that was measuring network traffic. Thank you so much, and actually slowing us down. So I'm testing right now a new setting for the network and the VPN, and fingers crossed, I'm hoping it's going well. Thank you so much, guys, for being here and finding us again. Oh, huge thank you to the mods. I stayed awake for almost 4 days straight just because of the crazy new fire, uh, back-to-back fires that kept happening from 4th of July onward. And I would get like 4 and 5 hours of sleep and then be live for 12 hours, restart the stream, be live for another 5 to 7 to 12 hours, restart the stream. We have good sound? Perfect, thank you. I'm going to adjust that slightly because I don't want you to hear every little paper rustling thing on the face of the earth, you know. Just let me know if that is still good where you can hear us. Hey, Bob and the Pups, thank you for being here and thank you for your kind support. Man, you mods are so awesome. I was hoping to just sleep for a good 10 to 12 hours. I can't believe I slept 18, but I needed that. Yeah, the excessive heat here just sort of put me to heat sweat coma. It's still really hot at night here in Portland. There's something about the humidity that just, bleh. So it's no longer 92 degrees, it's 87. We'll have a low of 64 by 5 a.m. here in Portland, but that just floored me. So the sound is still great. Thank you for the feedback. We're looking at live views of the Shelly fire and how it got very, very close to many places of Fort Jones. That's live right now. But man, I'm sorry to put you through that, mods, but it looks like you guys took turns and helped each other out. And thank goodness the trolls didn't return. I don't know what it is about people pretending to be fire victims and then, you know, running into my channel and saying, warn everybody about the laser weapons. Like, I really don't know if that's a practical joke, a hoax, mental illness. I have no idea, but I'm glad that they didn't bother you guys too much. Yesterday was full of them. So my audio is 4x5. They say coming in 5x5 with Trucker Chat, right? Great. I'm glad. I did a full recharge of the headset. I'm sure that helped. When we had some audio issues yesterday, sometimes that really can be low battery on the headset. It's got like a 24-hour charge, but you know how appliances don't work so well when there's just on low battery. Got to mash the buttons harder on the remote. You know what I mean? Adam Jones says I deserve some rest. Thank you. I get a very, very serious anxiety that prevents me from resting when I need rest because the horrible night that Greenville burned down, I went offline and I thought I could sleep. I was awake for 3 days in 2021 during the Dixie Fire with very, very little to no sleep, just running on pure adrenaline as the Dixie started running wild with a new weather forecast of some wind. And I watched that evening as the sun set, all these aircraft fly in front of the fire and put retardant down. And I really thought that they were going to save the town as the fire started roaring down Round Mountain Reservoir drainage, which was looking down the barrel of a gun right at the community. And I really thought they had saved it. We didn't have mod volunteers for the night shift. It just ended the stream. I woke up and Greenville had burned down in the night, like 95% of the town. So I I don't know that you could call that trauma, but that traumatic experience emotionally for me, since I grew up near there. Okay, I guess it is a form of trauma, not like combat trauma, but you know, whenever I see fire approaching towns, I know I should get some sleep, and I know I should come back and cover it, but I can't sleep. So that has been what has been insane the last couple of days. If people have not missed the stream, or if they're finding us for the first time, we've seen everything from the lake fire down by Zaca Lake at Santa Barbara, um, run for towns in a 7-foot long ball of flame in the middle of the night. Uh, excuse me, 7 foot, 7 mile. We had a similar situation here where if you, let's do the 24-hour. Just look at here at Fort Jones up in Northern California, west of I-5 in the Siskiyou mountains and Klamath National Forest, kind of straddling that area. The 24-hour time lapse here, of course, there's not much you can see from the smoke. This, well, yes, on the 8th, I'll just say it's now July 8th at 9:32. This is earlier, but that was last night as it ran towards the town through this drainage. And I figure the infrared images are going to be so similar to tonight to what they were yesterday that I couldn't wait for it to go to night mode and pick a new thumbnail. It's basically the same thumbnail as yesterday, but it's the same views day after day. It's like that was 5 in the morning this morning, July 8th, Monday. Hey, Spyman, thank you for being here and your wonderful, wonderful donations and kind support. I think, guys, if we have a moment now, this is the order of the day. We'll look at the fires as they are right now. They're about to slip into infrared nighttime. We just did the mod thank you portion, and we could try to figure out what are the totals for the laptop fund and see which laptops are the best, and then be ready to pounce on them for Prime Day or other sales. I still have not had a spare moment to myself to do this. So I hope you guys understand just how hectic it is. The 4th of July week is always insane. But Smitty, Chris Luttrell, Brokefish, Angela Rounds, J.E. Cat, R.J. Walters, so many people, too many today. Desi, all my wonderful mods. Some probably came and went without me even being able to tell they were there because I was able to save some chat from last night, but not all of it. YouTube will delete our last video. I'll be able to upload it. It'll be 18 hours of no chat because YouTube is like that. When it deletes your long video, you lose chat. But I hope they come in and mods say who were there, you know. Also the regular folks and supporters, donors who come in and say, hey, I know this and that about the fires. You're so appreciated. We crowdsource the information. So let's look at a live view right now. I'm going to play this last 24 hours of the Fort Jones. In fact, I'm going to take some screenshots here because we'll lose these images. Let's see here. Fire stream 2024, July the 8th. Screenshots. Okay, 1 second. Let me make a folder to save these. Every time you do the time lapse, you can lose a lot of things. It makes different frames. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't, but every time you hit the time lapse button, it throws out a lot of the frames. Otherwise, it would be smooth like silk, like a movie almost. It'll delete randomly a lot of frames in between. So say the camera's taking one shot every 1 minute. Well, if you do, the longer the time lapse, the more frames it throws away. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there for an hour looking at a time lapse of 24 hours. You see what I'm saying? So if it takes a screenshot every 1 minute of the cams, then it will throw out. And sometimes if you do a 24-hour time lapse like this frame was, at 9:35 at night and 52 seconds. The next frame goes to 9:47 at night. The longer this time lapse, the more that it dumps forever. So you've got to replay, right click, save a screenshot to go back and show people like what happened at the time. Please hit the like button to boost us, friend, to make us show up in search results for people looking for this information. They won't find us unless our video is trending. So very appreciated for anybody that hits the like button. Remember, it's very hard to find us again. Hit the subscribe button with the ring bell to know whenever we're live. Hopefully your device will cooperate and do that. Let's go forward. Just look at these compelling images. It's worth saving. Looks like what happened is the midnight miracle. Just taking a glance here, where we see at night fires roar towards towns. It looks like everybody's got to run, and all the fire crews are racing towards there. But then, if it happens just at dusk, just at evening, the sun sets. This may have really saved the Fort Jones area. This phenomenon called the midnight miracle. The sun sets and takes away a lot of the power of the fire. Direct sunlight boosts a fire, beefs it up, and keeps things hotter and drier, of course. So even if you have a few degrees difference and no direct sunlight, that really helps. And then there's always a phenomenon in the mountains, California, and probably much of the world over. This is true. But the hot air from the valley rises up to the mountains and it creates a wind draft, very light kind of wind effect. Hot air rises, so it goes up to higher elevations. And as the sun sets, the air up there starts to cool pretty rapidly. We're talking higher, up above the mountain. Oh, wow, look at this, friends. This is an amazing screenshot. It shows the eerie dance of the smoke, and you can see the wind, which is normally invisible, just gliding up and down over the mountains. This is what pushes fires up and down slopes. You can't always see it, but you can feel the effects, of course. Oh, I screwed it up. Okay, there we go. So what happens when the air starts to cool as it sinks? Excuse me, I'm doing some screenshots. I got a scratchy throat. I'll go get some water in a second. But you see this eerie smoke dance that'll occur where the wind pushes around smoke. I'll replay the 24-hour time lapse. So the midnight miracle is when a fire at dusk is racing towards a town from the mountains going down to a town. Just as it looks like the wall of flame is here, that's when the wind dies down, or maybe even reverses, because hot air rises, and so it takes the wind in a certain direction up or down, up through canyons, right? And as the night hits and the hot, we know that cold air sinks, it reverses wind direction. So it can vary canyon to canyon, whatnot, and things behind the scenes, like behind peaks that we can't see. In this case, I believe what was perhaps pushing the fire towards the Fort Jones area to the northeast, because this camera looks southwest, was behind where we could see back up in the mountains. The fire was creating one of its pyrocumulus clouds, or cumulonimbus, or whatever they call that clouds, the big mushroom clouds. And it was fed by the tremendous fuels it was in, old dead trees, plus unfortunately living old growth trees. And it was partly the sun was fueling this is as it began to set, it died down and the column perhaps collapsed. Hard to say unless we look back at a lot of weather apps and all that. But the that occurring, let's go forward in time a little bit. See, my screenshots are almost done here, friends. That could change the drafts and the way the wind is going up through these mountains, wind direction. And so it lost that power, lost the ability to perpetuate quite such a large column of hot air, and that what that does, it changes the amount of new air that can come in, and we saw the smoke settle down. The smoke fell down into the valleys, started smothering the fire, like depriving it of all the oxygen it was used to getting. It dampened it down. Hour after hour, it began to get cooler and cooler, which deprives fire of its strength as well. And so we saw it almost come to a stop right in front of the town. But man, look at that 24-hour time lapse. So, like I was saying, even though it was more and more and more evacuation notices that went warning and then boom, go now, closer and closer and closer to the community of Fort Jones area. This is our current frame. This is our current view. Like I was saying, smaller communities are easier to defend, so it had that going for it. And so let's go into, yep, now we're in live view. Smaller communities are easier to defend. They had going for them lots and lots of rich irrigation infrastructure, right? So many of the fields are green. A lot of checkerboard patterns of the roads. So if they had to, if the fire had progressed into the valley, they could have burned off the dry fields. And then where the embers could have landed would have been on either green fields, which would have not taken, or the burned off fields, which would have not taken, right? Hey, Wrath, welcome. WTX Rail fan, good to have you here. I watch your channel, man. Good to see you. Now, yeah, Husky was a champion. Yes, can't forget Husky. Welcome back, Husky. You have been a champion. Wrath, what are you saying idiot for? What? Are you oh, did you type the wrong thing and call yourself an idiot? Please don't even call yourself an idiot, Wrath. We love you. I blocked the it's automatically blocked, like words like that. Yeah, I think he's calling himself so. Because he just typoed pretty bad with the block thingy. Oh, he's I don't know what's going on. Wait, let me read chat. Let me read chat. But dude, Husky, you definitely you have been a hero for the people too. Yeah, I think he did a misspelling thing. But Ralphie, don't be hard on yourself. You've been a good supporter here. Okay, so I'm on no blood sugar. I've just woken from an 18-hour sleep, which is a fast, right? So this is our current view of the Shelly fire with Fort Jones. We still do have big flames. I wonder if they had put some lines there. I may have some battle maps. We may be able to see that. Battle maps meaning where the management team has hopefully written down like where the dozer lines are, what their plan is. We know they had to go back to the drawing board when the fire just exploded out of its retardant ropes and over the lines. So they went back to the drawing board with the Shelly fire. Yeah, you're good. You're good, right? And then it came racing towards the town through this view. It's expanding rapidly in other directions too. It's just we don't have a good view. When we look at the satellites live, oh yeah, my stomach ulcer is like, you need to eat right now. Sorry, let me go get some food. When we look at the satellite images, The satellites that go by every 12, well, not 12, every 20, 25 minutes or so. The GOES satellite gives us such a huge margin of error that we really can't pinpoint where the fire is. Just a general idea of where there's big flare-ups, and we could see the general direction it's moving if it's real fast, but not like, oh, it's on this particular ridge. That's very different when MODIS and VIIRS fly by, and especially, most valuably, the FIRS or Fire Eyes, or however you pronounce the airplane, or the helicopters that come by and look at the situation. Now, for some strange reason, it almost never goes to Northern California. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a Southern California. Excuse me, I'm cracking open an energy drink here. B vitamins, mother's milk. Okay. This is actually the cheapest way to get liquid B vitamins that I've discovered. Man, those are expensive. Okay. So let me mess around the kitchen. I'll explain. We'll flip into the satellite mode, and MODIS and VIIRS are two different satellites that come around like maybe once a day if we're lucky. So they are very pinpointy, of course. Their margin of error is much smaller. There's like no margin of error when the plane or the helicopter comes by. FIRS, F-I-R-I-S. For some strange reason, it doesn't even go to all fires. It's pretty random which ones it arrives at. Some of them are totally tiny, and they stay tiny. It's like, well, what was even the point? And some of the major fires it never visits. Not that we could tell, or at least they don't release videos to the public. So don't ask me why, but California and all the western states need extra everything. We need more planes, more pilots, more helicopters, more ground units, more troopers, more water trucks, more tenders, that's what they're called. They need more of everything. More tankers. And this spring, like early May, I was watching the CAL FIRE update explaining to the public with a little press conference about their readiness. I was really excited for a second. They said, hey, we're still continuing to, excuse me, I've got a clang of plate here, so let me mute. All right, they said we are continuing to convert C-130 Hercules airplanes from the military into water bombers. Drop water, not bombs. Peace. That's one of the coolest things ever, really. Just as a side note, you ever heard turn swords into plowshare? It means a better use of iron instead of making weapons is making plows to feed the world and increase, food production and yield. Well, the best use of airplanes and helicopters for war, turn them into water bombers. Yeah, they did a lot of that after World War II. That was the beginning. The beginning of the actual water bombers was not, hey, let's take passenger jets and turn them into water things. It was the actual B-17s. One worked out of Chester Airport for the longest time, and my father always pointed it out, said, hey, look at that, every time we went to our cabin on the shores of Lake Almanor. And he says that plane fought in World War II, and now it fights for us, locals. And I thought, oh, cool, Daddy, neat. I had no idea just how special it was. If I had known that, we thought everything would last forever. You know, there'd be tons of warbirds flying forever. There's very few still able to even fly. I would have asked, as a kid, probably would have been granted, you know, the ability to climb all over it and sit on a pilot's knee and press buttons on the tarmac. And oh, I wish we had done that. Chester Airport's really cool. Okay, sorry friends, I'm setting up a sloppy Joe to eat here. And I'm going to reheat the pulled pork. Thank you so much for your kind donations. Every once in a while a donation comes in, they say eat healthy and eat hearty, so I have something delivered. So you got some barbecue delivered. And I got a pound of sloppy Joe meat. So I can just keep making a couple of good meals here. So let's see, it's a little bit dried out. I'm going to do the trick where I put a couple drops of water on the meat and then I put a lid. It's the best thing ever. I think everybody should own this. C-Probe showed me this invention. It's a lid for the microwave that's kind of like the, you know, you get fancy room service at a 4-star hotel. They deliver your breakfast with a little metal dome over your plate. You know, what are those things called? Well, it's plastic with some holes, vent holes in it, but it traps the moisture in any spatter, you know, that might happen, especially if you're reheating pasta, lasagna or something. And it keeps your food moist. You can steam vegetables with it. So if you have a little bit of dryness in the meat, put a few drops of water on it. Fixes it right up. Here, let me arrange that. I gotta mute for just a second. Okay. Couple drops on the bone. Go. Okay, it's going. I didn't think you wanted to hear these screechy buttons of the microwave. Man, I want to come out with my own kitchen appliances just so I can make pleasant looking 1960s flair and 1950s and 40s class kitchen appliances come in whatever color you want, with like false fronts on the front of the appliances that have like cool colors so you can just change them. And then other people can make their own designs. So like I make the appliance and then we'd have like a store where you could change the front of it. So if you wanted a cherry red kitchen theme one year, you could have that in all the appliances. You know, you want to go to, oops, screech sound. If you wanted to go to a pastel purple or whatever, just keep refreshing the kitchen without buying new appliances. The look of it, the theme, fashion, whatever. But most of all, my kitchen appliances would not screech at you and make irritating sounds. And they would not be black. That's gauche. Who wants a black kitchen? Really? You can always tell when men are designing things, no offense. Okay. Perfectly moist, hot, sloppy Joe. Wait, no, it needs a few more seconds. 1 second. And we don't want to overcook that. People wonder, well, why are you randomly talking about stuff when you're in the kitchen? Because I used to just say, be right back, and there'd be like silence for 10 minutes. Well, most people are actually just listening to the stream. And if you have dead silence for a while, most people assume the broadcast is over, and you lose like a quarter of your viewers every 5 minutes of silence or something on a stream. And so you have to talk about anything. I can't look at the screen, so I'm just talk about anything I'm doing. And it's good to take little breaks from fire info. Just constant fire, this, fire that, fire this, fire that is stressful. I hope you understand that I'm doing this most of my waking hours. So we have little breaks. All right, spooning some of this lovely barbecue sauce on there. You guys like Three Stooges? Okay, bringing the tray over and drink. Then I'll have to go get a Sudafed. Wow, I might clogged up. The allergies. Bleh. One moment. All right, just a minute. Okay, just about back. I'm bringing a new Kleenex box over here. One moment, friends. Okay, Sudafed acquired. And we're coming back. One second. All right. Okay, we're back. Gee, sorry, friends. But if I walk right in front of the, walk right in front of the path of the air conditioner, it's that horrible wind on the mic thing. I hate that. All right, friends. The teacher is back. What have you done, class, while I was away? Afrak, thank you for your support. Glad you're back. Side note, I'm new here first 2 weeks, but y'all are very cool. Afrak from Sacramento. Glad to have you. We were here when we were covering the double and the eagle's nest right around the time the arrow broke out. That was nuts for Sacramento. Oh, oh man. I grew up northeast of there, all over the Sutter, Yuba, Butte, Plumas County area. Never spent too much time in Sacramento, but I loved all the field trips we had for all the history stuff. The train museum in Sacramento, just one of those magical experiences. Especially, sometimes ride the Amtrak from Portland to Sacramento, and it's not very good as a southbound trip, but northbound it's magical, especially in winter. We have Crater Lake and all this stuff that you could see. One of the most amazing train trips of my life. I filmed some of it. I should put it online. There's the link to the red flag warning. Thanks, Husky. Now I'm still out of breath because actually just walking around made me out of breath. Hang on. Got very poor air quality here. I don't think I have lung damage from long COVID, but I definitely have shortness of breath, you know? Excuse me. Let me take some vitamins. All right. Thank you, Husky, for the red flag link. I'm going to, first order of the day here is so I can actually eat before the food becomes super cold. Let's watch our community meetings and video updates so I can eat. So we have one or two. I know the Shelly had another one. They've been doing very good with communication to the public. I'm very happy with this. Not sobering, even frightening, but community meeting that they had where they said, you know, this could be huge and has potential to erase towns, but we're going to do everything we can. That's what people have to hear. Best case scenario, middle ground, and the worst. They started out with the worst and said, until we do something, yeah, this is extremely bad, and there's not much we can do. So let's prepare. Whoa. But that is exactly the way you win the trust of the people. You can't just assume you have it. You gotta talk frank. You gotta spit the truth. I love that phrase. And don't BS anybody, and don't hold back. The more information the public has, the more they're going to cooperate and understand the situation and act appropriately. Justin Master says every year fires either happen where I live or where I grew up. Where's that, Justin? Welcome. So let's see. They had a community meeting 3 hours ago, right about 7. This was posted, so it probably occurred around 5:30 or something today. So let's watch it on Facebook. It's easier to what? Error, too many redirects. Okay, we're not buffering or anything, right? Oh, my internet problems. Hang on. Facebook.watch redirected you too many times. Try deleting your cookies. All right, let me work on this. So it's a link to stream. Copy link. That's an odd error. Try to fix it. I mean, we know that it's, what is it, Klamath National Forest, Facebook anyway. Just go straight to it if this link is broke. Probably is just a broken link. Let's see. Facebook, like Shelly Fire, Klamath National Forest. Sorry, I gotta log in off screen. Forgot about that. I restarted the computer. Oh, I wasn't logged in. That could be the issue. Hey, yeah, here's the Facebook meeting. Here we go. Facebook community meeting. And lower down the volume so it doesn't blast you out. And write down that we are watching the Shelly Fire Siskiyou County meeting at, what time was it earlier today? So live 3 hours ago. So it was live and they just hit the button to go and save. So it could have just been, let's see, 7 p.m. I'll just say it was 7 p.m. From 7 p.m. Watching Shelly Fire Siskiyou County meeting. This is a fire that threatens the most communities immediately. From what I can tell, this has a great potential to be one of the great, big, nasty, huge fires, destructive of 2024. So it's of utmost concern. It's also the one where I'm just going to show you guys a quick 24-hour time lapse I showed from earlier. Like that's our current view of this right now. Okay. That's the current view of the fire. But the 24-hour time lapse from Fort Jones, I mean, it's roared right up to the doorstep of the Fort Jones area. I don't know how close it is to Etna. I'll have to check it out. But they have very few options. Very steep, rugged hill, mountainous terrain. A lot of standing dead trees from the Woolsey fire of years ago that are all 100% dried out. And they did cause this fire to get out of control. The dead trees and landscape from last time is not my, don't take it from me, not my words. The fire experts and the national forest experts said the really tall, big, standing dead trees, snags is what they're called. They threw embers long distance across the lines where they had the airplane retardant. And before the crews who had to hike in there and parachute in there, and before they could get mules to support them, like a mule train of supplies, goods, people. Yes, it's that rugged and almost no roads. Before they could react and do that, it just jumped the lines in the wind and then roared towards the town. And then came up to it and stopped. We still have to know why it stopped. I believe it mostly was pure luck. Of course, they did everything they could. I just don't know if they had lines like here on this ridge to the left or here. I think it was pure luck that the wind died down just because night fell. And so much of the reason the wind died down is that reason. And it's huge mushroom cloud, which can pull drafts and um, pull fresh oxygen towards the fire. Probably either collapsed or was much reduced. And then the temperature dropped, which takes away, the fire's ferocity. And we had the smoke fall down instead of going up in that huge chimney-like cloud. Smoke fell down, smothered it, deprived it of some of its oxygen, and that bought all the precious time the first responders needed. And the roaring fire, the freight train, came to a slow, almost stop towards Fort Jones Valley. However, it's still roaring around up in the mountains. So I don't know if they had any kind of line here. Retardant, hopefully they're about to explain this in this community meeting that we just got up here. And I will eat here. I'll try to adjust the volumes proper. Keep it low to start, and then I'll restart once the volumes are proper. Oh man, why did they use white for everything? Sorry, I can't change that. I'll put on real-time comments. If some of them are offensive, that's out of my control. They're usually not, but the real-time comments from the meeting about 7 o'clock. See, there was a waiting period of time. It's an hour, but maybe there was like. Okay. We'll watch at least part. Just saying good morning. Really? No, this is the wrong one. The 8th today. So why does it say that it was the 7th? But it said 3 hours ago, the community meeting, that they were live. What's wrong? Oh, then they changed the date. Maybe they noticed that and changed the date. Yeah. Okay, confusing. Let's watch, friends. And we'll go back and look at the other fires, of course, the lake and the others. Justin Bass says, I don't get offended when they're 25 miles apart. Which ones? You went through the Redding fires a couple years ago. Yeah, we were live covering that. We're up in Quartz Valley. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Are you still in that area, Justin? Do you have any last night we saw a restaurant probably detonate or explode on the shores of Shasta. Holy crap. While we were covering the Shelly. I do want to know what happened, of course. When I say last night, that was 18 hours ago. So, last time I was live. That looked awful. People were running into Lake Shasta and jumping into it. But we got lucky, I guess, that they stopped it from spreading into vegetation and being another big Shasta Lake area fire. They pounced on the gorge fire today by Redding. You're in Nevada now? Okay. We cover some western Nevada, Reno area for the most part. How's it Nevada? I love Nevada. I don't have allergies there. I love the heat. I love the dry heat. But I love the greenery of Oregon, so, All right, let me adjust volumes. Watch this. I don't know if
Good morning, good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Bishop. I am one of the public information officers working on the Shelly fire. This fire is now unified with CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm with California Team 12, who's here representing the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay, are the volumes good on that? I want to make it good, but not blaring. Different speakers will speak at different volumes. This hurts my eyes so bad. I kind of want to make it as small as I can. Unless they're pointing at maps. That's the best way to get the white off there. I get migraines when there's too much white on an OLED screen. I may watch it on the second monitor. There's less brightness on that screen. All right, are we good? You missed the woods, but not during fire season. I know, Justin. This may have started near the Pacific Crest Trail. We're not sure. They keep saying it's under investigation, and that's all we hear. So, but people think it might have been stupidity with fire, but it gets down to the 60s at night. People just maybe trying to keep warm or reheat cans of beans on the trail. You know, you never know. Could be somebody discarded a clear bottle and it lit grass on fire because of the magnification effect from the sun. The volume's a little light with them speaking. Let me rewind.
I'm also here to say thank you for joining.
Okay.
Sorry, good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Bishop. I am one of the public information officers working on the Shelly fire. This fire is now unified with CAL FIRE. And
how was that? Do we have an improvement? There an improvement with that? Boosting mine a tiny bit. I just don't want you to hear the plate clanging noises from the fork. You know, I'm going to mute myself, but is that good volume, friends? I don't know if we'll be able to watch, of course, the whole thing. We may start and stop it. I want to give the this is the link. You have to have Facebook to watch this, which I don't like. Why I do this, you know, everybody has at least YouTube on the phone, but a lot of people just don't want to have a Facebook account again or ever, and they miss out on their important fire information. So we try to put whatever they put on Twitter onto YouTube so people can get this info. I don't think anybody from Fort Jones has even checked in with us. I don't know if anybody's ever watched or know that we here are covering their fires. So if you know anybody in this area, hit the share button and text it to them or put it on your own social media or go to their community pages and say, hey, there's live wildfire tracking almost 24 hours a day here. Let me write down Shelly. Community meeting starts in my timestamps. It's like 1 hour. Facebook. We'll watch as much as we can here while I eat. Here we go.
the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm with California Team 12, who's here representing the U.S. Forest Service. I'm also here to say thank you for joining us on behalf of myself and Susie Brady, my counterpart with CAL FIRE's Siskiyou unit. She's not able to be here tonight, but I'm representing both of us this evening. So currently we are at 4,203 acres. We have 1,457 personnel now working on this fire as of this evening, and we have 0% containment. I will just say we do have a few exits in case of an emergency. One is going to be over here to my left, as well as we still have one to our right, and we do have restrooms that's open in the front lobby area.
Really? I've never heard anything like that before. So this is taking place in Etna, explaining how to evacuate the building during a wildfire briefing. I mean, that's always good to point out in any kind of big assembly hall. Maybe she just does that, and that's a good habit, you know. But maybe the fire's close. I don't know that. Wow. So Christina Kurtz says you've been very helpful. Thank you. And thank the mods too, please. I'm sorry I haven't been able to be here every minute, but I'm glad we're helping people in the region. How close are you to it in general, Christina? And like I said, if anybody has any pictures they want to share, that's my email. Let me know that you've just sent me an email if possible, and then do let me know if you want to be anonymous or if you want to be credited for the pictures. That really helps us get an idea here about what it's like for others. I want to point out, guys, of Watch Duty, the app has a little camera button, and that's for you to take a picture of it, any kind of fire situation, and submit it to Watch Duty. And don't worry like, oh, I don't know if this is important enough for them to post it. They'll make that decision. You could be anonymous. You just hit the camera button. Of course, Watch Duty needs permission to use your camera. Take it, submit, and you can be anonymous or accredited. So I just want to point that out to friends. Rat says, get back to work, women. Yes, yes, sir. Here we are.
We will have a question and answer part after, so I do ask you guys to hold your questions until we get through all the presentations this evening. The first one up this evening is going to be my operations section chief, John Chester with the California Team 12.
Good evening, everybody. My name is John Chester, Operations Section Chief with Team 12. So we'll go over a brief overview of what the fire is doing and kind of some of the actions that we're taking on it. So today with our operations, there was an inversion that set over the fire for the most of the day, and so the smoke layered in here, and it kind of dampened the activity on the incident today. It doesn't mean it stopped it, so we were still out there. There were still spot fires and trees that were isolated, torching, so a group of trees would flare up and throw spots, and so we've been chasing that kind of an effect all day down here in this the stuff that's moving into Kidder. And then this map is a little unrepresentative, so it's crossed the Critter Creek drainage, and it's moved up over the ridge that's coming down into the Mill Creek drainage. And so those folks are working to try to get those pieces secured and working on containment lines there. But fortunately, yes, today we've had a little bit of a damper on it, and it wasn't as active today as it was yesterday, but still movement. Primary focus working with our partners with CAL FIRE is to establish some control lines down here at the toe of the slope and the foot of the valley to prevent that fire spread into the communities. So very aggressively going after that. Once that is in place, then we can come up here and really start taking a direct action on these flanks and try to prevent that further spread and keep that footprint to the smallest we can. Still have the fire that's out here in the wilderness. We still got folks looking at that and evaluating that. We've got some safety concerns with getting people out there without communications and without good access and egress. So we've backed off just for that scouting and reconnaissance missions down.
Okay, I want to occasionally, since this is a big, long thing, interpret and make very clear what he's saying. He said we had people in here and we had to pull them out because we don't have a quick means of egress. Egress means getting the hell out, like of a building or a fire area. Egress means getting out of a building or an area. This is a critical reason why the fire just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and they don't have quick ways of escaping it. So they will, the 6th, I want to say that's yesterday. It was the day before yesterday. The 6th of July was the anniversary of the Storm King disaster where they put smoke jumpers, I believe, near a fire, and they had no way to quickly leave, so they all died. A big crew. This happened time and time again in the 90s until they realized we can't do this. We can never put people into an area if they don't have A, shelter in place option, or B, we can't extract them really quickly. So that usually means a paved road or at least a good dirt road where they can quickly leave by vehicle, helicopter access, or something like that. Zip lines, whatever. So they had people in there looking, they pulled them out. The lack of roads here are the reason why it's so huge. Is one of the main reasons. They can't even put lines in where they want them to be because they can't get equipment in, like heavy equipment without roads. It takes a really long time to hike in or parachute, and then if they just have hand tools, they can only make a trail. Basically, a hand line is a trail where they try to stop a rampaging fire that's like 100-foot tall walls of flames. Because the second big reason this fire is huge is the dead trees all over the landscape. Of course, with the dry heat now, making even living trees able to light up if like a dead one or bushes at the base are close. So I wanted to explain no means of egress, so we pulled people out, what that means. So this has every potential to just be a huge monster. All right, let me rewind and play again.
Spread and keep that footprint to the smallest we can. Still have the fire that's out here in the wilderness. We still got folks looking at that and evaluating that. We've got some safety concerns with getting people out there without communications and without good access and egress. So we've backed off just for that scouting and reconnaissance missions down to the Salmon River Road and looking at opportunities to get up there and come around from the western edge over there to take care of that stuff that's out in the wilderness. Additionally, coming off of the Snoozer Ridge, they're putting hand lines up that and trying to get it tied back into the Pacific Crest Trail and looking for opportunities to come down like Yellow Dog and some of those areas coming down into the wilderness to tie that piece of it in. Overall, we've had a pretty successful day working with our CAL FIRE partners, doing a lot of good work, and we've mobilized a lot of equipment and resources out there to protect your communities and to provide the greatest level of firefighters and success that we can into that communities.
Thank you for that. Next up, we're going to have some information in regards to the weather with Julia Rufford.
Good evening. Yeah, my name is Julia Rutherford. I am the incident meteorologist that's assigned to the fire.
Okay, I finally know what she looks like. Maybe I did last year, but guys, it's her. That's her voice. We start the stream when it's sometimes more, less hectic. She's the one where North Ops is the big, like the Pope of fire weather forecast for Northern California. She's with North Ops, and it goes doom, 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 and she just explains. We never see her, like some of the fire weather forecasts. It's so cool to see what she looks like. I used to think they were all robo voices. Whoops.
We are well into the second week of a very prolonged heat wave. That was due to a very strong ridge of high pressure that had been centered directly over us, also accompanied by extremely dry air mass, both at the low level and higher up. That ridge has begun to slightly or very slowly slide to the east. That has left the temperatures cool down slightly. Our peak hottest temperatures were in the Friday, Saturday time period, but we're still going to remain well above normal. And we do have there is a excessive heat warning that continues to be in effect, and that's going to run through Wednesday evening. So while it is cooling off, it is still going to be quite hot. It's still very dry out there, and those conditions are going to continue through the week. The ridge is going to continue to move slowly eastward, but unfortunately, as the ridge leaves the area, that's going to create additional fire weather concerns mixed in with the hot, dry, and unstable conditions. The winds that have been influencing the fire today have been largely terrain driven. On the southwest side, a general southwesterly up canyon wind. And then on the, as you get further north, through midday, more of an upslope wind out of the northeast with a lot of variation on the terrain here, and up valley out of the east. But in the afternoons and evenings, that's been switching around to a general west-northwest flow pattern. That tends to channel through the
I apologize. Volume just changed drastically, so I had to adjust it. So I need to go back for my own. I have to listen because I was messing with the volumes. Hang on.
Then on the, as you get further north, through midday, more of an upslope wind out of the northeast with the hot, dry, and unstable conditions. The winds that have been influencing the fire today have been largely terrain driven. On the southwest side, a general southwesterly up canyon wind. And then on the, as you get further north, through midday, more of an upslope wind out of the northeast with a lot of variation on the terrain here, and up valley out of the east. But in the afternoons and evenings, that's been switching around to a general west-northwest flow pattern. That tends to channel through this through the Kidder Creek Valley, and then some of these other valleys are oriented. Some of them are oriented northwest to southeast. Those will channel a northwest wind. These will channel more of a southwest wind. So some combination of those westerly winds on the east and northeast side of the fire are going to be a continued challenge going forward. Today, the overall winds were lighter, but due to the way the valley's set up, the Scott Valley gets quite hot. That causes low pressure to form in the valley, and that low pressure in the valley is what draws those northwest winds out. And even without much else going on with the weather beyond the hot, dry ridge, you still get those winds. We've been picking up northwest winds generally gusting into the 15 to 20 mile an hour range this afternoon. Those will continue into the evening. Tomorrow we're looking at a pretty similar pattern as far as the winds go. Also continued quite hot, quite dry. We'll still be seeing the poor humidity recoveries at night, which will allow the fuels to continue to dry both day and night. Tomorrow we will get back into where we also have the other piece that brings our northwest winds further off to the west. Ridge off there strengthens the gradient. So we'll see strengthens the gradient. So you have these winds caused by both pulling from the low pressure inland and pushing from the ridge along the coast. And that's important because we'll see it start to increase tomorrow afternoon, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that gradient is going to strengthen, so we'll see more of those enhanced westerly winds that'll channel down the canyons in the afternoons and evenings.
Well, sometimes this is like a little bit of an information flood. I like the fact that she has extra details for people who know what the heck all the weather terms mean. But the gist of it right now is there's going to be some northwest winds pushing the fire towards communities, west and northwest winds, because communities are to the east, the ones at most in danger. Yikes.
Got sustained winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, gusts 25 to 30 in the windier locations Wednesday afternoon, and similar conditions continuing for the days after that. Wednesday looks.
Oh God. What did she just say? Like 15 mile an hour and then gusts? Hang on, let me go back.
Sustained winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, gusts 25 to 30 in the
sustained winds around 15 miles an hour and gusts 25 to 30 towards the communities. Oh dear.
Windier locations Wednesday afternoon, and similar conditions continuing for the days after that. Wednesday looks like the strongest day, but the rest of them are going to be pretty windy too. Also with the ridge moving, that's allowing more instability. So there's going to be potential for the fire to develop tall columns due to that instability and the deep mixing during the afternoon. Once we get closer to the weekend into the Friday, Saturday time period, we're going to see more mid-level moisture just at the higher elevations, not down at the ground coming in. That will bring a slight chance of thunderstorms both of those days. It's too far out right now to say whether they'll be over the.
She's talking really quickly. Let's go back. I know the thunderstorms possible.
Tall columns due to that instability and the deep mixing during the afternoon. Once we get closer to the weekend into the Friday, Saturday time period, we're going to see more mid-level moisture just at the higher elevations, not down at the ground coming in. That will bring a slight chance of thunderstorms both of those days. It's too far out right now to say whether they'll be over the fire area or more just in the general Northern California vicinity, but that'll be something to keep an eye on with the forecast going forward. Once we make it through the weekend, we will start to see more substantial cooling starting Sunday going into Monday, Tuesday. However, that's going to come with more winds and drier conditions also. So it's a partial help, but it's not, there's other concerns that brings too.
Translation, hold on to your butts. You could possibly have thunderstorms, which may mostly be lightning that's dry. Remember, July and August we're getting into the traditional dry lightning storm season. It is normal for California, mid-July through pretty much all of August. And these thunderstorms roll up sometimes from the ocean, like just west of San Diego or west of Baja, California. And they just roll up super fast. They go north, have very little rain, and you'll get thousands of lightning strikes all over the state for several days in a row. And typically that is when all of California, every single firefighting unit runs after every single lightning strike fire and tries to put them all out, because usually a lightning strike fire stays small for a couple of days and then big wind event, or a week later, a big wind event, boom. So they will whack-a-mole with hundreds and hundreds of small lightning strike fires, try to get them all out. And there's almost always one or two that become very large because they can't get to every single one. That's why California needs a lot more equipment and of everything. So we're just getting into that season. So yikes. And any existing fire, of course, thunderstorms can maybe bring a little rain to it, usually not, but usually the wind will just fan them up and make them go nuts. So hold on to your butts. July is going to be a bumpy one.
So sorry I don't have any better news. I know this is kind of a horrible forecast, but I wanted you guys to have it, so thank you.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to have our fire behavior analyst, Patrick Doyle, come up.
Good evening, everyone. Patrick Doyle, Fire Behavior. So you heard Julia talk about how the weather has really come in. It's really influenced what's going on.
Hang on, adjusting
One of the
volume.
things, too, is the
It varies from person to person, their own volume. And then behind the scenes, whoever's in charge of sound in the room will usually boost it. But let me boost it as he begins talking. We have to readjust.
good evening, everyone. Patrick Doyle, Fire Behavior. So you heard Julia talk about how the weather has really come in. It's really influenced what's going on. One of the things, too, is the climatology has really been in effect here. So right now, we'd call this like 97th percentile conditions, which basically you can put it up there as exceptional or extreme conditions for this time of the year.
Yeah, somebody just yelled from the crowd, louder. So what I was hoping some firefighters would be here. I may be able to call JB, John Bruno, who's in Shasta County, for interpretation of some of these. I don't know when he goes to bed or rises. They're talking about the percentile. There's a couple different things they could be mentioning, one of which is the likeliness of if a spark lands into dry, dead material, what is the likelihood of it to start a fire? So, of course, damp days or wet days, it's very low percentage. But when you're up in 90th and 97% percentile, it means like a spark in dry grass is 97% guaranteed to start a fire. We've had 100% in the last week or so throughout much of California. So it's just hard if they just really quickly run through their terms. What context are they using? And I'm not familiar with 100% of all of them. So let me go back and I wish they would explain. You know, I'm sure a lot of people in this room are hearing terms kind of for the first time. So let's go back a second.
We'd call this like 97th percentile conditions, which basically you can put it up there as exceptional or extreme conditions for this time of the year. A little louder? Is that
Oh my God. Yeah, I knew they would do that. So let me back down the volume. Sorry, friends.
better? There we go. All right, so we're in pretty exceptional conditions right now. We're at that peak of like when we talk about extreme fire behavior conditions for a time period. We had a really wet winter, but it's dried out quite dramatically. We have very low RH recoveries. The last 5 days, we've had exceptionally low RH recoveries. So all those live fuels that are out there, they're finished greening up. So they're now becoming available. The shrubs are becoming available. They're going to that 100% and 90th percentile conditions. So they start becoming much more available.
For fire to take hold is what he means. Humidity is the number one way that dead vegetation becomes a little bit more moist. It's like the dew, you know, at night. And plants will absorb water through the air in humidity, and that's the only way a dead plant gets it, except for rain. So poor RH, relative humidity, means that even at night it's like dry as if it's a desert in the daytime. So that's what he's explaining. So the dead fuels, which they have massive dead trees all over the landscape here on the Shelly fire, are blazing up like dried up Christmas trees in those fire safety videos, in the living room. Yikes. It's all bad news. I mean, all this is bad news. We kind of knew about it. And what we really want to know is what is their plan to protect the communities, and we need to listen to this.
Dead and down, timber litter, grasses, all are coming into that point where they're all available too. Those fine fuels are about 3% RH, which means they readily take fire. So if you think about like probability of ignition, right now we've been running even with the smoke inversion, we've been running about 60 to 80% today, where in previous days we were probably closer to 90 to 100%. So I'm just going to get into where we're at with the fuels.
What that means, smoke inversion is when the smoke sank down into the valleys, and it really kind of saved the communities here. deprive the fire of its own oxygen sources. So when they're talking about inversion, they're talking about the smoke settling down into the valleys and the canyons. So he said what that did is that, the prior like when it was clear days, almost 100% likeliness for a spark to start a fire. What does that mean? Okay, yeah, the fire's already going. So what is he talking about? The embers. The embers are flying away from the main seat of the fire. They get carried by the wind and land in something. Today, thank goodness, it was only a 60% chance for the embers to light new fires and spread, across away from where the main fire is. But as soon as this wind picks up, as the weather person was talking about, the weather lady, the smoke goes away and you go back to 100%. So watch out when it becomes a clear day, wind blows away the smoke. We're going to have huge plumes again. We're going to have huge mushroom clouds. Long range spotting possible. It can spread extremely rapidly, get huge. Today was like a little break. So any little ember that they can travel for like a mile can spot it out in any direction. Thank you so much, Holly Cooper, for your donation towards our laptop fund. You're so wonderful. Thank you for your first super. We are going, as soon as I finish my meal, we watch this video, going to do a tally of the the donations so far towards the laptop, and hopefully be able to pick one up this very month. So I wanted to translate some of this. Inversion means the smoke settling down. It puts a temporary, it's like a lid on the frying pan of a fire, but that is temporary. That pretty much saved a lot of the Fort Jones area, valley area, along with the midnight miracle of last night. The fire was racing towards the valley, and just around midnight to 2 a.m., usually the wind dies down and reverses because it becomes cold at night. And so this has given them a great temporary respite and speed bump to the fire, but expect it to roar back to life. Everything is bad news. As far as the weather is concerned, it's going to be huge. Everybody in the general region, I don't care if you're in the evacuation zones or warning zones or not, northeast, south, and west of this fire, you should make arrangements of places to go in case everything gets bad. Think about moving heirlooms to other places. You might have relatives or something. Think about their safety. Do as much home prep as you can. And it's not using the weed whacker and stuff, of course, as much as you can safely. And be absolutely ready to go to moment's notice, paint on the hooves of your livestock, phone numbers, and whatnot. And because this has every potential to be gigantic, and when these winds and thunderstorms pick up Wednesday through the weekend, all hell really can break loose, and it can run day or night in any direction. It'll be wherever the wind blows. These canyons and the ridge tops allow for extremely high speed spread. This fire and how fast it's been moving, like last 48 hours, has been without the aid of high winds. That's just because it races up and down slopes and had, mild winds. When we see high winds, this is going to be the seventh circle of hell kind of explosivity and fast spread. Really hold on to your butts. The small communities in the valley are much more likely, though, to survive and come out all right. And in the tinier communities in the mountains are much more likely to survive if they're small with good road access and they have time to prep them. Sometimes they'll just focus on structure protection and let the fire roar past them. Smaller the community, more compact and close together the buildings are, more likely it is to be saved. However, the rural farms and such, the cabins that are far away from anything else, they'll be much more difficult to defend, unfortunately. There's not too many of them in, say, Klamath National Forest here, but that will be much harder to protect. But down in Fort Jones, they have at least really good irrigation, really good road access. That will help everything. But this as far as like how much of the forest will kind of be obliterated or damaged or destroyed, is looking very, very bad. This is very sobering. And I want to be frank and give people the most, the scenario that this is gearing up to become huge. This was a precursor, the prelude, the introduction. Chapter 1 is over. Then you get to like if you're writing a script, like you get the introduction to a disaster film, and then there's the main peak of the disaster. Is what do you call that in script writing? The the crescendo, or maybe in a classical music, the crescendo is about to come. So the tense music is beginning. The boss music is beginning, about to play in a video game. You know what I'm saying? Let's
The things that tells the story with us too is you go west of the PCT, the Wildfire from 2017, pretty high severity and some patches in there. It's very fuel starved, so there's just a few stringers in there, so they're
All right, let me go back a little bit.
closer to 90 to 100%. So I'm just going to get into where we're at with the fuels. One of the things that tells the story with us too is you go west of the PCT, the Wildfire from 2017, pretty high severity and some patches in there. It's very fuel starved, so there's just a few stringers in there, so there's not a lot of continuity of fuels for it to carry. On Saturday, there's red flag, and Sunday was red flag conditions. Well, Saturday late evening, it found one of those stringers and was able to come over and establish in this drainage on the side, Glendale. Then we saw that red flag conditions on Sunday. It was allowed to, basically spotting, torching, carried down that ridge and has moved over and got set up for yesterday and Sunday when it made that push that came over, pushed across Kidder, and then up the other side, just tipping over into Mill Creek drainage. So the fuels on this side are pretty abundant, continuous. You got a lot of heavy dead and down in there mixed in with some open patches. But one of the things is the availability of fuels is there. We have extremely low conditions, fuel moistures. So that means that most fuels on the ground are available. We were very fortunate today that the smoke inversion was able to kind of keep a ceiling on it. But as John Chester was mentioning, even though there's a ceiling on it, the fire is actively burning underneath that ceiling. We can't see it, but it's spotting, torching, rolling out, spreading underneath that. But it's at a much diminished rate than if you have direct solar radiation on it and you have open ventilation for it to move up. So we're very fortunate for that. The thing is, we might not get that tomorrow. So just when you think about that tomorrow, if it starts breaking, just be heads up for it. That's something just to be aware of, just situational awareness. Where it's wanting to move is.
Okay, sorry, that's very important. I was chatting in chat. Rewind, and that's a very good point.
That ceiling inversion, low conditions, continuous. You got a lot of heavy dead and down in there mixed in with some open patches.
Now they explained that that's why we saw the huge, like the current views like this, heavy dead and down in the northeast corner of the fire. So our current view, that's why we see a lot of this on the cams. It just rotated. Heavy down. Dead and down is it means dead trees standing up and also stuff on the ground. Sorry, it's in rotation mode. But this is the corner he's pointing to right now, where it's getting close to the Fort Jones area and the communities of the valley here. So that means heavy dead and down means long range spotting, because of the dead trees on ridgetops especially have the greatest potential to throw sparks and embers long distance. So that's why we see the ferocity here. So what he's about to say, I believe, is he's talking about how the inversion, remember that means the smoke that's settled down and has protected these communities and speed bumped the fire. He's talking about losing it, and that'll make it rip roar into life. I believe that's what he's about to explain. I just want to rewind, make sure everybody knows what he's talking about. When he says stringers, the reason why the fire is able to spread this way, like remember how good it was looking for more than a week? They had a retardant rope around it when they first got all the aircraft on it. They had hotshots hiking in, and they were putting in hand lines, and it was looking much, much better. It's because it was burning in one spot and reducing its own fuels. It was looking less and less intense. But a stringer is like up here where there's like dead stuff, especially to burn, and embers flew over. They flew over where they had a little bit of a ring around it and hit the dead trees, and so it was able to run the length of that. A stringer, like even if you have like rocky hillsides or something where it can't burn, or a stringer connects to areas, like let's say a strip of dead trees or heavy fuels or whatever it is. It got into that, started running in a line. I just want to interpret that. So let's go back to how he's explaining how it got towards the town.
On Saturday, there's red flag, and Sunday was red flag conditions. Well, Saturday late evening, it found one of those stringers and was able to come over and establish in this drainage on the side, Glendale. Then we saw that red flag conditions on Sunday. It was allowed to, basically spotting, torching, carried down that ridge and is moved over and got set up for yesterday and Sunday when it made that push that came over, pushed across Kidder, and then up the other side, just tipping over into Mill Creek drainage. So the fuels on this side are pretty abundant, continuous. You got a lot of heavy dead and down in there mixed in with some open patches. But one of the things is availability of fuels is there. We have extremely low conditions, fuel moistures. So that means that most fuels on the ground are available. We were very fortunate today that the smoke inversion was able to kind of keep a ceiling on it. But as John Chester was mentioning, even though there's a ceiling on it, the fire is actively burning underneath that ceiling. We can't see it, but it's spotting, torching, rolling out, spreading underneath that. But it's at a much diminished rate than if you have direct solar radiation on it and you have open ventilation for it to move up. So we're very fortunate for that. The thing is, we might not get that tomorrow, so just when you think about that tomorrow, if it starts breaking, just be heads up for it. That's something just to be aware of, just situational awareness. Where it's wanting to move is still heading up over to the Mill Creek, and then it's trying to push down to the east for the next day. So with that, thank you.
Okay, it's a sobering reminder that even tomorrow, who knows what time of day, we'll have to figure this out. The smoke will blow away, and then you'll see it roar to life. It will be a test. It'll be a challenge to probably protect the Fort Jones area. We're waiting for them to talk about Etna, which is a different area, and they just keep. I'll be struggling here to keep the volumes going. Let me know if volume has an issue.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to invite up the Siskiyou County Board Supervisor, Ray Hopp.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I have a tendency to drop this thing and then you can't hear me either. Anyway, welcome tonight. You're going to get you're already getting a lot of information you probably can't get off Facebook or the internet. I'd encourage you before. Yeah, like every time I hand off the microphone, there's volume issues. So if I crank it up, they're about to do so. 1 second. Before you go home, please get all of your answers answered, or your questions answered by these folks. They'll hang around. Good evening. Can you hear
Sorry.
me? I have a tendency to drop this thing and then you can't hear me either. Anyway, welcome tonight. You're going to get you're already getting a lot of information you probably can't get off Facebook or the internet. I'd encourage you before you go home, please get all of your answers answered, or your questions answered by these folks. They'll hang around and do that. I'm standing here, I'm proud to be plugged in with this team, representing you with this team. This team's really talented. They were here in 2017 on the fire that was here for quite a while. And then we're partnered with CAL FIRE and Unified Command. So you can't have a better mix, in my opinion, of both the professional talent of both of these teams, as well as a mix of equipment I haven't seen in this valley ever. With that said, some of you are probably in an evacuation zone. I am too. Please heed the warnings. I'm ready to go. I hope you are too. If you're in a warning, if you're in a mandatory, I'd ask you please respect that and go. I've lost six friends in the last recent years in Siskiyou County because they refused to go. As a firefighter, I don't want to stay and fight. I'm ready to go. These fires are nothing to mess around with. I can help you rebuild homes, but I can't get new friends or bring friends back to life. And that's just what I want to leave you with tonight. So any questions for me later on, come on up and I'll be happy to talk to you.
Okay, if you've missed the other meetings and stuff, they give a very sobering and almost, I mean, a very super sobering, I would just say, frank talk that these are capable of raising towns. We're talking 200-foot. What I'm saying is 200-foot walls of flames. Is sometimes even all the best firefighters just can't do anything but just run. Even with all of their equipment, they could not save structures in the way. This has every potential to be like that, with 200-foot walls of flames just roaring towards some buildings. It depends on where the fire is at the time it approaches, whether or not you could save that building, like what intensity is it at the time it approaches. So what he's giving a sober warning is if you're told to leave, you better get out, because the potential for loss of life is very high here. It could be huge, like a mega fire, and there's nothing you can do but get out of the way.
Thank you for that. Next, I'd like to invite up our agency administrator representing Klamath National Forest, Acting Forest Supervisor Chris Christopherson.
So good evening. So I'll start with a slight correction. I am your new official forest supervisor on the Klamath National Forest, and I'm very happy to be here. I wish the circumstances were a little bit more cheery for my first week, but I'm here. I'm thrilled to be part of the community, and you know, the reason why I wanted to come up here and live in this area, I'm sure it's similar to why many of you are here and why you've stayed here. It's a beautiful area. It's spectacular. It's a rural community, and we are doing everything we can as a unified team to keep it that way. From when this fire first started and we got word of it, it was a full suppression incident. And that's because it started in the mutual threat zone up by the PCT, and we believe it was human caused. We also went after it with aircraft immediately. So I gave full authorization for all mechanized equipment except for bulldozers in the wilderness area. I also asked the question, do we need to ask for bulldozers in the wilderness area? And I was assured, no, they can't get there. And so I have seen a number of communities like this be threatened by wildfire, or it's Quincy, or destroyed by wildfire, Greenville and Paradise. And so when I look at this, I am very concerned. And that concern is shared with my team that I'm working with, and it's shared by the Congressman Lamalfa's office. And because of that concern, he's reached out to us and has asked, do you guys have everything you need? Are you getting the support you need? And so I thank you for that attention on what we're trying to do here, because it's gravely serious. And what I wonder is, what are we going to do with this after we put it out? How are we going to react as a community and use this lesson and go after funding, develop projects that will reduce the likelihood of this happening in the future? So there is a tremendous amount of money that's available for fuels work. And when you have a community behind it, and when you've got legislators behind it, in an agency like CAL FIRE who are willing to work with you, we can make a lot of great things happen. And so, like I say, I'm here, Chris Christopherson, your new forest supervisor. I am looking for housing, so if you have a fixer-upper that's a great deal, please let me know, because I am shopping. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you for that, and congratulations. Our next speaker is going to be, oh, you are there, okay. Siskiyou County Sheriff LaRue.
I did not escape. Thank you very much.
Okay, I interpret that as if you need help with removing dead trees and cleaning up your property for, you know, in the Siskiyou County area, uh, do get in touch with them. And they've got some grant money to spend, and maybe they can help you out and make a broader, proactive community. I don't know if it's a big fire breaks or whatever kind of projects to prevent the communities from being so vulnerable in the first place. That's cool.
Well, thank you all for being here. I'm Jeremiah LaRue, your sheriff, and here we are again. I know it's difficult to go through this as a community member. I feel your stress. It's a lot. Every time we do this, I'm reminded of what we go through and how we make it through, but it's stressful. And I just want you to know that we are together in this, and we'll get through it together. And I need your support more than ever during these times for all of us. We have great partners, but we need you. We do. We need your involvement. We need your engagement. We need to make sure that we're meeting your needs and we're answering your questions. So nobody leave here tonight with a question unanswered. Deal? Okay. So what we started doing was immediately getting out and doing our standard evacuation notices. There's a map up here to my left here and your right, which shows yellow and red. And the way those colors symbolize, the red is an order, means get out immediately, and the yellow are warnings. Now, warnings need to be taken very seriously. As Supervisor Haupt mentioned, you need to heed the warnings, because that doesn't mean you have a lot of time. It just means that you're kind of in a state of unknown that could switch in a moment's notice into an order. And we want to give you as much time as we can to get your things together and get in the car and go somewhere safe. So remember that. It doesn't mean that you have a lot of time. It's preparing you for what could be it's switching over into the red category, which is an order. So if you want, when we're all finished, if you want to come look at this map and find out where you live and find out what zone you're in, which is really important for you. We're using a system that has been established in zones, which helps you sort of identify where your house is or your loved ones, and they're in a geographical area, and it helps us push out alerts a lot quicker. So many of you probably got the alerts on your phone, other smart devices. We're pushing out as much as we can. We get phone calls at home on your landlines. You get your cell phone will go off. There's information on social media, and then these types of meetings. Please share that with others, because not everybody uses technology. But on top of all that, we go out and do door-to-door notifications. So many of you probably seen us. We try to get out as early as possible and let you know what's coming. But just be reminded, this is a very large area, and there's very few of us. We try to get as many as we can, but we try to work as fast and efficient as we possibly can, but we need you to help us. So when you get an order to go, please go. When you leave your house and you go to a place of safety, we will be in the area patrolling. I have resources coming from Northern California.
Okay, because we're getting, past 11 p.m. and a lot of people might go to bed. The number one way to protect your property right now, I want to butt in to show you some live images. The number one way that homes and structures burned down in wildfire is they did a whole bunch of testing. They built fake houses in huge laboratories, and they put fans there and put embers. The number one way a home is lost is actually through little vents into the attic, the soffit and the gable vents. It's underneath the roof, and then like underneath the peak of the roof, like the big round one or whatever. So what you should do is put on order the fireproof vents, from the hardware store, and before they arrive, go to the hardware store. Thank you so much, Larry Green and Matt Tupper and all for your kind donations. Go get some fine metal mesh. Hopefully it's fire rated, just the big rolls of it. And get up on a ladder or get somebody or whoever you need to make a temporary, home hardening, take that measure and take several layers of it and just staple gun or whatever you need to do, every single vent that goes into your attic. Because if you can put a toothpick through this existing screen right now, then that's how embers can get in. So whatever you have to do to block the vents, do that. Don't forget the vents that are, say, underneath the house, ventilation vents. Really like seal them up good, and just think about high winds. Think about almost tornado strength winds, like 65-mile-an-hour winds could, whatever you put up there to block it, could it be pushed over or knocked away, right? And lastly, think about the dryer vent. If you're about to leave, just you have to close that somehow. Hopefully it's the side of the house. Like take a screwdriver and take the little, it's got a little like a flap there. Probably there's just a plastic thing to keep like rats and bird nests from forming at the end of your dryer vent. But take a toilet brush or whatever you have to do, pull as much of the lint out as you can at the end of that vent, and then put that fine mesh screen there in several layers. Get it completely. Remember, you cannot even admit a toothpick, not from the side, not from the front. Seal that up, and that is the number one thing you can do to protect your property. Put a note, of course, inside and on your front door, like don't run the laundry if you've blocked the vent, of course, for the dryer. But that is the number one way to protect your home right now. So order the fireproof ones to be installed, the soffit and gable vents, and underneath the house vents, right? Where the vapor barrier stuff is. And know that that's the number one way that homes are lost. It's an ember storm, not the fire coming right up to it. It's raining down, and the embers will be like it'll be like a blizzard with every snowflake a little ember. So I just want to show you that this is a current live view down there at Fort Jones 1 camera. We will have long range ember rain. Okay, they call it ember cast, but long range spotting as soon as the smoke lifts, maybe even later today. And it's up here at the high peaks, and it can rain millions of embers down upon buildings. And so just remember that's the number one way to save your home, even if it's completely. Most homes save themselves actually. And yet when you do the traditional, thing like move vegetation away and defensible space, but this is the missing part of the puzzle. The one home that survived in Lahaina had defensible space and a new roof. A new metal roof, and because it had brand new vents and proper screening, embers just didn't walk in, and it was completely fine by itself. If you ever seen the Miracle House of Lahaina in Maui. So I'm going to continue playing this. I'm tempted to skip what the sheriff's saying. It's just kind of no duh. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. This is a monster fire, blah, blah, blah. Let's just skip it.
To help.
Supervisor, just being here.
Office of Emergency Services.
All right, we'll continue.
Excellent, thank you. I first would like to say, first of all, thank you for just being here, because I know it's 7 o'clock at night, and this is probably not the best place to be, but thank you. And it's a little warm. So, like our new forest supervisor, I was here, the River Complex, maybe? Yep, River Complex, giving this same speech. And now I live in Etna, so I'm part of the community, so I understand and I realize the threat that we're under. So there's some things like to kind of pivot and talk a little bit about what Sheriff was saying, is that I want to talk about a couple things. So evacs, we have 2,868 people, easy enough to say. 2,868 people are affected by an evacuation order. That's a pretty significant piece of our community. So what does that mean? That means we're getting the numbers out, we're getting the notifications out, so we're pushing. So Ready Siskiyou alerts, that is our new warning and alert system. If you look right over there, he's gonna raise his hand, he's got a fantastic mustache. He is here and he's gonna be able to help you set up. If you're not signed up, we will get you signed up. Probably any one of those three will do that. They'll give you a little card, or we'll get you rolling with a smartphone and get you signed up for that. So really important. And a couple things I really want to talk about. So shelters. Great question, whoever just said that. Why are the shelters not in the valley? So here's the reason why. When we push an evacuation warning, or order, we look at everything in and around what that evacuation order is going to be and what it could possibly be. And what that looked like to us is that it was going to be touching Fort Jones, it was going to be touching Etna, and there was still potential for the valley. And that's concerning to us. So what we did is we had to move it to the next safest spot, which was away from all alert and warning, or all yellow or red warnings or orders, and we put it in Wairika. So it is at the Kadashram. They are fantastic partners. The Karuk tribe has been absolutely amazing since as long as I can remember. And they put us up with American Red Cross. So for those of you that are like, I don't want to go to a shelter, well, I can tell you, there's hot showers, there's food, it's a cot. I know it's not your bed, but at the same time, it's better than a car or just sleeping out and waiting. And even better than that, it's better than being in an evacuation order area. So once you're in that area, we're not going to patrol back through and try to push you out of that area. So it's up to you, right? Once we push that evacuation order that's already come through, if you're not signed up for an Ready Siskiyou alerts, we also push an I-pause. So Ready Siskiyou alert is an elected, like I'm going to sign up and be part of Ready Siskiyou alerts, but maybe I don't want to do that, or maybe I have a landline and I'm just not quite ready to sign up for that, which you should. We're going to push an I-pause. So an I-pause is whether or not you want an I-pause, you're getting it. So it's going to come through the radio, television, smartphones, any kind of like smart tablets, it's going to come through. Any kind of order, it's going to get pushed. But what we don't like about it is if I push an order for this zone, SIS 2004, it's going to directly go to everything that's in that zone. If I push an I-pause, we draw a circle and it just sends, and it just keeps sending. And if you're like me and you forget to turn it off, it goes off at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're like, ah. So make sure that we're signed up, but more importantly, if we're always going to push a Ready Siskiyou alerts, we're going to push an I-pause, and then we're going to have a deputy knocking on your door. So with that, a couple things to really talk about. We do have, like I said, the Kadashram and Wairika is our primary.
Don't count on it. When the beep hits the fan, we've seen time and time again, people have absolutely no warning. They're just asleep, and all of a sudden there's tick, 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 tick sounds on your windows. And then people wake up and they look, and there's an orange glow because the yard's on fire. Don't assume that they will be able to get to you to knock on your door. That's how I lost my friend to wildfire and the 2017 Cascade Fire, reverse 911, and every single type of alert they tried to give failed. Okay, and then 1 year later at Paradise, every single type of alert they tried to give failed because the fires chew through the power lines, they destroy cell phone tower stations, destroy radios, destroy telephone lines. So do not. I think he's giving a little bit of a false sense of security here, or at least not being clear. Like, do not assume that anybody will be able to get to you, alert you. We've seen mass fatality events happen again and again with the failure of the reverse 911 system. They'll try, okay? They'll try. That's the importance of evacuating from a mandatory zone and elevate yourself to a mandatory evacuation. If you have specific vulnerability, like if you live in a dead-end road that's higher, that's up on a hill, it takes you 20 minutes to drive down to a paved road for fast evacuation, you should elevate yourself to mandatory rather than just warning. They paint with a broad brush. They just say this area should be on warning. If they had the time to go and look at individual properties, they would have been like, oh, and this is mandatory in that zone. They don't have the time. They have limited resources. It takes a long time to drive out to these places. They will not risk fire crew. They think the fire crew may have no way out to go try to evacuate someone. They won't send fire crews to their death because some remain behind. So that's have to add that. I'm going to try to get into the chat the link to signing up to what they're talking about with the emergency alerts. But make sure when you go into your cell phone, you need to go into the settings for whatever emergency, sometimes it's called wireless emergency alerts. It's an app on your cell phone. Go to the settings of your phone, go to apps, go to where it says wireless emergency alerts, and make sure it has permission to use sound on your phone. A lot of times that defaults silent. You don't want a silent little thing on your phone for wireless emergency alerts like tornado coming, wildfire coming. Unfortunately, that's the way it is for Android. I'll be happy to walk people through this on Android later. But if you know what I'm talking about, please Google it. How to go into your phone's settings, master phone settings, not just at the app. Master phone settings, go to apps, find wireless emergency alerts, and code red and all those, and make sure that it can send you alerts and notifications with sound. If you have any questions about that, I'll be able to help you later.
Sheltering for humans along with the Red Cross. We have large animals are going to go to the fairground. We already have some goats, sheep, pigs, chickens, and peacocks. So if you've got something else that you'd like to add to that mix, I'd love to see it. We have dogs at the Rescue Ranch. Rescue Ranch are fantastic partners, and they are accommodating all kinds of dogs for us. We have cats at the Armory in Siskiyou or in Wairika. And then for those of you that have an RV, and I can't push this enough, if you're getting out of the area or getting out of the Scott Valley, Montague has put up where they held the Freedom Festival. We have RV parking there is free. So it is dry camping, but once we get some more RVs there, we'll start setting up some water stations and additional dump stations. And then for that, social media, Siskiyou County OES and Siskiyou County Sheriff, we're pushing everything that we get from our partners at KNF and CAL FIRE. We're pushing everything, all of our evacuations, all of this information is on our social media. It's also right there. There's all of our sheltering information, so I would highly recommend snapping a picture of that with your smartphone. And then lastly, we have a phone number, which is 530-643-3661. And I'll repeat that. 643-3661. And that's going to be manned from 0700. We'll do a test. 0700 to 1900. What time is that? Anybody? There we go. 7 to 7. So 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That'll be manned. Somebody will always answer that if you just have questions. One thing that's really important with that, and the reason why we do that, is it frees up 911. So 911 is for emergencies. So when you're calling dispatch and asking where can I bring my peacock, that is not the best phone line for that. So call that number, and that's going to get you the information that you need.
Okay, this is another reason why we do what we do 24 hours a day, because that hotline is offline. It is 11:21 p.m., but this is the current view of the fire out of everybody's window. This is pretty serious. This is for Fort Jones area. So like I said, this is why we have to do what we do. We are the only 24/7 resource on California, Oregon, and Washington fires. Me, just because I wanted to do this, and the volunteer mods and all you friends making it happen. I want to retire. I would be much more comfortable with officials giving out official information to people 24/7. They know a lot more behind the scenes than we do. Yeah, as long as they want to tell people that. But they turn the hotlines off at 7 p.m., but some of the most active fire stuff, that's crazy. Like what's happening with the lake fire and stuff down there in San Bernardino. It happens after hours. Well, it's so frustrating. Ugh. Okay. All right, let's continue.
And then very, very lastly, I would also like to thank the Siskiyou County Fairgrounds and Cliff and everybody over there. They've been just absolutely amazing. When we call, they just set it up. So I really appreciate that. And for everybody else, big, huge thank you. And I will be around for questions. And if you haven't signed up for Ready Siskiyou Alerts, operators are standing by. So thank you.
Also, I keep trying to go to the Siskiyou County Office of Emergency Alerts page. Could somebody please link that, because I can't see it. I think my VPN may be blocking it for some weird reason. Please put mods in the chat where people can sign up for the extra alerts. I don't know if it's code red or bridge or whatnot. Right now I'm using a VPN. We're still troubleshooting some of the connection issues. It's going great right now. We have excellent connection. Please hit the like button, friends, if you please could. We have to fight the algorithm every day. Every time we restart the stream, we're at the bottom of search results. A lot of people don't know. We're pretty much live 24/7 covering fires whenever it's a bad situation and crisis. Even if I'm asleep, the mods took shift for 18 hours yesterday because I needed 18 hours of sleep because I was awake for 4 days covering fires day and night with very little sleep. So what's heartbreaking is YouTube's algorithm thinks we're all entertainment. So, but if a video trends, like a lot of people comment, say, "Hi, I'm watching from such and such place. The weather here is such and such." Which you could comment whatever you like. Let us know what the fires are like in your area. Say, "I like dogs." Does anybody else here like dogs? Whatever you could put in chat. You say hi. Helps us be a trending video. The algorithm will trigger. Suddenly we'll be in people's search results again. For those desperately trying to find fire info. I'm not trying to beg in order to beg. Oh, make my channel popular. We're fighting a stupid system here. So everybody who has hit like and share this stream, share this link with people you think need to know about fires, especially elderly who don't know how to search YouTube and find things. Everybody has YouTube on their phone pretty much, and you can text it to them. Hit share and text, or hit share. Share it on your social media. I forgot to put on Twitter that we were live. Go to my Twitter, which is @kwildfires. Share the video that I say we're live. That all helps us reach people by word of mouth. So sorry to interrupt with that.
Thank you. And for closing comments, we'll have our two incident commanders, Incident Commander Matt Conklin with Team 12, as well as Kent Cunningham with CAL FIRE. Sorry, I only have one mic.
Hey, good evening. So I wanted to highlight a few things. One, absolutely, we are in unified command, and we still have a full suppression strategy on this fire. We are doing our absolute best to put this fire out as small as humanly possible. It is not lost on us, anyone over in the Etna area there, that we do have 1,200 residents and nearly 3,000 people adversely affected by these warnings and orders. That's not lost on us. We're doing our very best to protect your communities, protect those timberlands, protect the values at risk out there, including the cultural and significant areas, wilderness, and all of that. We're doing our very best. I hear there's some consternation out there that we might not be flying as much as we should be. I want to address a little bit of that. So our pilots, part of our work to rest cycle there for our aircraft, they work a 36-to-6 sliding scale, which means they can fly for 36 total hours in a 6-day sliding scale. So every new day, if they didn't fly any hours, that just gains them on that. So that's for their pilot safety. It's for our safety, so the helicopter's not coming out of the sky when the pilot fell asleep because they're too tired. So there's a lot of factors for that. As the initial attack, we had a couple helicopters working the fire. We were running them to the very bones every day. So we were getting close to that 36-and-6 time period. We never exceeded it, but we were getting very close. We've ordered more aircraft. We've got those aircraft in. We've more than doubled our aircraft in the last couple of days. But I just want to address that. We have not ever not flown. A few times that were not good air for the tanker pilots to be flying, just too bumpy, couldn't see anything, not a good place to be. Last thing we want to do is park a plane somewhere it doesn't belong. So we did not fly aircraft or air tankers in that particular moment, but every opportunity we've had aircraft in the sky flying, including last night. We had 2 night flying aircraft from our partners in CAL FIRE, trying to mitigate those concerns and protect your community.
Okay, I wanted to point out that I just put on X, I put in the chat a link to there, and you can share the fact that we are live. Whoops, totally forgot that. Zeke Lunder, I just reposted on the Twitter X, whatever you call that. He's going to do a live stream tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning. We'll probably still be live, but he's a great resource. He's a forest tree guy, so he has a lot of specialized knowledge. I've learned a lot from him. He does the Lookout, which is a website podcast. So he said that a satellite heat map from 5:30 today, earlier, the fire was 5 miles from Etna, 4.5 miles from Mugginsville. So I would love to even tune into that if possible. But I share a lot more on X than I can here on YouTube because of copyright reasons. So do check out the Twitter. Just warning, a lot of devastating images will sometimes show up on X. I have a happy medium thing here where I don't show homes burning down because it can be traumatic for people, who are watching here on YouTube. But on Twitter, everything goes. I haven't shared anything like that just recently, but just understand that, we might see some of that on the Twitter. But here, let's go back to the meeting. This is the 34 minutes out of an hour and 6. We may have to just kind of skip some parts. It's all very, very good information. It's our current live view of Fort Jones. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. We have to absorb all the information we can about this. I'm hoping they'll address the threat to Etna and what they're going to do about it. So that's what we're kind of waiting for.
Hey, good evening, Kent Cunningham, Unified Incident Commander from CAL FIRE. So like Matt said, we're in Unified Command. We are fully committed in there. We have a robust amount of resources in there, and we have a large order of more resources to come. I'm going to be open and honest with you. We're in a firefight. Okay, they are out there doing everything they can, committed up in there, and they're working as hard as they can. You know this country. I know this country. I've worked here for 20 years. It is steep. It is thick. It is rocky. It is nasty. But they're going in there every day, grabbing every inch of ground that they can to try and suppress this. But make no mistake about it, they are in a firefight trying to save your community, and will continue to do so until this thing is done. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the point where we're going to do our question and answers. How I usually do my question and answers, I'm going to divide the room in half. I'm going to start on one half. We'll take 3 questions over here. We'll move over here. I'll make sure there's no questions online or address any questions online, and then we'll just do it back and forth. It is hot in here, so if we have repeat questions, we'll make sure that you guys just, that we're answering it effectively. So we'll start over here. Do we have any questions over here?
I would like to know what would be the best way to get out of Scott Valley to I-5. Go to the south a little ways and...
I think Sheriff LaRue could probably answer that the best. I'll get him up here to give you some of that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. So for right now, taking Highway 3 through Wairika is going to be your best. If things were to change and we had to, we'll say, substantially evacuate very quickly, God forbid, we would have to develop some kind of, depending on where the fire behavior was, strategies to get people. But just know this, we would have our partners, California Highway Patrol, Sheriff's Office, and any other agencies that could help direct where to go. But for right now, go Highway 3 north through Wairika.
Even with the fire so close to, like, Greenview?
Yes. Yeah, it's still a ways off, and that'll be the best path versus going south, in my humble opinion. Good. Okay.
All right, one more question over there.
Okay, remember that will change, if the situation changes. It's good to have a good shelter-in-place option, too. Look at the satellite map, see if anybody's got bodies of water, ponds, swimming pools nearby. Remember, when you pick your evacuation route, one of the best things you can do is flip into satellite mode, and like in Google Maps, and hit terrain mode, and identify wherever creeks and drainages go underneath the road. There's either a bridge or a culvert. And before a crisis occurs, it would be good, if you possibly can, to kind of note that on your map. Paper map is great. Keep in a glove box and go see if you could get inside any of these culverts. That's a perfect fire shelter if you get caught on the road. Very high likely you could survive if you got inside a culvert underneath the road. And sometimes it's blocked by weeds. Sometimes it's too steep to get into. Sometimes they have beaver bars. Sometimes they're tiny. So the good ones with some flowing water in them is even better. Keep in your car a big wool blanket. And you can take that. If you're going down your evacuation route and the smoke's getting extremely thick or you see open flames, don't drive past one of these spots for a sketchy trip down the road where you could get trapped. It's going to take nerves of steel, but remember, you should stop by bridges or where you've identified culverts you can get in and be prepared to get in there. If you keep driving down the road and you find that the fire or a tree or something is blocking your way forward and the fire closes in on you from behind, you just won't have any options. But if you keep a clear head, identify satellite maps too. Are there any like open grassy fields that's short, like golf courses or anything like that, construction sites, recently plowed areas, stuff that can't burn, big box store parking lots, baseball diamonds, track and fields, high school parking lots? Those are safe shelter in place options in your vehicle. Don't think you got to panic drive or drive quickly. Driving through flames is the worst, most terrible option. Don't pull over to a shelter in place option. That may be a swimming pool, a big pond, a little reservoir, culverts, whatever that is. And you may just have to ride it out for an hour or two. Put the wool blanket, throw it over your head. Wool is very fire resistant. If you have to shelter in your car, put that wool blanket, wrap it around your foot. And if a flaming debris rolls up against your tires, you have to protect your tires from igniting. So you have to kick it away. I like to put a Swiffer pole, like the Swiffer floor sweeper, it's made of aluminum, or even a broomstick would do, like without the, broom in, mop pole, whatever you got. And so you can just push that stuff away from your car, get right back in, read a book, and light it out. That's oftentimes your best option. But the very, very best is leave well ahead of time before you're told to. So you don't even have to think about these things. But I can go through that as maybe tomorrow or later today. I can guide people who do that. There's no golf courses in Scott Valley. You'd have to go to alfalfa fields. Yeah, anything recently plowed, very short grass. You drive up on it, burst through a gate if you have to. Do what you have to do to save your life. Apologize and pay for it later or whatever. Or you probably won't have to. But just think about that. What are your good shelter-in-place options? If you do not have any, especially within walking distance of your home, then you need to leave a lot sooner than you're told to. This will probably explode by noon or something tomorrow, whenever the smoke layer, blows away. This will be pretty dang severe. If you're in mandatory evacuations, I'd leave tonight. And if you're on watch, be ready to go at a moment's notice. I'd wake up real early and check out things and perhaps leave by noon. But check on your neighbors. Remember, it's more important to put a person in your car than luggage. Make sure that they understand about the situation, how dire the forecast is, how it's going to get really bad starting tomorrow and throughout the week. It'll be very different. It'll be on worst behavior. It'll be a whole different animal. Make sure they have gas in their car, that their vehicle can start, that they're concerned, that they are aware. If they have problems, like mobility problems, or if they think, this fire won't get me, I've lived through this for 50 years, you need to call the non-emergency number of your county and give them the name, address, and phone number of the person who may not be able to leave or doesn't want to, so that they can do a welfare check if beep hits the fan. They need to know who's left and who hasn't. And also download the FEMA app. FEMA app is wonderful. You set up it's really super easy to use, iPhone and Android. You can set it up and you can check in a safe. You can find shelter information and allow the authorities to kind of know also who's left. But do this for your neighbors and check on them. Don't forget about them.
I know that we're supposed to let the wilderness burn, and I understand that, but I just wondered if anybody thought about when the winds come up and where they were blowing to, did they realize that if we stopped it sooner than to let people Greenview, Kidder Creek, all of those, to just let it go. I think that if you think about the worst possible thing, we probably should have just tried to put the fire out and not done a lot of other things. I live right underneath Etna Mountain, and I saw the fire come up, and I saw a few helicopters come in. I didn't see any planes to drop retardant for quite a while.
Okay,
And
we're gonna, because you've got a lot going on. I want to make sure we're addressing your question, and you want to know what immediately happened when when the fire was starting. So let me allow us to answer that and get that information going. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Do I have to give
Well, that was a good question, and not necessarily an easy one. And so there's been a long-held thought, often a myth, that we just let wilderness burn. And that is not the case. And this is an example of when we learned where it was and how close to state land in timber ground and the threat that we knew this was going to pose to the community. That's when I authorized air tankers within like 2 minutes of learning of it. And so this was never a let it burn at all. And so this has been a full suppression incident from like the first 2 minutes of learning about it.
That's true. We saw it break out. We saw the aircraft head there right away. This is some of the hardest mountains to fly in, especially if there's smoke, poor visibility, steep slopes, narrow canyons. It's extremely dangerous. But it's not a myth. The let burn policy that's not a myth. Biden had to step in and stop their let burn policy in 2021. Biden stepped in with an executive order and said, "What the hell are you doing, Forest Service?" Remember, each different Forest Service is a different entity, different forest, but they had a general overarching policy of, oh, let's just let a lot of the fires burn and reintroduce fires to the landscape. During the mega drought and the 2021, when it was still going on with the crazy La Nina thing. So the fire was lightning strike. It's called the Tamarack, the first big fire, California's 2021, summer season. And they said, oh, we're just going to let it burn. That'll be great to reintroduce fire to the landscape. That was insane, monumentally stupid idea. It got out of control. It roared towards Markleyville, almost erased it, roared north towards South Lake Tahoe. And eventually they had to, oh no, as soon as the wind picked up, actually, we should suppress this thing. Biden goes, what the hell are you doing? Okay, stop immediately. The whole let burn policy, that's dumb. What the hell are you thinking? I'm summarizing this, but you could read his face like, really? What? So that's one good thing he did. So ever since, they have a more reasonable, oh, yeah, it's only appropriate to let anything burn when it's a control burn type situation in the seasons where they don't become mega fires, like, wet spring, winter, when we're not in the middle of a drought. So that fire, the Tamarack, got huge for no reason other than they let it. And then it spread into the Nevada border, raged for months, and went to Nevada and erased neighborhoods and almost some towns in Nevada. That was a huge amount of flack that the Forest Service got on there. CAL FIRE and the Forest Service had a animosity, like just kind of explain a hatred for each other because they had different ideas about how to fight fires on federal versus state land. So it's not a myth, but ever since Biden stepped in with the executive order to stop, now they have obeyed, learned lessons, different now. I do believe in what they're saying, that the moment that this broke out, they went to full suppression because they knew just what a danger it was. It's an awful place to fight a fire. Their best hope that they had was to hit it with aircraft immediately, put a retardant rope around it, and then put hot shots hiking and smoke jumpers parachuting in. We saw that happen. So I do believe this is true. But I want to put the background information that a lot of people are not very trusting of the Forest Service after the traumatic, let's let it burn summer 2021 stuff that they were doing. So Just want to put that into context. But right now, I do believe that the CAL FIRE and the Forest Service are, if they're not friends now, they're at least reaching across the aisle and have more in line. I think they're improving their relations and their cooperation is what I'm trying to say. Not being a part of these agencies, I don't know how it's going on behind the scenes. I know there's always people in the Forest Service that just don't agree with what the big wigs back east in Washington have as stupid policies, right? Don't blame the individual Forest Service personnel for the overreaching stupid policies of Washington, right? Like, don't direct hate at them. But I think this guy's with it, and he's telling the truth. So I just want to put that in context.
Good question.
I realized that you probably worked it very fast, but I was gardening all that day and I saw the fire come up, and I didn't see helicopters for a while. Then I see a lot of helicopters, no plane for quite a while, and I just wondered how long does it take when it's this kind of emergency to get it under control?
Yeah, another good question, and I can't answer the specifics, but air tankers were on order. I'm looking for my fire chief. We're on order shortly after we learned about it. Rotors are going to have time to spool up and respond, and so I would say we responded as rapidly as we could.
Remember, most of the firefighting aircraft for the northern part of the state come out of Shasta County, Redding Airport and the like. There's only so many airports where there's retardant, and during that day, I remember it, there were a ton of other fires occurring. So they have to see if the other fires have immediate threat to life and property. They can't peel away aircraft from saving a town for something that broke out by a Pacific Crest Trail in the middle of the wilderness, right? So there's a whole lot of they can't just push a button and say, extra aircraft, go to this one. They don't have extra aircraft. California needs a heck of a lot more aircraft. There's a lack of it. I was so disappointed this May when they said, we're getting more C-130 Hercules plane converted to be water droppers. They'll be ready, 4 of them, by the end of 2024. Seriously? I'd be so pissed. I was angry when I heard that. I'd be like, crack the whip on whoever needs to be doing this. We needed like 30 of these by the end of last year. What the hell is the holdup? So they don't always have all the aircraft, and then they have to see if they're able to fly if it's too smoky. But we did see a lot of aircraft immediately converge on this fire. It's a bit of an unreasonable expectation to think that they can just press buttons and aircraft can arrive in 5 minutes.
We weren't sitting around, asking, hey, should we let this burn? So that didn't happen. It was order the tankers, start doing drops on it, get the rotor wing up.
Okay. Actually, hold on. The gentleman back there has had his hand up for a while. And then I have a young lady here in the green. I have a gentleman there and then, and you guys will be the next 3 after I go over there. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I was just wondering, where's Patterson Creek located on that red, the red on the map there?
On our evacuation map, you're asking?
I was kind of thinking of the other one, but you can show me that one. Either I'd like to know both, either way.
All right.
Patterson Creek comes up through here, so you see this Patterson through here, and so the creek. Which Patterson are we talking about?
Etna, Patterson Creek off Highway 3. That's where they've been fighting all day with a bunch of dozers up over the top of Patterson Creek. On the other side is Kidder Creek. So it's on the south side of Kidder Creek.
It's a long creek.
It's a...
So Patterson Creek, are you talking about right in here?
Yeah, right off of Highway 3, heading into Patterson Creek, not at the very top, but just at the lower end there by Highway 3. There's a ridge that comes over from Kidder Creek. There's a ridge, and Patterson Creek is on the south side of that ridge, and Kidder Creek is on the north side of that ridge. And that's where I've seen a lot of the fire, especially last night after dark. I was on Highway 3 and I looked up in there and it looked like it was trying to top and come over the top of the ridge into Patterson Creek area. But today I didn't see that.
So oftentimes at night, things look like they're a lot closer and where they are. And so I wasn't out there looking at it, so I can't give you good specifics on that. But yeah, at nighttime, things often will look a little bit more alarming and closer than what they actually are. Yeah, and if you've got concerns or worries, if you live in that area, don't be afraid to call the numbers that these folks asked you about or gave you earlier.
Except on the phone number, hotlines shut down at 7 p.m. And this is our current view.
Yeah, I can believe that. We took pictures of it and it looked just like fire on top of the ridge where I was getting ready to come over from Kidder Creek into Patterson Creek. But today, all day long, there was nothing there. So.
Perfect. And if you don't mind, when you're done, you might be able to come over and get a little closer and get that a little better answer. All right, I'm going to get back to you three next. I have you in order. Do you guys have any questions behind us at all? Are you guys okay? You do? Okay. And you guys are more than welcome, like I've said before. You can come up here if you'd like.
We didn't get evacuation warning yet for downtown Etna, and I don't want to sound selfish because a lot of people are evacuated here, but I just want to know, should we be packing? You know, I mean, should we be ready?
Yep. Brian, do you want to talk about that one, or do you want me to have one of our ops guys talk about it? Yeah, if you guys want to tag team. She's right behind.
Yeah, so great question. I live in downtown Etna as well. So just probably see my truck parked on Charles Street. It's summer. It's Siskiyou County. It's never a bad idea to have a go bag and have the stuff that you cherish and want to bring with you near a doorway or in your vehicle with a full tank of gas backed in. My brother lost his house in the Tubbs fire in 2017, and they had 13 minutes to evacuate. They ran out with a towel around themselves and in their underwear, and that is all they had. So that is one of those things that lessons learned. We live in a fire community, and it's one of those things that you should always be ready. Hope is not a good option or not a good plan. So one of those things is always have something ready.
So to go along with that, and I've lived in communities the same way that have been evacuated and burned over in southern Trinity County here in California as well. I grew up there, and in the last number of years have seen some pretty awful fires run through my backyard too in my old neighborhood. One of the things too is we talk about go bags, and I don't know if you guys got a website up here where you guys have that information that talks about what you should take, what you should prepare for, but your medications, have your vehicle, full of gas so that you aren't you're not stuck in traffic trying to get out of here in the event that something's happened on. So really take the time to go to those websites, and maybe one of the folks here can tell you locally what those look like. And just have your stuff prepared. And my advice is always, one, if you think that you would feel more comfortable leaving, leave, even if you're not in the warning yet, right? Things do happen very rapidly, and especially I've been on numerous fires up here. It can happen very, very quickly. So if you think that it would be better for you to go somewhere else, to get out of the smoke, whatever it looks like, traveling, make that decision and leave, even if you're not quite in that warning yet or in that order yet. So I highly suggest. It takes a lot of pressure and stress off the responders that are out there, knowing that we've got people in a safe place and out of harm's way.
And I'm just going to add to that, every day our fire personnel are meeting with the sheriff and Brian on a regular basis, talking about what is going on and what we need to do. And we're trying to do it even 2 to 3 days before so that we can prepare you guys for it. So just know that's going on. If I can get my microphone person though, please, we have some.
All right, that was about as clear as mud about what people of Etna should do. Yeah, be ready to go at a moment's notice. But if you're closer to, like you're not in downtown, like if you're closer to it, then like I say, just think about your own vulnerability. Does it take you like 10, 20 minutes or 30 even to get from where you are to a, good evacuation route, a paved road? Do you have 3 paved roads where you could drive, quicker, in 3 different directions away from where you're at? How long does it take you to get to them? If it takes quite a while, or you live on a dead end road, or you don't have any shelter in place options, then you should elevate yourself to like at least one level higher than your zone is, right? Yeah, everybody that should be absolutely ready and calling friends and family if you want to stay with them and thinking about, getting the negatives of the family albums and stuff together or whatever. But use your own head, don't wait to be told. Just examine, the satellite maps, what your particular vulnerability is. If you have mobility issues, transportation issues, lots of livestock and or pets, and remember that by noon to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we might have a totally different ball game. I'm waiting for them to explain what Aetna's specific vulnerability is with fuels near it. They kind of went over that, kind of waved their hands around the map. Locals, if you know, do you have a bunch of standing dead trees out your window? There are a lot of dead stuff, really thick vegetation. Has it not burned in a long time? Is there irrigation right next to you or whatnot? Just remember, in a traffic jam situation, instead of joining it, remember about good sheltered place options, and that's the high school parking lot or big box stores if you have them. I know it's a small town, but the high school perhaps, or even elementary school parking lots, just look around. Make sure you don't park underneath a tree that could fall on you. Of course, construction zone sites, recently plowed or cleared fields, construction zones, asphalt doesn't burn, and then calmly lead people to park with you and just ride it out. If there's a huge traffic jam or roads are blocked or whatever. And just keep a bunch of water in your car and 95 masks, a book. And remember, you don't have to join that traffic jam. Never leave a place of safety that's perfectly good for a sketchy trip down the road. So, yeah, exactly. Just because a road is paved, Rat has a good point in chat, doesn't mean that it's a great escape route, doesn't mean you'll have visibility to navigate. Always drive nice and slow. Never, ever speed or do anything hectic with a wildfire, because if you get in a car accident or if there's one just around the bend and you slam into it, you can block the escape route of everybody or the fire crew's way in. So if this crazy amounts of smoke or whatnot, just make your way calmly to where you've identified as a decent place to pull over and just chill and read a book. Very good point, man.
Questions up this way? Do I have any questions over on this side over here? Okay. I'm just going to leave that.
Thank you. For Supervisor Christofferson, Forest Supervisor Christofferson. Okay, here's my question. Similar to what a lot of people would ask and what the lady was asking, but a little bit different. My house sits up at the head of the Scott Valley, and I have a perfect view right from the beginning when the fire first started, with a small column of smoke on the back side of the ridge, and we saw an airplane flying around that area after a while, but then the fire seemed to go out or die down. It wasn't until the next day that it really started to come up and then finally get up on top of the ridge. Why was, you say full suppression, it obviously wasn't fully suppressed because it came over the hill. So my question is, what can you do? You mentioned getting funds and money. In the old days, we used to have smoke jumpers who, when you had a situation like that, the lookout would call in the smoke jumpers would go out, get on the fire, and then hike out or get lifted out some way.
Okay, remember July 6th, 2 days ago, was the anniversary of one of the disasters where the smoke jumpers all died together, like a 15-man crew or something. Now, they used to, in the, quote, good old days, they used to put smoke jumpers into an area where they had no way out because they kept losing dozens of firefighters to, at a time. they revised that policy, but they actually did put smoke jumpers nearby, and they started hiking in immediately. So I guess a lot of the civilians here are just not kind of aware what they already did. I'm glad they're answering some questions, but they will never put fire crews into an area anymore where they don't have a quick way to get out. And earlier today, when they touched at the map, they had people looking at the southeast corner of the fire, and they had to get them out because they knew that if it intensified, there'd be no way to quickly extract them. So let's see what he says here. But the good old days resulted in mass deaths of firefighters. This is why you need fire access roads. They could go in like that. You could parachute in an army if there's a road that could quickly get them out. But that's why we have to change the whole roadless wilderness policy. It's ridiculous.
Why can't we do something more aggressive than what we're doing now? Because we keep having the same thing. Fire starts, burns for a few days, then it becomes big, then it becomes bigger.
Okay, I'm going to let Chris Christopherson answer it, and then I also have the fire management officer for Klamath that can kind of talk about those first few days also.
Yeah, does anyone have an easy question for me? Because I mean, that's, so again, so the larger question is why do we keep having these large fires when we're throwing a lot of machinery, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars at them to suppress them? And the answer is we are reaping 100 years of fuels issues of fire suppression, and the chickens are coming home to roost right now. So the things we can do are fuels reduction projects. That is tried and true. We know that if we thin out the forest and make them healthier and reduce the stand density, that makes a fire-wise community, and you all have been doing that. To answer your question specifically about that wilderness area and where it started, and so that has tremendous large trees that are standing and that are down, so hundreds of tons of fuel loading are on the ground. And if any of you have started, a fire in your backyard or a campfire, it's hard to put that out and then magnify that thousands and thousands of times. And so I believe we did have jumpers, smoke jumpers on that. So utilizing that tool. And so the reality is, though, is when you have a fire that came through in 2017, the Wallow fire, and then all that material just falls down, then you've got a continuing issue that gets kicked down the road. And so one of the things that I'm going to...
Okay, easy translation. Roadless wilderness is an absolute mistake, but they can't even put roads where they want to in some of the steep, rugged terrain. So the best thing you could do when a fire first starts is get units there with water to race there, as well as, parachuting people in to do emergency response. There are no roads to where this happened. It's by the Pacific Crest Trail. But you see there's a wilderness like to the west, and there's a federal law type thing that says you can't put roads in there, and you can't even use a chainsaw or a dozer in there. It's against the law, even if there's an emergency wildfire situation. It's completely nuts. It's a big problem, a huge problem. And what is worse is if you have standing dead trees called snags. You keep saying that they're on the ground. Not most of them are not on the ground. They're standing up, ready to light the adjacent trees on fire and do long-range spotting. That's how this fire got out of control. You can't just parachute smoke jumpers in there who are basically there to make a fire line with hose, rakes, and shovels. They're not going to be able to control any sort of fire that has, 150-foot tall dead trees on fire and 200-foot tall flames, as we saw marching towards the communities of Fort Jones here. You have to salvage log after a fire. Doesn't mean you have to actually sell the wood, but you actually have to put those trees on the ground, try to save as much wood as possible, just don't waste it. But you at least have to wood chipper that stuff. And so that's not allowed. And all these crazy environmental group policies think, oh, if we allow roads, they're going to develop the wilderness. No, they won't. Laws protect the wilderness from development. There has to be fire access roads for emergency stuff here. They have to at least wood chipper a lot of the dead trees. Otherwise, you get a second repeat fire that's worse than the first one. Remember, even a bad mega fire the first time around kills trees, but only the limbs burn off. The trunks don't burn because they're full of hundreds of gallons of water. It's a living tree. But you give a couple of years for it to dry out, and the last time there was a wildfire here was 2017. Now the entire trunk of the tree can burn, and so that is worse. The follow-up fires are worse than the initial ones, unless you put the dead trees on the ground and wood chipper them or take them away. Even if you have to do helicopter logging, is what you have to do. But there's a stupidity a message being pushed by a lot of environmental extremists and even some environmental groups that are usually I normally respect, telling people, "Oh, we have to keep roads out of the wilderness, otherwise they'll be developed." Okay, no, they won't. That's a myth. And what is the point of protecting a wilderness from development if they're going to lose it to fire? We saw this with the Biscuit Fire. We should have learned our lessons early 2000s. What is that, 2003? Became Oregon's biggest wildfire because they told the firefighters, "Oh, you can't make any new roads. You can't make any new dozer lines. You have to go in there with mules." And they said they're going in here with mules on this fire. Remember? Because you can't put in a dozer. You don't have permission to use any mechanized equipment. That's real. They have to get approval to use chainsaws to fight fires and make fire breaks in wilderness areas. This is completely stupid. But it's going to take an act of Congress to amend something called the Roadless Wilderness Act to allow for roads. Right now, the reason for this knee-jerk reaction is they worry that if roads happen in a wilderness, it'll lose the wilderness designation because roads were considered a sign of development by definition for that stupid 1960s or whatever act that when they made this. They had to amend the act so that fire access roads do not remove the wilderness designation. Okay? That's really simple. Write all your environmental groups, write your congressmen, and be pro salvage logging. Salvage means salvage the situation. It doesn't mean make logging companies rich. It means protect the forest from a second worst forest fire later. So most of these problems are because of red tape, stupidity laws, extremists trying to push a stupid narrative that's not real, lies basically, and no roads, stupidity idea, right? But we can fix this all with the stroke of a pen. We just have to realize what's going on, pressure for law and policy changes, and this stuff just won't happen. This could have been a tiny fire started by, we don't know, it might have been a hiker or whatever in the Pacific Crest Trail. If they had you don't have to make roads necessarily, just helicopter landing pads. You could extract the teams really quickly. They could have parachuted an army of smoke jumpers in there. This could be done. It could have been a small thing, back page news. But you have to at least have helicopter landing pads to extract people real quick in an emergency. So this is all easy, quick stuff we could do. But the public must be aware of this.
Going to be doing intentionally with the community and with my staff is looking for opportunities to put fire back into areas that have burned so we can knock down those snags and we can consume the heavies on the ground when it's safe to do so. And that's the key piece, when it's safe to do so. Doing so.
Right, you don't necessarily have to salvage log, sometimes helicopter logging is too dangerous. But at least, you can burn off the dead trees once they're on the ground and it'll fertilize the land. So, but if you want to reintroduce fire to the landscape, you need roads actually to have the best chance of keeping it under control. Roads on different layers of the mountain means that you could burn off just parts of the mountain at a time and then have it done and then assess and then carefully, like if you think of a mountain and there's roads circling around it to the top, right? In between where the roads are, different elevations, you could just have fire trucks and crews ready in case the control burn is going to get out of control, right? Fire likes to climb. So if you start at the top of the mountain first, it might not be that big of a deal, right? Then you go to the next lower section of the mountain and light strips of the mountain on fire, the slopes, and then stop it at the next road line with fire crews and actual water present. The best way to keep that under control. But until we get actual approval for roads to be made where they can be, putting fire on the landscape like control burns, like you say, is extremely risky. The fire access roads are the key here to making the best of the situation. It's tremendously difficult with the terrain. They can't even put roads in some places if they wanted to. But we have the situation the way it is. It is the way it is right now. Right now, where they even could remove a lot of dead trees and wood chipper them and turn them into mulch to help fertilize, you know. Right now, sometimes they're not even allowed to, and it sucks.
In July and August, that's not safe. But we are going to look for opportunities to reduce this long-term hazard to the communities around here, and it's going to take work and it's going to take focus. But I'll tell you, we have a forest-wide project that is just starting to analyze prescribed fire across the entire Klamath National Forest. And so that is going to give us some opportunity to put fire back in more aggressively on an expedited time frame so we can, you know, increase the safety of this area. So I know that is not a good answer, but yeah.
I hear what you're saying. What we used to have active logging going on in those woods, which now no longer is going on. And those guys used to take care of those areas and clean them up, get trees down, thin them down. It was an active policy. In Europe, you look at the way they do it in Europe, they assign people to certain areas to manage the forest in that particular area, and they're responsible for that. And that's another way to get our forestry people to work, maybe get our mills back and do some things that we used to do a long time ago that worked.
And one of my goals is to also increase the outputs of the Klamath. So, and that is sticks out of the woods into the mills. So, yeah.
Good. Sanity is in the center. You know, most people are moderates and they're sane. They're not extremists. Don't clear cut. That's pretty bad, except where you need a meadow for habitat for deer and elk. So don't clear cut, but don't let it grow into a jungle. Sanity's in the center, in the forest. Thing is that's not very profitable. So we have to come up with other ways to maybe even pay logging companies and or smaller ones to groom the forest to health rather than have a goal to be just to get lumber. You know, the corporations, of course, have a goal to have maximum profit, and we may have to subsidize, you know, in order to have them become forest groomers and people who make it safe and ideal for man and beast. But that's not maximum profit. So there's a sanity in the center, but what they do in Europe, it would be good to study what some of their policies are. How do they make it work? You know, we may have to repeal some things of NAFTA because Canadian lumber is much cheaper, and like 99%, not 99%, a huge percentage of even firewood sold in California, these places that have a lot of dead trees around, right? Ready-made firewood, right? Comes from over the border. NAFTA was a disaster for the lumber industry in the 90s. So Canada just does it cheaper and subsidizes their industry, starving, making mills close right where they need to be open to process the dead trees before they rot and go to waste. Remember, every dead tree that can be turned into lumber means a living tree doesn't need to be cut down. But we have a lot of complications, but mostly legally they can fix a lot of this.
And I'll just speak real quick on the IA. My name's Heather McCrae. I'm the Forest Fire Management Officer here on the Klamath. I was the Forest Duty Officer when we did first get the report of the fire there, and we did initiate a full response from dispatch. So that did include an air attack. That included our local helicopter right here out of Scott Valley, and they did order smoke jumpers. The helicopter went up and they looked at where the fire was, gave a good size up, and that helped me go in and talk to Chris Christopherson. And like Chris said, he authorized the full gamut of tools that we could use in the wilderness. The helicopter looked, and the meadows up there were so wet, the pilot didn't want to land because he was afraid he was gonna sink the skids down. So they returned to Scott Valley, they configured for buckets, and they went down back and started putting buckets. Air attack was up, and that was maybe what you were seeing, him circling. And then when the smoke jumpers come over, they've got to circle a few times to see the best spot to jump. We had 9 smoke jumpers that were on the ground within the first hour. And then they did order air tankers that dropped along the top of that ridge. We ordered additional hotshot crews, sent engine crews out there. CAL FIRE sent engines and primarily crews. That second day with the additional helicopters, we started flying folks up onto the top of the ridge, landing on the PCT to start working along that ridge system. And then we also started opening up roads to be able to drive up as close as we could so that folks could hike in there and get up there. Like Chris was mentioning, it is super steep. It is in a fire footprint, so there's snags all in that area. But the crews immediately went to work. They started clearing additional brush and snags along that Pacific Crest Trail. They cut out some heli spots. We got them their gear up there. And then, like I said, we continued to bring in those additional resources. So from the beginning, we had folks coming in from the air and from the ground.
Wow, that's illuminating. Only 9 smoke jumpers went in, and they tried to just helicopter in regular ground crews, the ones who, are afraid of parachuting or don't know how. That's pretty elite, Smoke jumpers means they're parachuted in. And so they switched to smoke jumpers, and only 9 made it in there first or second day. Don't know why. Yeah, that's a pretty elite thing, and there's not that many available. But they tried to land crews in with a helicopter. And they said, uh-oh, it's too marshy. The skids are sinking into the ground, and they could get the helicopter stuck. So they said, whoops, can't do that. This is why we need helicopter landing pads at places all over the wilderness so we could quickly deal with this and then extract ground crews. There's an option that there's switching to right now, which is in between smoke jumping and just landing, and that's rappelling. So that means like Navy SEAL stuff, where there's a helicopter that hovers, and then they go down on ropes and land onto the ground because the helicopter can't land there, right? We've seen that Fresno National Forest area and over by the Sequoias. That's pretty new. Wow. But here's the thing. They still won't allow that to happen because how do you get people out if the helicopter can't land? I don't think they could all just attach to ropes and be, you can't attach 35 people to ropes and then fly around with them dangling off of ropes. It's a different thing to try to get up to the helicopter. That's not exactly fast. So they need an actual landing pad system, especially places where we used to have smoke, fire lookout towers. Some of those would be best served, but they need to identify the places where they could do that and add them. In the chat here, somebody says federally designated wilderness equals no logging, period. That's also an environmental extremist view thing. Designated wilderness, it's an idealism that has failed. We need fire access roads. You've got to thin the forest to make it healthy, especially in places that have already burned, and then you have to go and replant it. With Oregon's biggest wildfire, the Biscuit Fire, it never grew back. It got out of control real fast. It's still a wasteland of dead trees, and it's now a desert where the Biscuit Fire was. You can look that up. I've shown people before on Google Street View, and it's just sad. A mega fire will incinerate all of the seeds. There will be nothing that grows back except the occasional weed that a bird poops out with seeds, right? As it flies over the area. Oftentimes those are invasive weeds and not the rare plants and such, native plants. So because you can't go in there and actually replant the native trees, you get a desert forevermore. Where the Biscuit Fire saved, where it's spared, little areas of green, like where the forest is still intact. Unfortunately, there's millions of standing dead trees around it, and so when the dead trees go up, it's going to kill the living trees that survived. So this sanity is in the center. You need a lot of care. You need managed care of the forest if you want them to survive. There's a stupid racist idea that the forest could take care of itself, and white man came and we screwed everything up. So let's just stop doing anything to the forest and let it take care of itself. No, that's racist. The Indians for thousands of years have been managing the forest and keeping the trees safe. That's why we have trees from the Bronze Age and before Jesus in places like the redwoods and Sequoia National Park, they worshiped the trees. Those were their spirits. They depended on their environment, so they groomed it, and they would do their own control burns to fertilize the land. They'd pack the old trees with mud where the bark had fallen off to prevent them from burning down. It's a racist idea that the Indians just sat there, picked their nose, and were victims of circumstance. They didn't know how to manage the land with fire and other means. They've been doing this for probably 25,000 years, or at least the last 11 in some places where the glaciers retreated. It's a racist idea that the forest take care of itself. We stopped the Indians from doing their control burns, and other things happened, of course. You know history. Now we're starting to learn from them and go, oh, right. We white men, we were wrong. Whoops. We outlawed your control burns. Whoops. We decided to just let it run wild and get it overgrown. And whoops. Now we're starting to go back to their ways. Slowly learning, right? But please don't subscribe to the racist idea that forests can take care of themselves. Mega fire is the only thing that can destroy an old-growth forest, other than stupid laws that don't protect it, right? So, man, it's this is nuts. But what we can do is, sanity's in the center. Just push for legislative change. Some of it has to be on the federal level. Just push back against extremists who say, and we had people subscribing to the racist notions. The forest could take care of itself, but everywhere man goes, destruction follows. No, that's anti-human nonsense, anti-human hate talk. People are bad. Shut up. We got a solution, not the problem. If you blame correctly the problems for the problems, such as bad policies, lack of wisdom, not listening to natives, if you blame the problems, you could solve the problem. If you blame humans, you just end up being hateful. And what does hate do? It turns off your brain. That's the best way to make a smart person stupid, is make them hateful or scared. I will never allow anti-human hate talk here. Everywhere man goes, disaster follows. Shut up. Shut up. What is the point of hating yourself and your own species? Thankfully, it's a bunch of policies that cause the disaster. When we change them, we don't have the disasters. Remember how we went to a golden age of decades of not having big town erasers and mass fatality events? Back then, we also had different policies. We enforced rules, like power companies had to maintain their power lines for, we can go back and change policies and laws. Most of these problems will go away. We have to do this fast before we lose any more precious old growth, rare habitats, etc. California is turning into a desert with the destruction of the forest, a wholesale destruction. We can't wait any longer. We have to adapt to our new era, our new climate, our new situation really quickly, adapt to overcome, and that starts with muting and telling to shut up all extremists and people who are set in their ways thinking it's okay, and the doomsayers who say, oh, everything's just going to get worse from here. Oh, the climate's just going to get worse from here. Climate is responsible. No, these people need to be shut up, because there is no solution with their suggestion. Just hate of the humans and the human condition. Thankfully, once we tell them to shut up and listen to reasonable action, we could take it. The best thing about being responsible, humans being responsible for these situations and policies, is that we can change it. We have the power.
Thank you, Heather. Do we have any other questions on this side? Go ahead, ma'am.
Larry first, he's closer. Hi. Is there any coordination, and I don't know if anybody here can answer this, is there any coordination with PP&L so that we can have power in some of these areas as long as possible? Because some of us do have some resources and we have water on the ground, but we won't if we have more power outages like we've seen because of wind or high temperatures or whatever.
So those folks have come in working with our liaison officers. And what I can tell you is they're out there now. They are doing some work to protect protect that infrastructure so that you don't lose that power. And so, yeah, we are working with them. They've got a person assigned basically right here 24 hours a day to help work with making sure that we keep your power on as long as we can, just for that reason. So, yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I've heard rumors that the fire has reached Deacon Lee Place, which is about a mile kind of northwest of here, or northwest, kind of behind Rockside Ranch. It would be in between us and Patterson Creek. Very happy, you should know where that is. You don't think so?
In our ops is, he has not heard that either from operations.
I've just heard rumors that it's breached over these ridges and that it's coming, I guess, east.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I just want to make sure it's accurate.
We haven't heard that, and he usually gets notification right away because we do have operations on the ground that are constantly in communications with these guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go back over here for 3. I saw your hand up, sir. I'll get to you, and I'll get to you, sir, too. But we'll go back over here. I believe this young lady with the green shirt in the back had her hand up first.
I feel like it's going to beat a dead horse, but I wanted to kind of reiterate on the lady's comment earlier. There was a post that came out with the agencies, and maybe this is directed to you, Mr. Christofferson, that at the beginning, when it was spotted, it was 50 acres, and there was in the statement.
Sorry, her volume's really low. Let me go back with my adjustment.
I'm sure in the back had her hand up first.
I feel like it's going to beat a dead horse, but I wanted to kind of reiterate on the lady's comment earlier. There was a post that came out with the agencies, and maybe this is directed to you, Mr. Christofferson, that at the beginning, when it was spotted, it was 50 acres, and there was in the statement that it was going to be a long burn. And I think that's where us in the community don't feel validated, even though a lot of equipment, we know that takes a lot of equipment. We know that even Oroville, things have to get sent down there. I think people have the understanding of that. But hearing this, it started at 50, but we're just going to, it's going to be long or whatever. In the very beginning, I think is creating the division, we like our CAL FIRE folks, And I do want to say thank you very much. I am residing on the property, the Rickey property. Thank you for getting it out.
Yeah, my words should have been chosen maybe more carefully, because I know that has led people to think that we are doing everything other than full suppression. The long duration statement was to let you know that we are likely in this for a while. And it's not to candy coat it. It's not to be dishonest. I wish I could say we're going to have this thing buttoned up and a line around it in a couple of weeks. But the reality of the terrain in the wilderness, it is brutal. I mean, just the terrain alone, it is treacherous. And then you add tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of standing trees that want to fall over and kill you. And so therein lies the problem. And so this is complete honesty that we are in this for a while. And like I say, am I worried? You bet. Because when we're in August, it's going to be even more dangerous. And so that's why we've got fire modelers like Patrick looking at where this is going to go, how big it's going to get, and what we can do to keep this out of the community. So I apologize for my words, and I'll tell you the next time we get a fire in July, I will pause before I have that in my news release.
Thank you. Up there on the back row with the gray shirt was next.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarification on the south end of the fire that's more towards the Edna area here. With the weather, I see that you keep pointing to the north and it's going to go northwest or northeast. Is there any possibility of it coming directly east?
So given the weather conditions that we've been faced with, right? So we are very hot, extreme temperatures right now. Winds are not necessarily favorable. I can't rule that out, right? So I can't sit here and say, no, it's not going to do that. And so there is potential for that. And that's why on that map over there, you see places in red, and that's why you see places in yellow. And we're actively working with folks to provide you the fastest, most quickest, accurate updates that we can. And I would love to be able to stand here and say that's not going to happen. But given what we've seen so far, the fire is moving. We're having difficulties suppressing those things. It's torching. It's running up some of the ridges with the timber that's there. And so we are working diligently with our partners in CAL FIRE, being very aggressive in what we're doing. And so we're trying to prevent that from happening. The weather right now is not working in favor with us. It's very difficult in the temperatures, the low relative humidity, so that real dry air. So we're in the low teens, single-digit relative humidities, even at the high elevations, which is very unusual for this time of year. And our dead fuel moistures in our 1,000 hours heavies, those are consuming up really well, right? So you guys, when you get the wood, you like that seasoned wood, so it burns good and does whatever. Then you mix it with some of the green, but the fuels here are really, really dry, and that is not helping. And so the live fuels, those are starting to decline, and that's just compounding the issues, especially with the high heat and the low relative humidities. We're not getting any recovery at night, so we're staying high teens, 20s on those relative humidities, and so that is putting up a big wall or a battle against us too. And aside from the terrain and all the other stuff that's stacking up against us. So very diligent efforts by both the Forest Service and CAL FIRE, our partners, to accomplish that, getting that thing secured up.
Last one on this side was the young lady with the peach tank top on in the front row.
Hi, I have kind of a simple question, I think.
I hope.
I don't know if anybody else is kind of frustrated with these maps, but not everybody has a degree in map reading. And so I think some of the confusion is when you look at this map, we see a bunch of yellow. Yeah, it's pretty. It's a beautiful map. My kindergartners could color like that. Are there any maps available online that would give us more detail in the ridge names, the road names? I mean, I look at this and I go, yeah, Siskiyou 2203. Oh, I got to go to the app and look that up. And then it gives me this big, long description. But I can't follow that description because the names aren't on the map.
So I'll give a little bit of an explanation. For the first few days, our GIS system gathers details from Brian's shop to gather in all that. We're gathering details from all these layers shops, and we're trying to build that perfect map. It usually takes about 4 to 5 days that we're doing it, and I'm constantly going back and forth to make sure that we're getting some of those information in there. So if you'll bear with us, it's going to get a little better. We're only on our actual third full day of trying to gather all the GIS data that we can to get those layers that you are requesting. So I promise it's coming. Every day I'm going in with a little bit more kinks here and there, and we're getting a little bit more access to what we need to build those maps. All right?
What?
Do I have any questions on this side?
Okay, that's CAL FIRE rep, I believe, right? But okay, you can watch the stream, and if you have any questions about maps, you can go to CalTopo. It's free. And you flip on the Forest Service layer and then put in some shade relief, and the general public can look for free at that stuff. I'll be happy to teach you guys as soon as this is about over. Man, we needed to watch the whole thing. A lot of golden information here. I have to be accurate in what I'm saying to the public, and this is of extreme concern. So all the way to the end, these questions are great. And I do have some access to these maps that are behind them. I just found it. That's what I've been doing behind the scenes. It is true when they're making their briefing and presentational maps right there. It does take them a few days. But what about the Forest Service? Like this is not a new fire. How many weeks has this been going? I guess the Forest Service just didn't get all the info out to the public that they could have. That's a funny screenshot of the lady with the sign language. But I have access to some of these. We'll look at these in a minute, but I will. Well, that's really good. It's a great question. They should just hand this to the public. The public shouldn't have to get a degree in map reading, like she was saying. CalTopo it was something I had to learn. ArcGIS and mapping software and putting it on your phone is pretty difficult. Thank you, Vicky. I just ate a sloppy Joe and I'm sipping on some cool tea. Yeah, just provide a map a kindergartner could read. Absolutely. What they're explaining is their GIS system means they need planes to fly over because some of the Forest Service maps and the topo maps generated by, say, Rand McNally or whatever are just basically copies of prior maps, and they act like the roads are still there or the trails are still there. And I could tell you from I have specialized knowledge in maps, not a lot, but some. I could tell you right now, those old Forest Service maps and such are hopelessly outdated, and they're interesting. And the topo maps that you might just buy off the shelf in the store, they're interesting, but if you actually try to follow them, many of these roads have not existed since the 30s. So I'll show you the different layers of maps on CalTopo. I'm about to buy the Pro version. I'm not happy with the selection that we have. But I'll be happy to teach you guys how to find out your own map information, and I'll show to the public some of the stuff that they're pointing at right now. They need the planes to go over and do a laser 3D map to get updated ones, because what's on the shelf is not that useful. And then they make their own super detailed, high quality PDF versions of maps. That's not done yet. I don't know why it's not done yet. But incident management teams should have had this done kind of a long time ago. That's a very valid complaint. And you shouldn't tell the community. Some people have never even had a computer before. Take some classes on ArcGIS and do Google searches about where you can find fire maps and learn how to use CalTopo, Backcountry Navigator, or Rook's Maps. A couple of the more popular ones on smartphones and tablets. That's not what you tell the community. You just provide what they need to know. So, hey Angela, welcome back. Hey Antoine, Ant One, good to see you back here. But we're about to look at that. We're going to look at the lake fire, what it's doing too. This is our current view. We keep flipping back and forth of what's currently out the. Hey, the camera's not looking at the fire. Come on, you bad camera. It's not been looking at it for 15 minutes. Hang on. The current view, what's going on at Fort Jones. Both of them are not currently looking at the fire. Okay, that's the current view. Yeah, from 1 minute ago. So if you want the public to trust you and obey you, and you want them to be calm and obedient, and not riot, provide them with as much information as you possibly freaking can. That's a no-brainer psychology thing. Yeah, but people have to. There's usually about 45 tabs open that I have to have for each fire, and I'm not joking, because they'll put some on Twitter, some information on Facebook. The county will have its own Office of Emergency Management page, which is different than everything else. They'll have individual communities with their own pages, their own websites, their own Twitters. You have to have 45 tabs open to look at all the different places, and refresh them often. Consult the satellites, look at the maps on Topo, look at Flight Radar 24 to track the planes. Then you have to go to InsaWeb for some incidents. You have to go to CAL FIRE for some incidents. It's just maddening. And you have to have multiple social media accounts that you sustain, even though they sell your personal information and lose your data and sell your phone number to God knows who. And if data breaches and makes you unsafe, you have to log in to see information. It's just mind-boggling. And then you can't just sign up for all emergency alerts in California in one place. No. Some of it is Everbridge, some of it's Code Red, some of it is the other systems. Is there just one evacuation map for all the wildfires of California? No. Every single different county has its own. And some of them are on Genesis, some are not, which is formerly known as, oh, they changed the name, thanks a lot. Formerly known as what? I don't even know what Genesis used to be right now. They switch around their names, they flip flop around. Please be sure to monitor 45 different places in order to get your fire information. This is why we do what we do here. Hey, Terry Ann, thanks for arriving. There's no one-stop shopping. I was hoping to retire this May when Cal Fire was doing its "We're So Ready" speech live on YouTube. The 2 questions were asked by the public in the back when they were done boasting about their readiness, but then they admitted that a lot of the C-130 tankers are not going to be ready until after 2024 is over. Okay, one of the good questions was, where can Californians go to find quick information about evacuations, especially when fires are coming? Where can Californians go to find quick information about the fires coming? Quick evacuation info about the fires coming. And there was an awkward, long pause. Well, check your local county and your local resources. Oh man, seriously, there's still not one-stop shopping for all the fire info. It needs to be in one place. I love a cars. They need to staff their information lines 24/7. Right now, people are seeing this out their windows. They don't know if they're safe. And the hotline for the Shelly fire goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Thank you, friends, for your kind donations. Remember, hit the like button. That's why I have to have a supercomputer. I literally have about 265 tabs open right now, covering the different fires. If I were to show you this, and the community meeting is almost over. See, these are tab groups at the top. So I have a whole bunch of apps here, everything from North Ops weather to California, Cal Fire, to all sorts of things here. I have a whole bunch of tabs here in the group that are hidden behind the name cameras for different camera views. There's about 5 different websites. I've got one for San Bernardino area. New Mexico is following what happened in Rudizo. Dear God, the Arrow Fire is actually the Sacramento area and Calaveras County, Copperopolis. The information from those regions ready to go back to miscellaneous is miscellaneous. There's about 8 to 10 open pages there. Different Facebooks for different forest services and agencies. What's going on in Yakima, Washington up here. This one was the Applegate, South Applegate fire that was a big threat to southwestern Oregon. Thank God. Thank God they really worked hard on that one. And LV here, what is LV actually? That was the Little Valley fire. That's also that was Mulhern County in Oregon. I didn't have a tab for other tracking Oregon fires. I have a Fresno County tab, which has about 20 different camera views. The Forest Agency down there, the Forest Service, Fresno County itself, Square Kings National Park, and all those other places. Their Twitter, their X. This one was for Oroville. This is everything around Butte County. And the different Cal Fire versus their different evacuation map. And local Butte County resources. This other one labeled M. Can't even remember what it was now. That tab group is Butte County. Everything was for Butte County that didn't fit in the Oroville tab group. SH here is a Shelly fire where we have information like Ferris here. That's the Royal fire. They flew over the Lake fire. We're about to look at that too. But sorry, it's outside of the Shelly fire. This is miscellaneous. This is the Ferris and its mapping and its information. This one's Flight Radar 24. This one over here is Google Maps, where we look to try to see where fires are with Google Street View. Plus, I have CalTopo, and then I have multiple other windows around on this computer to look up things behind the scenes. So thanks to your kind donations, I have to run this show with a Ryzen 9 5900X, an extremely energy consumptive heat producing processor. I have it on water. That means I have 3 giant fans in my computer, water cooling it like a car's radiator. An actual water pump circulating water to cool the dang thing down because so many tabs are open. I invest in 32 gigs of RAM, which is quite a lot. Should have gotten 64. I had to spend $800 on the video card, even though it MSRP'd for $400 or so. Back in the day, I had to do it, otherwise I couldn't handle this. This is incredibly expensive behind the scenes to have the supercomputer to run this. And can the average person do it? Hell no. They can't track their own Wildfire because they would have to have about 40 tabs open, and that chugs a regular business machine or laptop or, non-supercomputer at the home. So thank you so much to everybody who kindly donates. I then spend $95 a month on fiber optic internet of high speed so we can do this as well. Then I have to spend tons monthly and sometimes for yearly subscriptions to like the pro version of YouTube, so you don't have ads and the like. Pro versions of Broadcastify, so you don't have ads, and we have special controls. Everything from Flight Radar 24, so we can see more details and 3D maps of the planes flying through the area, so we can figure out where retardant drops are being done. Like, your every $2 donation does count, does help. Vicki Lewis is the tab, Superwoman tab queen. I know sometimes I still manage to crash Edge browser. And then I have Opera open, and that's the one showing us the clock. And I have to go to Opera and even open up different browsers because there's only so many tabs before the actual application will crash. So this is not a rant about, oh, I had to spend money. This is a rant about how is the average person supposed to do this if I struggle. And I know I'm tech savvy. I build computers for a living. I built this one that you see here, mostly with donation money. A lot of it with mine, though. It's cost me more than $2,500. We need to upgrade it too. Don't have a laptop. That's what the laptop fund is for. But if 20% of viewers donated $1 every day or two, we'd be well on our way to, say, having a quality webcam, better sound, and I'll be able to take this show on the road with a good. We need a super laptop. I hope you can understand. It's not just, oh, let's go to the store and buy one off the shelf. It's got to have some parameters, like very specific parameters. Good night, Christopher Luttrell. Thank you for holding the fort. Man, my mods, you guys are awesome. So, the point is why is there just no one-stop shopping the information for each one of the California fires? Why can't the public just watch one website for the information? Because they don't have their beep together, that's why. It's a nightmare of how much you have to dig. You have to spend all day just trying to find out where the information is. Save your tab groups open and refresh every single one of them every couple of minutes to try to figure out what's going on. Watch Duty is a really good job of aggregating the things, but you can't just depend on Watch Duty. Otherwise, I'm retired by now. I don't want to do this. I do this because I have to, for the people. And so the mods helping me. We don't really want to do this all day. We want to have lives, We want to. The officials should be doing this. The media should be helping, but we do it because nobody else is. So I timestamp how are people supposed to monitor their own fires when it takes a computer degree or multiple. It's actually ArcGIS, which is mapping software. That's a separate degree from everything else, and a supercomputer and 40 plus tabs for each fire. When I was on the road and my super laptop died and I tried to do it from a business machine, we saw the result. Okay, where's the meeting? Excuse me. Oh, I still have the French fire there too. So you have to elongate the window to go back to our meeting. It was on the Facebook. Okay, there it is. Right, it's the wrong Facebook. Crap, where'd our meeting go? That's right, it's under Shelly. SH, Facebook. There we go. Sorry, I think the very last questions are here. We're gonna look at the lake, the other fires. If you have questions about how you wanna make your own evacuation routes or what fires are doing or how to use the maps, I'll be happy to explain. But this is why we do what we do. This is just complete madness. There's only 4 more minutes here. Let's go.
All right, I have 2 over here. I'll get with you. I'll go with her first, and I'll get to you, sir. Right, right here.
I want to applaud our supervisor, Christopherson, for the aggressive approach that you've taken so far on this approach, and all the rest of the team members that are working on this fire. My question is, how restricted or how much are your hands tied with environmental policies and established criteria that you have to, that are mandated? And how much is that restricted, what you can do? I know you can't get dozers up in the wilderness area and all of that, but chainsaws and all of that kind of thing can help even when there isn't a fire going on up there. And so I'm just wondering, how much are you restricted by the current and past environmental laws and constraints?
Well, I've been in the agency for 22 years now in trying to get as much done as rapidly as possible. And the environmental regulations that we have were built and designed decades ago. And those regulations served a great purpose, and they have not evolved with the emergency situations we now have. Specifically in the wilderness area, surprisingly, it's not environmental regulations that are keeping us from aggressively managing that fire. And so wilderness comes with a whole suite of other constraints, and I call it the golden handcuffs. I love wilderness, but I also like healthy forests. And that is part of the rub. And it's especially a rub when you've got a wilderness area that butts up to private ground and to communities. And so, yes, I acknowledge that. And again, another good question. And we've got elected officials in positions that are actively working, raising this up as concerns. So, and I'll leave it at that. And if you want to talk later at the bar, I will wax poetic about other frustrations.
Okay, we've already mentioned a bunch of that. Look how he has his hands tied and he can't even say, oh, the wilderness areas, oh, great. Even though they're nearby communities, we cannot build any roads. So we can't build fire access roads. I'll just speak for him. I won't get fired if I say this. There's archaic rules where you can't even put in motorized vehicles. So you can't put dozers in there. And archaic rules where you basically can't use technology beyond the year 1900, to do anything in there, even to fight a raging forest fire. That's right. You can't go in and bus fire crews in. You can't operate as a car. Even if there are pre-existing roads prior to the wilderness designation, you can't drive a car in there. You can't drive your fire crews in there with a vehicle. You can't get dozers in there. They have to go in there with mules on the trails. Mules. To put mules in danger. Oh, that's rapid response, huh? They're partying like it's 1899. In order to fell a tree, they have to get a crosscut saw, okay? They're not authorized to use chainsaw. That's motorized. They have to actually use and this is where we're getting our information from Broke Fishin, who's an actual wildland firefighter. He described these constraints back in the 2003 Biscuit fire, which became Oregon's largest. It's spilled into California because of these. It was in a wilderness. This is an actual nightmare. If oftentimes they actually want to use the heavy equipment and they need it, and it gets denied, they have to ask somebody for permission to even use a chainsaw. So they actually have to have blacksmiths that are there to sharpen those two the crosscut saws. Remember, they're like 9 feet long. They take 2 men on each side. Saw, push, pull, push, pull. That is so incredibly archaic, man. And their back problems are usually throw out their back immediately. They're called misery whips for a reason. Then they get dull. Then they have to call for another one. They have to push it out of the tree. It's usually a dead tree that's a hazard tree. They have to pull it out of the tree. It gets stuck a lot. Sometimes the saw breaks. Then they say, hey, blacksmith, please sharpen this. They have to take a literal file, and then sharpen every tooth individually. You have to wait for the saw to be sharpened or get another one. Then somebody's back is thrown out, or they're working in 107-degree weather. They have to just rest. Like, you would have to have a legion, like an army of people. If this sounds ridiculous to you, yeah, it really is. And he can't even talk about this. It sounds like, or he's going to get fired or something. This is why this stuff gets super out of control. They can't build a helicopter landing pad. It's not approved. You know, like, if you think that this is, and all they have is rakes and shovels and axes to try to build a fire line, which is basically a trail. Those lines are way better. They can become mini roads, temporary mini roads, so you can actually get fire engines and water, right? Water puts out fires. Water holds a line. When they're in there with the mules and the saws and the axes and the shovels, they're making a small trail, and they're pushing flammable stuff on either side of the trail. And then they're hoping, and fingers crossed, that the fire will be low key and just running along the ground. It'll come up to the trail and stop. And then they'll sit there and try to deal with it with rakes and shovels. And if the wind picks up something like a stick or pine cone or something and blows it across their trail, they have to beat it down with a shovel. That's literally what you have to do in a wilderness. You are not allowed to do anything else unless you have special approval from Washington or whoever the hell. It goes to their desk and their vacation, right? And oftentimes they are denied. Oh, critical equipment coming in. Oh, it's a delay because a mule threw a shoe. We got to get the blacksmith out here. The veterinarian's on the way. But meanwhile, we'll just have to work with what we have. The saws are broken. Oh, gee, what do we do? I guess we'll just go get the shovels and rakes and just kind of work on making the trail bigger, which is a hand line. That's what a hand line is. If this is freaking crazy, sounds crazy to you, yeah, it is. And so that was a good question about specifically what kind of laws are hindering you here. So the other ones are no salvage logging. A lot of times the environmental groups sue and they say salvage logging is bad because it makes roads, and all loggers are bad. They're just bad people. They're evil. They're bad. And we don't want to make the loggers rich. We want all loggers out of business. No salvage logging. So once fire destroys a whole bunch of trees, the dead ones are on the landscape, ready to start a worse fire. I'll answer that question for him because this is insanity. We've had the laws being dictated by the extremists. I do understand that a lot of environmental groups want no roads because in the 1960s bill, the Wilderness Act or whatever that was, unfortunately, one stupid little paragraph was inserted that said roads are part of civilization. You can't have a wilderness where there's many roads. So it exempts the existing roads that existed at the time, old fire station or, ranger station roads or something. But they're very worried, rationally concerned, that if you put new roads in, that Congress will strip away the wilderness designation, and then it'll be open to development. Well, all we need to do, though, is amend the bill for erase that one little word, that roads are part of civilization. And so you can't have a wilderness. And make it so just the fire crews and the rational forest thinning kind of stuff, that only they can get into these roads, whatever you've got to do. And write a new bill that keeps them from being developed, you know. Um, that's it. But we need the roads, obviously, because you can't go in by mules and expect to do anything. There's 200-foot tall walls of flame. When standing dead trees are ignited, they're about 100 feet tall, perhaps, and then the flame lengths of anything on fire can be double the height of what's on fire. So you can have, like we saw with the Dixie Fire, 300-foot tall walls of flames coming towards fire crews and communities when you have standing dead trees all over the landscape. If you think that a hand line, which is a trail made by rakes and shovels, is going to hold that, of course it won't. Of course it won't. And they already did explain that even though they put retardant around the fire when it was a lower key thing, that the fire got up into dead trees and the embers flew in the wind long distance and started the new mess that went barreling right towards all these communities at Fort Jones. So even if you don't quote salvage log, you at least have to get the dead trees on the ground, wood chipper them, and restart the healing process. That's mulch. That's going to be good. Good to regrow the forest, but also ridiculously, you can't replant one. You can't replant in the wilderness. Land is supposed to take care of itself. Well, that will be a permanent new desert, not a new forest. We learned all these lessons in the 1933 Tillamook burn, and what is it, 2024, and they're not being applied because of extremism and stupid little unintentional wording in our laws. So when he's saying, let's go drink at the bar, it's because it's that depressing what he has to say. It's much of what I just said. Yes, we want to protect the environment. Yes, not every place should be developed. Some should be off limits. There's very sensitive habitats. Yes, yes, yes. But there's no point in protecting the wilderness from people if a fire is going to utterly destroy it, and it's going to be a desert instead of a forest. The Biscuit Fire never grew back. After the 1933 Tillamook burn, it never grew back. Mega fires are ultimately destructive. They are not renewing. They are just a man-made disaster. From many different ways we've neglected things. Forest needs our help to be protected. The forest needs our help growing back. Finally, in the 1960s, after the 1933 Tillamook burn never grew back, that's because all the pine cones turned to ash instead of being alive. They had to dump billions of pine cones and seeds out of aircraft to get the Tillamook forest to grow back. That's what it took. Forest doesn't renew, not when the seeds are nothing. It doesn't. So don't expecting the wilderness to take care of itself is unreasonable. It really is. Sanity's in the center. Just we have to adapt to overcome. And like he was saying, a lot of these rules are from the 60s. Completely hopelessly outdated. It's a new climate. It's a new era. And unless we want to see the desertification of the West, we've got to act fast to save what little of old growth we actually still have around. And will just normal for us. Exactly. There's two philosophies. Are humans a virus on the planet? I hate that stupid hate talk. Let's call it what that is. It's racism. Humans are a virus on the planet. We all, everywhere we go, everything's bad. No. No. We have a long, ancient history of protecting the environment. We are the caretakers. I call anti-human hate racist because it's racist against all races. It's hateful of all races. That's the only thing worse than being a regular racist is an anti-human hate person. There's no solution to that. You blame when you blame things that actually are to blame, like you blame massive crime on actual poverty, you could solve it, right? If you blame humans, you can't solve humans. So blame what is to blame. Bad policies, extremists in charge, outdated stuff, bureaucratic red tape, agencies that don't like or work together well, blah, 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 loss of trust of the public, extremists taking over and controlling the narrative, lack of public awareness, mistake after mistake after mistake. You can fix each one. You can fix it. a lot of the times these fires are getting intense and out of control due to things like invasive weeds. We're seeing that in places like the lake fire. There's a lot of invasive weeds that are making that more intense than normal. California's original wildfires were not that bad. The original native grasses make low intensity renewing fires that replenish the land. But most of California's native grasses are critically endangered and or extinct, replaced by weeds from elsewhere that create tremendous ferocious fires. We could fix this stuff one by one. We could fix it. But if you just go, oh, it's just climate change, nothing to do. Maybe we'll cut carbon. Maybe we'll convince China to do that. And maybe in 200 years, things will get better. Like, that's not a solution. It's not the truth. We have to adapt immediately to the current climate situation, not argue about how we got here, but adapt immediately and quickly change stuff before we lose most of the West. And we won't be able to get everything back if we lose it. People don't understand the little plants, like the little things on the ground, not just tree species, are critical parts of the ecosystem. And we are losing, like with the Caldor fire, species left and right that support actual forest health. The little ground cover things you don't think about mostly got incinerated near the Caldor. And I went to one of the ranger stations and read the signs about how some of those little bushes on the ground that flower are 200 to 250 years old. Some are 500 years old. They may not be big old tall trees, but they are incredibly old and they take a long time to come back and establish. And so it reminds people not to step on them. Oh God, most of them are just totally lost in the El Dorado National Forest. There's a lot of things we will have to do to quickly save those species. And yes, that means we have to step in. It's our mistakes. It's our fault. We have to fix them, and we are the solution. And that's why I don't accept negative, hateful talk stuff, because that's part of the problem. A lot of environmentalists have a bad habit of just hating people. Unfortunately, these groups just say, we're the problem, we're terrible, we're evil. That's why I've tuned out a lot of that. It's like depression every time you go there and read what they have to say. It's a crazy false narrative. So we are the solution. There's many solutions everywhere. Just pick one, start with it, and we will see immediate results. Right now, the first thing to do is increase the fire budget and actually have enough planes, enough smoke jumpers. We just heard that they only put in 9 smoke jumpers. What are 9 people supposed to do? When there's a fire in the mountains, really, what are 9 people supposed to do? Let's start with that. Let's listen to the very end real quick.
Thank you. Up there on the top.
Hello. I just wanted to ask a question if there's going to be any like structural protection or, from Shackelford all the way over to the Mill Creek side. One of the guys that was speaking earlier was saying something about coming down a drainage and then stopped. Well, because, some of us live at the end of these drainages, and I was just wondering if there's going to be any, since they have a dozer line already coming down High Peak, are they going to be tying that in on the bottom part to cut off some of these fingers that would come further into the valley? Okay. That's kind of my question. Okay. Because I live over there, in Shackford, and I know those back little roads and everything else. I'm just wondering if, if it doesn't come down to drainage, if they're going to cut off some of those little fingers that would come out into the valley part.
All right.
Like Ricky Lane.
You want that, Ken?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to answer your question, plain and simple, yes. We have 22 bulldozers out there right now pushing 24 hours a day coming around the bottom. We understand that the fire is going to want to push down those draws, push down those ridges. What you will see is dozer line that goes up. They'll go as far up as they can, and then they'll get rocked out or it'll be too steep. We call those check lines. And the idea is to slow it down so that we can get the line down around the bottom to protect the communities. So to answer your question, we call it connecting the dots. We're going from Shackelford all the way down around the bottom to hold it up there.
Wait. Okay, he was just explaining that they want to hold the fire by Shackelford. Okay, locals, if you're still awake, if you can guide me, we're going to look at some maps here. They're explaining the fingers of fire are like if you look at a hand, your palm of your hand, just hold up your hand, is where the main fire is. And wind pushes fingers out, which look like fingers, okay, where each one of your fingers are, along the ridge tops and through some canyons, because that's how fire can spread the quickest. So on the ridge tops and sometimes in individual canyons, it races out ahead of the main fire, making a finger-like view of it. And then later the palm shows up, right? Later the main seat of the fire shows up. So that was a good question. I'm going to take a note. We're going to find that on a map. Where are they going to try to cut off some of the fingers threatening communities? Hang on.
Yeah, that's a great question. So to answer your question, plain and simple, yes. We have 22 bulldozers out there right now pushing 24 hours a day coming around the bottom. We understand that the fire is going to want to push down those draws, push down those ridges. What you will see is you will see dozer line that goes up. They'll go as far up as they can, and then they'll get rocked out or it'll be too steep. We call those check lines. And the idea is to slow it down so that we can get the line down around the bottom to protect the communities. So to answer your question, we call it connecting the dots. We're going from Shackelford all the way around down around the bottom to hold it up there.
Sorry, I have to go back to his actual question because I forgot which community he was in. He was talking about.
You know, if it doesn't come down, the line, I'll stop.
On the top?
Hello. I just wanted to ask the question if there's going to be any like structural protection or, you know, from Shackelford all the way over to the Mill Creek side. One of the guys that was speaking earlier was saying something about coming down a drainage and then stopped. Well, because, you know, some of us live at the end of these drainages, and I was just wondering if there's going to be any, since they have a dozer line already coming down High Peak, are they going to be tying that in on the bottom part to cut off some of these fingers that would come further into the valley?
Okay, cool. Let's go past his explanation. We just saw that, and I think that's in the meeting.
All right, everybody, we're at a little bit over the hour mark. That's when we kind of have to shut it down, but we will have some people here if you'd like to come up and ask questions. They'll be able to stay here a little bit longer to answer those questions. I appreciate you guys coming here and sitting in the hot gym to get some information. Have a good evening.
And she's wearing an Incident Management Team 12 shirt. Just want to make a personal note about that. I'm writing down that we need to check the map. Check map, because that's very specific information, and people are worried about it being there. So, whoa, man, that was a marathon meeting. I gotta go refill the iced tea. I just had a notice from watch duty. What did it just say? We're gonna look, of course, at the other fires that concern the lake and whatnot. I am thrilled actually with this level of communication. This is A level. It's not A plus because they should have given us maps and stuff that were relevant. But this is A level compared to like the complete information blackout and crazy stuff on the cameras, and that's not even answer questions the next day. You know, no hotline, no nothing for Santa Barbara County. Night and day. I'd rate what's going on in Santa Barbara County a D minus for communication to the public and getting their beep together to show people what the heck's going on and what they're doing. This is like A level, you know. The chef says about to crash out. Got a bunch of errands to run in the morning today. It stormed, didn't get anything done. Yeah, we're exactly where you're at, the chef. Totally forgot. Yeah. Hoop 63 says the initial attack on lightning fires, big fires are not the jumpers roll. Right, exactly. But the fact that only 9 made it in when they tried to helicopter in others, they tried to send many more people, but they couldn't land. It was some marshy thing where the skids were sinking in. It sounds like it was a big helicopter too. But good night, everybody who is going to sleep, and hit the like button on the way out, of course. Yeah, Helen, you were talking about the plants. Hey, welcome back. Helen Henthorne is she knows about plants. She's got a biology degree here, so ask her about plants. I don't know if you're here. I was explaining one of the ways we can help California and the Western states is get rid of the stupid invasives. You were explaining how some of them are just super bad for intensity of fires. Yeah. Oh yes, Roblingsdorf, the abandoned burned down in the 30s. I think a lot of the town was destroyed, and we're going to hit back. It's going to a live view. Sorry about the interruptions, but I do have to clarify what they're saying but not saying, and insert a lot of my own personal knowledge and opinion, so people have a more complete and full view of what's going on. Other people, if you just want to watch it, of course you can just watch it. Man, I hate it when she interrupts the speakers. Okay, whatever, go watch it on your own. That's fine. Without any interruptions. But I think a lot of people do need to know what the heck they're talking about. Why are people worried about the let burn policy? Why are they believing that? There's a lot of mistrust between the agencies. A lot of people are just very skeptical about the information they get from the authorities, because they, in the past several years and in others too, they basically BS'd the population, BS'd the public. There's no other a polite way to say that. Ouch, sorry. I just whacked my own head on the refrigerator, so I need to get more tea. This is why we do what we do. They told the public, no, you don't need to evacuate South Lake Tahoe when they needed to, at a 5 o'clock meeting. And at 2 in the morning, before their 5 o'clock meeting, I said South Lake Tahoe's got to be evacuated. We saw the fire on the cams, climbing Lover's Leap, and we knew that if it did, there were no lines completed yet that would protect Christmas Valley and everything in between that and South Lake Tahoe. Everybody did, all the speakers, Forest Service, CAL FIRE, they hugged each other and said, man, we were working so great together. Even though that was a lie, they kind of hated each other. We're going, okay, that's weird. Why are they going out of their way to praise each other? At the very end of their presentation, a question, does South Lake Tahoe need to be evacuated? Nah, but we'll let you know if it needs to. I spat my drink out and said, that's it. I'm calling for an evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. There's 25,000 people here in the nearby area. There's 3 roads out. They're all narrow. They all suck. Just like Paradise. Go while the getting is good before the traffic jams. You will be told to leave. It's inevitable. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Whatever the case was, it seems to be, somebody told me they have to get approval from somebody behind a desk in Sacramento to evacuate places that are big like South Lake Tahoe. I don't know. Whatever Byzantine rules and threats of being fired, I could tell they wanted to tell the public more, but they can't. You know, on these big meetings during the calendar in 2021, they just basically said it's going. We're doing everything to protect your community. Not being particularly forthcoming about what that was. Well, dozer lines are under construction, but they were hopelessly rocked out, like encountering rocks, and they couldn't complete them, and hopelessly behind how fast the fire was moving. They were not anywhere near completion to protect South Lake Tahoe or Christmas Valley, or Sarah Tahoe. And they just said, "Oh, we're doing everything we can." Okay, Okay, they should have said the truth. We may not be able to protect your community because this is moving so fast. They did not. They didn't even mention anything about evacuations, where I already knew. Started calling for them at 3 in the morning. When we saw it get up past Lover's Leap, 7 in the morning. They didn't mention that they're meeting evacuations 5 p.m. They talk for like an hour to the public, and somebody says, "Oh, do we need to evacuate South Lake Tahoe?" Nah, we'll let you know if you do. Spat my drink out, said, "Guys, you've got to go." We had 30,000 people in chat, many people saying thanks, and then thanks for telling us what they freaking won't. So we started to get, I don't know how many people left early, a couple thousand people at least. And then, sure enough, at 10 p.m. at night, they tried to go door to door. 25,000 doors. And they issued a mandatory evacuation of South Lake Tahoe. After everybody had gone to bed, taken out their hearing aids, turned off the TVs, had a false sense of security, they were trying to knock on 25,000 people's doors. It's unreal. We don't know why, but in the past, and there's still problems now, they just don't give people enough evacuation information like ahead of time, and just plainly tell it like it is. This is a time lapse, guys. Last 6 hours here at Fort Jones. But this is a huge, refreshing change from those days. This group here, I'm in love with Chris Christopherson. You gotta hold me back. I have little cupid hearts going around my head. He and the others are just telling it like it is, and issuing evacuation warnings way ahead of time, giving people the most information possible. Holy crap! It's like we're in the Twilight Zone. Did hell freeze over? All of a sudden, they have A-level communication and frank talk, and they're just telling the truth. Whoa, amazing! So I'm glad at least some of these guys are smart, and they want to move at the speed of sound to change and win back public trust and actually help the public as best as possible. And you get other areas like Los Padres National Forest. What are you doing? Like one update every day, maybe, on the lake fire. No meetings, no community stuff, no videos, no nothing. Things seem to burn down on cameras. The cameras burn up and die, and they don't explain it. They don't have a hotline. Don't have emergency evacuation maps for more than in Santa Barbara County for more than 36 hours. Communities evacuating themselves because they don't know what to do, as we read on Twitter. 7-mile-long flaming walls of fire. We're going to go look at that right now. The Shelly spilling over the mountaintops with nobody to call to figure out what the hell's going on. No public announcements. So there's a huge difference. We still see total crapola communication to the public in some regions, in some agencies. Whereas we have a significant improvement, like I'm not going to give them A+. They didn't give us good maps yet, give the public good maps. So they're working on it. So when they do that, that'll be A+. There's no current Fort Jones view. This is making me mad. Now the cameras are looking away again. Don't know why they do that. They may be looking around for spot fires, but I don't think that is relevant because it's still smoky there. We're going to go to the lake fire right now, but you can see where agencies have started to change and others where they're still in their archaic, let's keep everybody in the dark so they don't panic policies of yesteryear are in place. So we do. I'm very happy with what they're doing, at least to get info to the public. So A grade for Klamath National Forest around Fort Jones. Shelly Fire, the meetings. Okay, I have to downgrade them to a B actually because it's on Facebook. Social media required. That sucks. They should have put these meetings on YouTube. Okay, we're downgrading them to a B. What's in between A and B? At least the information they do provide is A grade, but it's on social media. You know what's wrong with social media, other than the fact that you have to actually be computer savvy enough to understand it. Let's see. This is my old broadcast the other night. I think I had paused it at the midnight. I was showing people how it looked like a nuclear bomb the other night in the lake fire. And we had the camera burners. Yeah, I'll just close that. Irrelevant now. But at least we got to improve it somehow. Here's the current view of the lake fire, Santa Ynez. But I give a D- to everybody involved with Santa Barbara. People come in and they say, hey, Santa Barbara Fire has nothing to do with this. It's not their fire. Therefore, they don't need to be providing info. Whatever. Their Office of Emergency Management is for the county. They don't have a hotline. They didn't give an evacuation map. They issued level 3 evacuation orders after the fire already got there. Up in the hills where the cameras were basically filming apocalypse for some neighborhoods. Like, they issued evacuation warnings and just didn't make a map. Seriously, I thought about making it for them. So they made a page about the lake fire that didn't update anything. And then they had 2 telephone numbers about where you could take your livestock to a shelter. One of them, and people, and one probably went straight to the Red Cross. But they had, compared with the insane information blackout situation, let's do a 12-hour time lapse of the lake fire here. It's a night and day with communication to the public. There's a great contrast. Just writing that night and day difference with the public communication. You know what's wrong with social media? So they may think, oh, this is a great idea. Social media. Everybody's on social media. No, not the elderly, not many people over the age of 58. Everybody's on social media. That's a quick way to get info to the public. No. You know what social media does? It suggests similar videos to what you're already watching. So if you send people to social media about the fires and you watch something official about the fires, guess what is suggested right next to it? Conspiracy theory, bullcrap, rumors, fear-mongering, crapola. The guy's ranting about the space lasers and how it's loggers started this fire so they could salvage log. They get rich off of fires. No, they don't. That basically wrecks logging companies. They hate fires. Most loggers are volunteer firefighters. Like almost 100% of them are. A big part of the fire crews are loggers. Oh, no, it's the environmental nuts, the environmentalist extremists. They went and started these fires because they're trying to push a global warming narrative. No, they're not doing that. No, they're not. It's Antifa. No, they're not. They're not arsonists. What the hell? They're against fascists. You're an anti-fascist group that tries to protect people, but in an extrajudicial manner against, vigilante justice from, the extremist Nazi groups that go and beat people up in places like Portland. Like that. No, and even if some of the people hate cops in these cities, police stations on fire. They're not going in the middle of the wilderness and lighting the wilderness on fire. Hitting cops and hitting the forest is 2 different things. No, it's not any protesters doing that. But this is all the crap everybody's going to get exposed to. Do not send people to social media at all. Tell people to stay the hell off of it is the best thing that officials can do, because it just strengthens the rumor and the cesspool of misinformation stuff. I've seen fire chasers and media people who are just freelancers start taking pictures of fires and saying, I just saw somebody with this license plate light a fire. No, you don't do that. You send it to the cops. You don't put that on social media. This is how vigilantes would go and beat somebody to death. We've seen that happen. There was a guy in Tunisia, which is, North Africa, by where Carthage used to be. He saw a wildfire start. He pulled over and tried to fight it. And then somebody put on social media that they saw him light it. He was found. He was beaten up nearly to death. And then they put a tire around his face and lit it on fire and killed him. That's what a mob did to him. You don't do that. There's things you don't do. You don't start a riot. You don't send vigilantes after people. You see, if you think that somebody, if you think somebody's involved, you tell the authorities. You don't tell the mob. So I don't think it's a good idea for them to be putting fire information out on social media whatsoever, period. Unless they make their own apps. The government should have their own apps for official information, and people can plug into it and only hear official information. That'd be great. Why hasn't the government made their own version of YouTube or Twitter to get it out to the people? I don't know. They should. But expecting billionaire types who profit even off of misinformation in one way or the other, expecting them to want to control it. People like Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, they're busy with their other projects, man. To police this and do the right thing. I'm sure billionaire capitalists are going to do the right thing, such as show fire information for free instead of making you log in so they can collect data on you. I'm sure they'll just do the right thing for free. What a unreasonable expectation. Okay, I gotta clarify some rules. So proselytizing is not allowed. So don't try to advertise your religion, but prayers are very much welcome. Saying prayers for this or that community or that fire, sending prayers, little praying hands, of course, absolutely welcome. A whole bunch of related religious quotes kind of spamming the chat. We don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. And there's no like repent messages for sure, you know. But until there's a good one-stop shopping for official information about fires, we have to be the one and only resource that's no nonsense. Whoops, those are my lake fire tabs. You know, we are the refuge. We're the one place that's the facts only resources. And if we speculate, we make that very clear that we're speculating on what we don't have info about. It has to be pretty rational. It's got to be evidence-based. We are the refuge here. We don't show homes burning down. That's why we're not high in the search rankings. But I don't care about that. I'm not going to be dramatic and show homes burning and neighborhoods being obliterated and dead cats and dogs and stuff and horses half burned up and all those gruesome images. We're not going to do that because that makes the people who need this information turn away and be traumatized again and again. We'd have 1 million subs already if I did that. The way the evilness of the automatic algorithm works is that there's always this little bot looking at every frame of every broadcast. And if it shows dramatic stuff, babies crying and half burned up animals and stuff, it's going to promote that video higher in the search rankings because it looks dramatic. And that's what people click on. And if it's just straight up nice and low key, factual information without a lot of gore and drama, unfortunately, we are lower in the search rankings. That's why we have to ask for people to hit the like buttons to get us up there and spread by word of mouth. But, Flapping Wings says, I thought the Chinese were dropping firebombs. Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, like, the chef says, can we show the fire near Medford? Absolutely. We've never had a camera on it, though. I wanted to go to the lake real quick, but we'll take a quick look-see. It was looking great, from what I could tell. They never did go to mandatory evacuations. They mapped it and stuff 4 hours ago. They showed some pictures. I didn't see this. But it's the Oregon Department of Forestry, Southwest Oregon District. Will give you a lot of info on this. My God, that map hurts my eyes. Yeah. So they never did increase these evacuation advisory things. Their big problem with it is the South Ovachan fires burn scar from 2020, which we tried our best to cover on the map, but since there's no cameras whatsoever, that was really hard to cover when Medford was threatened by all three directions in 2020. And at the same time, you know, Talent Phoenix was burning down. It was approaching Medford closer and closer from the south. As long as they can keep it out of the South Ovachan burn scar, which if you zoom in, you see a million dead trees in the landscape, see all the dark spots from their shadows. Oh dear God, would that be an inferno? So you see the big white spot here, the big white thing. That's the incinerated trees from South Ovachan. Let's see if we can get a layer for old historical fire perms. There you go. Now it's going to be much easier to see. Let me write down that we took a quick peek at 4 hours into the broadcast to check out the one northeast of Medford, the Salt Creek. If there's a camera to observe it, we would. You know, if there was. There isn't. My God, it's super hot in here. Sorry, I may have to go adjust the air conditioning. Even though it's going to be 64 as a low tonight, that's around 5 in the morning. So it's the humidity I'm trying to control with air conditioning throughout the night here. If I just open up the windows, the humidity comes back. But I have it on low, so you guys don't hear it in the background, the roaring, you know. But those are images from a day ago. It just said crews on the Salt Creek fire were able to hold the fire within the current footprint. Yes. Monday, despite adverse weather. A few spots were found to the east of the fire, and the southern line experienced a little slop over. But resources caught each of these events. We were able to keep it from further spreading. Fire activity picked up around 6 p.m. and the heat resulted in visible columns. However, air support and ground personnel were able to limit the forward progress. Size remains about 1,500 acres. An infrared flight has been ordered for tonight, and more accurate sizes will be available tomorrow. As of 6 p.m., Oregon Department of Forestry Incident Management Team 1 has assumed command of the Salt Creek fire. The transition will bring extensive staffing for the incident, allowing local agencies that have been directly engaged to focus on new fires. And so it takes them a while to set up shop and a couple of days to really get established and then speak to the public better, you know, like we're seeing with the Shelly fire, you know. So the incident management team, before I went to sleep and slept for 18 hours, was just setting up shop with the lake fire, and I'm really hoping that communication will improve there. Really hoping. The chef says, thank you, Catherine. My cousin lives 5 miles from that fire. Haven't heard from him or her today. Yeah, they never did mandatory evacuations. This is going well. I hope they can really button it up quick. Containment percentage around 40, excuse me. I bet that changes by early morning. So they seem to be doing a great job, best we can tell. If you do find any cameras, like ODOT cameras or anything, let me know and we'll switch to looking at it. We can do a quick look-see with our satellite heat detection stuff. So that was we'll look also at Placer County's Wildfire. Now that the cameras are in night mode, maybe we could see some of it actually. But when I checked on the stream we began 4 hours ago, the cameras couldn't even see a fire. Probably invisible from the smoke. All right, so there's Medford right there in that gray spot. This is the Forest Service map. So we have to change to, hope you can see where Medford is. South Ovachan was like a forgotten fire. We had almost no information on it, and it didn't immediately threaten large amounts of people. It just cut off the evacuation from Medford. Medford basically was screwed. Had fire on all sides of it. And I wondered if they were going to try to evacuate Medford. And there didn't seem to be an actual way. So there actually is a heat detection here. It's a little bit unusual at night, but what I wonder is, could they be doing control burn? Could they be doing control burns right now to help it? They told the public that'd be good. To, you know, if you have a late night calm, it's a perfect time try to burn off the pine needles and bushes and stuff ahead of a fire. So we go with just regular goes heat detections. Satellite flew over a couple of minutes ago. Red means within the last 10 minutes there was a flare up. Remember, it's all margin of error stuff. Yellow is forgetting last 10 minutes or maybe an hour ago. So if they explain more of their ideas about how to control it, then we would get an idea. So yeah, if you can try the local news, because I'm not really plugged into Southern Oregon news. Actually, not plugged into any kind of news very well. Maybe the news media's got some articles and stuff with a little bit more of illumination of what's going on there. But until there's like real mandatory evacuations, it's a by request. We'll cover it kind of info thing. But no news is good news on that. The fact they're getting an incident management team is going to be great. So sorry about the brightness. I'm going to try to make it as dark as possible at night because that hurts my eyes too. The chef says 6 helicopters, 2 large oat tankers, and 1 very large oat tanker were ordered, and that made several retardant drops to help box it in by creating temporary lines around the majority of the fire. Yeah, I saw the airplanes working it. Well, not before I went to sleep 18 hours ago. Question is, are there any airplanes in the air above any fire right now? I don't think so, but the mapping plane, we saw it earlier. Right now, I think Flight Radar 24 crashed. I got a million tabs open. I'll have to take a minute trying to close some tabs. I didn't expect to watch the entire hour-long video, let alone pause and explain a lot of it, but we actually ended up having to do that for the Shelly. That's critically important to understand as much as we can about it, because we have like one camera view. And unless we're listening to what the experts are saying about it, we kind of have no idea what's going on. So that's why did I just zoom into Phoenix? Randomly went there. There's a regular helicopter taking off from Reno. Is there one by the lake? I don't think so. But while we were watching the community meeting, some people said in chat that more mapping planes are around 2 to 5. So Terry Ann says, note, John and John Placerville area, home on the other side of highway line of pay fires. Said good job, firefighters. That was scary for a minute. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying, Terry Ann. There's some typos there. And thanks, Rob, for chipping your wisdom too. It's been hard to keep up with chat. Let's see here. Rest of chat. Let's go back. Helen says cutting a line in such steep terrain takes time. The fire may not allow it. They'll have to allow a bigger area to burn. That's exactly the problem in the area by the Shelly. But yeah, the Japanese looked at how Bandon basically burned down, which is Southwest Oregon coast in the 30s, mainly because of the invasive weed called gorse, Scotch broom, Portuguese broom, whatever you want to call it, the big oily plant that's bright yellow with flowers. And when I say big oily plant, yes, it's exactly what I mean. It's like an oil drum plant, and it just raced around. The Japanese took note. They took note of the Tillamook burn, one of America's largest fires ever. And then during the war, they weaponized weather balloons, put incendiary bombs on them, and then released them by the thousand in the trade winds towards the United States. It's totally classified. They didn't want a panic to happen. And people don't realize it really wasn't racism that drove the policy to put the Japanese in the internment camps. It was real real classified messages from Japan. Remember, this was all classified. They were going to land spies and saboteurs on the Oregon coast in the night with their subs. California too, but it's confirmed with the Oregon coast. So one did come, a submarine did come to the Brookings and Gold Beach area, and they actually launched a plane first to look around. And they did put a couple of spies on the beach, and they looked around and realized that the actual Japanese populations had been moved to internment camps, and they couldn't blend in. They looked somewhat like Native Americans, but Native Americans would be like, "Who the hell are you?" And instantly, if they saw them, right? So they went back and reported that they can't just light fires for war, in World War II. They tried a plan B, and they launched a small biplane that was stuck on the nose of their submarine and came all the way from Japan, and it made it by Brookings, and they launched a small biplane. They surfaced and did that, and Brookings was bombed, trying to recreate in the 40s how it had burned in the 30s. And they had very limited success, and so they abandoned that idea. That's the other thing people don't understand actually occurred. Maybe because they're trying it the wrong time of year. The balloon bombs were intercepted mostly. They had a big presence of blimps off the coast looking for the balloon bombs and looking for the subs. And remember, the balloon bombs were a secret, classified. So they just said to the public, "We're looking for Japanese subs off the coast." But they would see the balloon bombs, and an interception would take place for fighter planes. They'd shoot down and blow up as many as possible, but thousands of them landed all over Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, made it all the way to the Great Lakes, two of them. But here's the thing. Trade winds are mostly in the wet season, autumn, and the rest of the winter, where they blow from Japan towards Oregon. So most of the balloon bombs couldn't start a fire, and that would have panicked the public. Those that did, the media was informed about it and said, "For the love of God, anytime one does start a fire, put in the back page news, say it was a cigarette, or it was a campfire, or it was a car accident, and say, we know what happened. It was put out immediately. It was an accident." So I went back into old newspaper archives and verified that there's tons of those in the 40s during the wartime, where they just instantly know what happened. Fire is immediately put out, and it was just a cigarette. Later, when this was all declassified, holy crap. Later, some of them detonated during summer and caused other issues like blowing up people curious that got near them. And there's still some on the landscape. It's pretty scary. Probably in very remote areas, though. But yes, they could explode. We have no idea how many. But we did not have any Japanese arsonists like starting fires during summer in the Pacific Northwest because they're sent to the internment camps. They could not blend in with society. It was a necessary evil to do that. It wasn't like, "Oh, we hate the Japanese." There's also the fury over Pearl Harbor, and partly it was to remove them for their own safety. It really sucks. A lot of them lost their businesses and lands, but there was a fund at the end, and they were compensated. One of the few, minority ethnic groups that ever got compensated for losses in the United States. That's mostly why they didn't whine about it or complain. They're embarrassed that their nation they ultimately came from was doing. And, they were nice and stoic about it. I really respect that, but it was totally frightening. I do know that fire is a weapon of war, but I just don't think that anything like now, like what was happening then, is happening now. And it's when people come in here shouting, you got to tell people that the space lasers are causing all this, or any kind of laser, or it's foreign governments. I don't think so. I really don't think so. If a strategic target is affected or destroyed by fire, I'll start looking at it that way. But it's scary how dry things are out here. A lot of people still this day are like, what, the Japanese sent balloon bombs over? Yep, yeah, they did. So the topic we were speaking about that is because Brookings just about burned down. There was a massive fire here in the 30s because of invasive plant called Scotch broom and/or gorse Scotch broom. Do not let this get established anywhere near you. But it's taking over the West and destroying native plants and over large portions of the forest, especially Tillamook National Forest. But everywhere in Oregon, Washington, and places of California, this is enemy number one as far as fire promoting invasive weeds. There's been mass death events in Portugal because of Portuguese burn, fueling massive wildfires that swept over communities before they could escape. The Raven's Eye has a good video about how he who is a British man, he was in Portugal at the time and experienced one of the crazy fires. So he made a disaster video about it. It's a very good disaster channel that's very respectful. When I asked permission, I said, could I do a reaction video to it, explain how we had a similar situation in the West, especially like by Brookings and Portland, places in California. He goes, yeah, mate. I still haven't gotten around to it, but let me see if I can find it and give a link. The Raven's Eye channel is very, very good. Raven's Eye Portugal fire. Portugal shares a similarity. Yeah, Portugal's deadly summer. Here, I'll get a link. Watch this on YouTube. Eventually I'll make a reaction video to it. Thanks, Ariane. Thank you, Catherine's World, for being the best. We're a team. We're a wildfire tracking team. We're doing our best. Wish we had higher quality here, but yeah. Yeah, I understand. We can say stuff like that to shift. There's a lot of mistrust about the government has to win back the trust of the people. If they expect cooperation, that should be the number one goal. But I'm getting sick of the agencies, the different agencies having different policies and having different communication styles to the public and just different goals, different ideas about what to do about wildfire. We need to just make a branch of the government that deals with wildfire, like a branch of the military, like maybe transition the National Guard to be more of a disaster response and prevention team. And as far as the coordination of air attack and stuff, the rich states like California shouldn't be able to get all the airplanes that they want and need, while Nevada, Washington, and Oregon are deep out of luck. You know, where wildfires break out for the most part are in the poorer counties of the states, some of the poorest states. And so they have a volunteer department of probably older men over the age of 45, maybe a couple of youngsters who are total greenhorns that don't get paid or anything, would volunteer half-broken equipment. They're supposed to be the ones that quickly run off to a fire to deal with it. Meanwhile, the cities have infinite money and infinite tip-top resources that they mostly don't even need. And in order to get help from the richer counties, they have to sign mutual aid agreements and all this kind of crap. We've seen a lot of these rural wildfires get out of control, like in Kittitas County or Klickitat County. I can't remember which one is north of the Hood River. They had one water chuck keep breaking down, so the Newell fire got out of control. When Hood River stood by and watched, and so did White Salmon and all the other fire departments, they were not dispatched to help, not for 9 hours, because it took that long for behind the scenes phone calls and backroom deals to be made politically to get help from other fire stations. Meanwhile, they kept saying, oh, we can't stop the fire because the water truck is broke again. And the time that it took then to actually get help, 9 hours later for the Newell fire last year, I could have gone, rented a water truck, and driven it to Central Washington and saved the freaking day. There's something terribly wrong. We just need one agency that does this. It has one budget, and it's budgeted for as much as it needs. And then every single county should be priority. Just get as many, just do what it takes, because wildfire is destroying more of the country than wars ever did. I mean, Pearl Harbor was terrible, but did World War II even affect the United States very much? Wildfire has done more damage to our actual 48 states than war ever has. We have to treat it like something like that. We can't just have the feudalism. Having the way that firefighting right now is in the United States is feudalism. So each little county has its own budget and its own, way of doing things. So when a big battle, like a big fire comes, like the kings used to call upon their feudal lords and say, bring me some troopers. So the rich counties had elite troopers, and they'd come up with all kinds of great gear and armor. And then the poor counts of the poorer counties, those guys showed up with a whole bunch of peasants with pitchforks. And this is the same thing. We have feudalism. We have that's not the way to have to effectively fight any war here. Later, this whole system was replaced by standing armies. People at the ready, well paid, well trained, well equipped. And it wasn't like one count who was in charge and he issues orders to his troops, and the other count argues, I know a better way, and issues different orders to his troops. We've got to streamline this. We've got to have the standing army thing. All of them in charge, one person like in charge ultimately. It's one small team, and everybody else just obeys. Single-minded goal. This is how the Romans took over the Mediterranean. They had a standing army and good equipment for every trooper, no matter if that trooper was poor or not. Super gear, no matter where he came from. I mean, they had discipline, they had a chain of command, they had perfect communication. And so when they arrived to other civilizations who had the feudalism, like the Greek states, which were all city-states, and they all had their own armies and squabbled with each other in their own conflicts. And Romans steamrolled them. And go up to the Germans and stuff, who, even though they were fierce, crazy warriors, each different German village had its own army and had no discipline. Each little group would decide when they wanted to charge. And so there's no coordination. There's coordination. Nobility had awesome armor, and then the peasants had sticks. What do we have? We have feudalism right now. So what do we have? We're not very effective with our existing resources. So I would just like the Forest Service to just deal with the forest and not really be involved in firefighting. Their job is to manage the public lands called the forest, and be rangers and show people, the bears and stuff, and read stories to the children that show up around the campfire and explain the history of the forest and take care of the natural wonders. Okay, yeah, keep doing that. That's what rangers should be doing. But firefighting should be one unified command all the time. They keep talking about how Cal Fire and the Forest Service are now working together. Okay, the cats and the dogs are now in the same cage working together. Okay, sure they are. I'm sure that's totally effective. Totally different ideas, goals, and levels of decades-long bitterness. Oh dear. But here we are. But here we are. I'd set up the National Guard for stuff like this, and I would give it the budget that it needs. All right, and there would be no such thing as a volunteer firefighter. They would have their medical, they would be paid handsomely. We would attract the elites. We'd retain the best. Right now, since the pay is below minimum wage for wildland firefighters, like below California's minimum wage, firefighting, which is way more dangerous and brutal, should not pay less than flipping a burger. That's just not right. It's not how we're going to retain the best and the brightest. The old schoolers and the people who know are retiring. And we're just going to get newbies after newbies after newbies that stay there for one summer and get a better job. We're going to have total greenhorns trying to deal with fires. And we have to change all this immediately. There needs to be fire czars helping to enact sweeping rapid change. We have to modernize or we're not going to get a different result. Why am I in Malibu? Sorry. Spacing out. I'm like, why are we not seeing a fire? Okay. We've been looking at Santinez Peak. Figueroa 1 and 2 are still dead, rest in peace. But did they ever explain what happened to them? Let's look truly at the lake fire now. Is it back down there? What? There's a bogus fire that I was completely unaware of. Evacuation Siskiyou County. Okay. Sorry, friends. 135 acres. Okay. Very rural Siskiyou County on the other side of things. Bogus. Interesting name. Must be like a bogus drive. 4 hours ago, our last update was 200 acres. 2 night copters. 4 hours ago. All right. Hopefully we'll get an hour update by dawn or something. Go back down to Lake Fire. What have I been saying about it? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay. I don't see any changes to evacuation of the level 3, which they waited to already be on fire by the time they issued that evacuation. Maybe it wasn't a big deal. Maybe people were already out for the most part. It's not the most populated area. It's like cabin rental stuff up there. 6 hours ago, they had an evacuation warning for the area of Goat Rock east of Figueroa Creek from the National Forest, U.S. Forest Service entrance at Happy Canyon Road at south of Human Mountain. We'll be checking the social media pages of Los Padre National Forest, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, friends. I just burped. 7 hours ago, they had a video, and they called it 21,000 acres, 763, 21, around 21, 763,000 acres with 8% containment. On X, there was a little blurb from the Santa Barbara County Information Officer. 13 hours ago, they had a battle map thing. Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. I totally forgot with the Shelly fire. I dug up some maps and forgot. I'm so sorry. I forgot to actually show them. The Shelly people are probably asleep. Let me look at it really quickly. It doesn't show where they want to build those around, unfortunately. Yeah, maybe I'll just show that in the morning. I do have some for the lake fire too, so remind me about the lake fire briefing and battle maps. I have a source. So we've got a little bit of videos we could watch. Yeah, this is what I want, like these battle maps, branch divisions, and like I did show some of them. So let me look off screen here. Let's play one of these little videos. It's on Facebook on Los Padres. Fire, Padres. Yeah. Let's go with the earlier information. I'm dying of heat in here. I'll have to go turn the air conditioner on max just for a minute, guys.
Good morning, everybody. Rick Marinelli, Team 13 Operations, going to give you today's update on the fire and our plan for the day. So starting over here in Division Alpha, crews are going to really be focused on this area here, tie-in line into the north using dozer line and hand line into the Siskiyou River drainage. From there, the fire continues to back down towards the wilderness and the forest boundary to the north. We are planning on holding the Siskiyou River drainage to check fire spread to the north. Coming around into Division Papa, we are linking trail systems and using dozer lines down into Division Quebec. One of our main priorities on the fire today is to control this slop over or piece of fire that crossed Figaro Mountain Road. We don't want any fire spread into the south, so that'll be the main focus of a lot of our resources. Headed west from there, we continue to hold Figaro Mountain Road and tying that back into the good line that was put in 2 days ago into the Division Zulu Whiskey. Everything's looking good in here and holding. So our priorities for the day are to tie into Division Alpha and get that solid, and then here on the south end of Figueroa Mountain Road. We are also working on contingency lines between the fires and the structures to the south to have a secondary line in place should the fire move past our efforts up top. End of report.
Okay, so we can see the black line is where they have their 8%, that little squiggle of containment. So black line means we are very, very, very confident that the fire will not be able to move past that line. That's containment percentage. And remember, containment percentage is not safety percentage. So you're not 70% safe if there's 70% containment. That's their progress towards making you safe at 100. Or you could argue like the high 90s is safe. Because sometimes you'll see a fire at 98% containment for like a week. And then it's 100. Or maybe 2 weeks and then it's 100. That's because there's a weird rule. They have less funding and stuff after it reaches 100%. So they keep it around 98% to do the rest of what they have to do before they declare it 100%. It's just one of those things. Click on the red flag warning for the lake fire and it's not good news. Yeah. Let's see here. I like this guy, his communication style, but what had really vexed me, and when I put that on my own X, Twitter, whatever you call that, is did we lose like cabins when the camera burnover happened, when we saw the crazy flames marching around and perhaps burning up buildings? You know, like when the cameras burn over at night, what he said, I know the incident management team was just setting up shop, was all the fire moved kept within its own footprint mainly. Okay, that was like it's what he said. Okay, no, that was not true. It really spread to the southeast and over in camera positions and killed them. And we saw probably maybe 4 historic structures on fire, and perhaps even the explosion of like I'm not sure what we saw, like a farm style gasoline tank thing. Like it was scary. Can you please explain what happened last night? And they didn't. They just said, oh, my mainly stayed with its own footprint. No, it didn't. It marched around steadily to the southeast, really expanded. he can only provide the information provided to him. And we needed more than a 2-minute explanation in the morning. So that was what, from how many hours ago? This is the second morning explanation video. So it was yesterday at what time? It's 8 days ago. July 7th at 8:55 in the morning. I believe. Was that today? Sorry, I lost it. Wait, 14 hours ago. Monday, July 8th at 12:01 p.m. So at noon. Okay, so the 1 days ago where the camera had burned over in the night and we were like, what the heck? This is all we got. So this is the older one.
Okay, good morning everybody. Rick Marinelli, Operations Section Chief with Team 13. Team 13 assumed command of the lake fire today at 0700, and I'm just going to give you a quick update on the fire and what the team's plan is for today. So update overall on the fire, mostly stayed within its original footprint last shift, and
No, it didn't. It didn't.
yesterday night with some moderate growth. Most of that growth was down here in the southeast corner here, the Figueroa Mountain area.
Okay, well, he was gesturing to the west side, true there, but no, I mean, as in general, no, that bed grew a lot there, and maybe destroyed structures, and the cameras are dead.
The team's plan for today is to come in and reinforce all the work that's been done over the last 2 days in the Division November and Zulu area, and our focus will be on keeping fire spread away from the south and southwest, away from the communities down in this area. We will be developing plans to check fire spread to the north and northwest and east, using the Siskiyou drainage and other features out here in those areas. Yeah, the last piece of plan will be to come up with something to address the remote areas up here on the northern end of the fire. That's it for today's update.
So that was like, after our crazy broadcast where I didn't sleep for like 4 days because the camera burnover happened. That's all the information we got the next day. When I know they had just arrived and set up shop, a couple minutes better than nothing. But like seriously, explain. Do we lose historical structures? Why are the cameras dead? Are they coming back? While a lot of this stuff was happening the last few days, independent small communities had to evacuate themselves because the authorities told them nothing, but they saw the fire coming towards themselves. So I just wanted to explain that's why I'm giving a D to a D- grade. Santa Barbara County's barely giving any information to the public when the fire was 0% contained, spreading wildly out of control. People seeing nuclear bomb images and apocalyptic 7-mile-long marching walls of flame coming towards their communities with absolutely no numbers to call, no hotline, nobody telling them whether or not they should prepare to evacuate or not, and people just having to make decisions for themselves. Santa Barbara County started a website of information, issued mandatory evacuation orders, and didn't even make a map for more than 30 hours later. So, totally huge difference between the B+ to A grade that I'm giving the Forest Service and CAL FIRE and that incident management team up there with Shelly versus like we are starved of information down here, and I'm pretty. I don't know about you guys. I'm pretty upset. I mean, I like the fellow who was just talking, but they need to approve for him to say more things, give more details, helping things improve. So, Forest Service explained on July 7th around 7 o'clock at night, the wildfire north of Los Olivos, near Zaca Lake, reported on the afternoon of July 5th, has now burned 16,452 acres of Los Padres National Forest, Santa Lucia Ranger District, and the adjacent state land. It's approximately 1,000 firefighters assigned to the incident. Boy, do they need more. They need about 5,000 at least, along with full complement of air resources. There's currently no containment members on the fire. Well, we now have an 8% EA. The fire is burning in grass, brush, and timber, and rugged terrain, blah, blah. Difficult for fire crews to access. blah, blah, blah. It explains where they did do evacuation, ordered evacuations after the fire hit. California Complex Incident Management Team 13, led by Incident Commander Bohm, has taken operational control of the fire under Unified Command of Santa Barbara County Fire and CAL FIRE. People coming in saying Santa Barbara County Fire is not their fire, so they shouldn't have to give people fire info. It's not their fire. God, whatever. You see my frustration with that. So cooperators working on the incident include Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department, Santa Barbara Office of Emergency Management, Santa Barbara County Department of Public Works, and the Chumash Fire Department, California Highway Patrol, and California Office of Emergency Services. For God's sake, just make one website where we have all the information about this fire in one spot. For God's sake. Of course they won't. So here we are, trying to do our best to gather all the fire info in one spot. We'll look at InstaWeb in a second. So let's look at one of the later videos where they say they have 8%. That was at least 7 hours ago at 6:32 p.m. Oh, welcome to the 9th. I didn't realize we were over midnight. Watch this video. Sorry, it's loud. Just a jet whine noise. Whatever, or actually turboprop noise or whatever. Unknown when the video was taken. Or where we're even looking at. Or which direction we're looking. I like the heads-up display of Ferris. It always says like, "Oh, we're looking north now," and he narrates like, "What are we looking at?" You would have to try to figure this out. I'm thinking that now we're looking from basically the north to the south. I would assume. Maybe he was pulling around from the. I think maybe he was on the west side of the fire and just now pulled around to the north, and we're looking mostly to the south. I don't know. So let's go back to chat. Sorry. Yeah, Flapping Wings says the bogus fire started today. Okay. That was in Siskiyou County. Helen says the lake fire chugging along, but has moved into a completely undeveloped area. It will get huge and stay huge. Let's see. Open back up a chat. Do we have any specific questions? Let's see. Flapping Wings says my mother lived through the 1936 Bandon fire and lost everything. Oh man. It was Brookings and Bandon. Weren't they both affected? Sorry if I was just seeing Brookings alone. She had all her kids. My dad collect their canning and take it to the beach and bury it. Well, like the canned fruits and vegetables, or the islands or rocks pinned. Sorry, I didn't see the story. Into what? In the ocean were on fire. It took out everything. I don't know if part of the story was skipped there. But the latest information, lake, was 7 hours ago, which we just watched, and they had a 21,763 acreage, but that is obsolete the moment that they say what it is. So I do have some battle maps for the lake. I'd have to go download new ones, but let's see if we can get a good image. We were looking at Santa Ynez. Like, this is the last image before the cameras burned up. from, excuse me, from Figueroa, or we still have no idea. Like, did we actually lose buildings? Did they save them? If they heroically saved them, like, tell us. Tell us. There's the last images of Figueroa. Okay, Fugio's not looking. Grass Mountain is not looking at the correct area. We're dependent on Santa Ynez, which looks apocalyptic. Let's do a 12-hour. This is like at the coast of Santa Barbara, looking pretty far to the north. It's 12 hours. Does anybody know the status of the cabins at Figueroa or the farms or whatever that was? Didn't look that good. Somebody said they thought 4 cabins burned. We had no confirmation. Just didn't look good. Why are the cameras not back online? Are they going to come back online? Helen says, to Big Al, relative humidity with little to no overnight recovery combined with northwest winds gusting 25 to 35 miles an hour for multiple hours, and even stronger sundowner winds is not good. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I have to read the red flag warning. It's just going to be insane. Isn't that now true for Shelly and the lake fire? Are they both in red flag now? So this is our current view. Coming up on 2 in the morning now. 2 now. Santa Ynez. Remember, the camera's not calibrated. The more you can see in the dark areas of the photo, the more you realize that light is exaggerated because the shutter's wide open. So we can't get a good idea where the fire's at unless they seriously manually adjust these cameras, and they're not doing it. So we get a big white blob. Light, hot smoke, fire, heat. It's all the same to an infrared camera. Let's look at the heat detections. First up with the Shelly real quick. Maybe the Shelly cams are back to looking at. I hope so. Got a lot of more pinpointing mode of severes, so let's just go with the goes. Thank goodness, not any heat detections for quite some time. Close to the communities over here by the. Okay, I have to take his sweater off. Hang on a second. I'm boiling. The computer is putting out tremendous heat, and I'm sitting right over it, so I think I'll have to get more room fans to circulate where the air conditioning comes through the best. I don't even want to know what my power bill is going to be like. The computer pumping out heat. Thank you all for your kind donations to it. Even if you donate $1, that is so appreciated right now. And thanks everybody who's hit the like button. That helps people find us. To stream, especially 24 hours, it produces tremendous heat. The computer just sucks the wattage. Then I have to, on these heat wave days, have to run the air conditioning to, survive it day and night, because we have really hot nights here, like tonight. $1 makes a difference. So with the Shelly, thank goodness, gray means there hasn't been a new heat detection for between last 6 and 12 hours. And then after 12 hours goes by, the gray disappears. Looks like currently right now the most activity is in the far west of the Shelly fire. And I want to see where this is. On a peak. a peak without a name, almost 7,000 feet. In the Forest Service map, it's in quadrangle 6, with the unnamed spring here and there. But it's basically the peak that's just west of where Hayes Creek begins. It's so steep that one little pine cone fire can roll down and start a fire right down here, which is just higher up than the drainage of Kidder Creek, or Kitty, or however they're pronouncing that. You got at least some sort of a decent access road if that's been maintained, but it terminates right here and becomes a trail. Oh my God. Here we are. Let's quickly look back and see what's going on at the Wildfire. Doing C still. That's good. What's going on back at Fort Jones? Excuse me, Shelly fire. Fort Jones, has it even looked at the fire in an hour? Thanks a lot. Looks like the answer is no. Okay, quick look see. Let's go back to the lake fire. Waiting to see the latest view there. So I have the Twitter of Los Padres. Let's check it. No updates even in the last 24 hours, right? Scott Safechuck, the information officer for Santa Barbara County, has retweeted National Weather Service. I'll read this. The fire weather watch, which I think is now full red flag. We know it's going to be bad. Gusty winds, hot, dry conditions. Hold on to your butts. Please don't start any new fires. Don't make a spark. Yes. He reported some random stuff. What is this? It's not. Maybe it's not that random. What? Is this fire-related injuries or something? A vehicle collision by Los Olivios. Full-size pickup with a cattle trailer was vehicle number 1 versus a full-size pickup vehicle number 2. Maybe they were trying to evacuate cattle or something. 2 male adult occupants of vehicle number 1, minor injuries, self-extricated, climbed out. Occupants of vehicle number 1 refused ambulance transport against medical advice. 3 young female adult occupants of vehicle number 2 had heavy impact on their side doors. 2 occupants crawled out. Fire crews removed a 3rd person without needing to extract, meaning they didn't have to cut the door off or anything. Got them out. 2 of the 3 occupants have major injuries, transported to Santa Ynez Airport on the ground. The patients to be airlifted to Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital. This was 14 hours ago. 3rd occupant had minor injuries, being transported to Santa Ynez Cottage Hospital by ground. And the Santa Barbara County Fire Resource have been released. Yikes, remember, just drive nice and careful in fires. Were the cattle all right, or was it empty? Okay. What if the fire had been there by Los Olivos? This one car accident might have blocked people from escaping. There's not that many roads around here. You gotta be super careful driving. If you can barely see through the smoke, you've got to find a shelter-in-place area and pull over. Can't block an escape route with an accident, and there's very likely an accident already in front of you. So I don't know what that's in the Santa Barbara County Public Information Officer. He also reposted this. I think the Fire Weather Watch has gone full red flag. Big Al, do you have a link for me? I can read the one. Red flag warning. Oh, actually, you already linked it to me. Here it is. Let's do this. We all know it's bad news. Okay. Let me timestamp it on the 5th hour. We're reading the Santa Barbara County red flag warning. Any bad weather news? All right. Anyone south of this fire or southeast, I'm just saying be ready to go at a moment's notice. You never know when the sundowner winds or whatever will push it right towards your community at record-breaking speeds. And based on the piss poor, communication levels that officials have had with the locals, don't expect to get a warning or even a knock on the door or anything like that. Be prepared to make your own decisions to save your own life. It's actually good. Don't wait. Don't wait to be told what to do. You know what to do. You know, if smoke starts coming your way, the fire is too. And listen to your gut. Get out long before you're told. Be ready at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, we really don't have a good, unless that's changed, a good radio to listen to. So that is our best thing that we could have. That is our best asset. If we could hear what the firefighters are saying live, we can get evacuation warnings out instantly. But we are deaf because we don't have a radio to listen to down there. So public vigilance and people sleeping in shifts and families having like a night watch person looking out the window is actually one of the best ways to stay safe right now, I'm sorry to say. If people can buy their own radios and know how to use them, listen to the fire crews nearby, that would be awesome. But I've had a Baofeng radio for a couple years now with a to-do list of learning how to use it, and I still haven't. So let me actually use a bathroom before I read this. Put it on the live view. Here is a live view of the lake fire. I'll be right back. We are back, friends. Yeah, back friends. I'm changing shirts. Okay. Sorry, walked into the wind. Coming over the mic. Okay, I need some Tylenol. One moment. Oh man, the allergies. Okay. Okay. No sexual harassment, please. I know it's after 2 in the morning, but you know what I mean. I could have changed my shirt on camera. Hmm. I have. I'm gonna cancel you, Wrath. I'm gonna alert all of the feminazi groups that I know. They'll be arriving shortly with pitchforks and torches. You deserve this. I'm kidding. Okay. I don't believe those groups actually exist. But you know. Okay. We have to have some humor. We're gonna die here. All right. The actual red flag warning. Any kind of red flag warning just means bad fire weather news. So this will explode. I believe we have one for the Shelly fire too. I'm not sure, but we already listened to a lot of weather talk there. Okay, 05, 9, the 5th hour, 9 minute of the stream. Remember to like, guys. Remember to hit the like button. Thank you, everybody who has done so. Thank you, everybody who has dropped $1 or any donation at all into the laptop fund and will the buy a non-dying webcam fund. I'm gonna take the Tylenol. All right. Looking at screens all day gives me a blinding headache. So I'm sorry, I have to adjust the bulbs down to like a weird red color sometime in the middle of the night. It just helps me avoid the headache. But when we're looking at big white screen images, for some reason OLED screens cause migraines when it's white. Don't ask me why. This last 6 hours of the lake fire from the Santa Ynez Peak, which is looking almost due north, right? What's that body of water? It's a body of water, right? It's not like a lake. It's got fog on it now, but what's due north? Looking pretty far away. From pretty far away. The fire's so huge, it's hard to fit it all in the frame. Weird how there's fog and much lower temps in the valley. We'll have to look and see what the temperature is up there. Thank you so much, Big Al, for being here too, and Smitty. You may want to get some rest, or are you pulling an all-nighter again? You're above and beyond Call of Duty once again, Smitty, you know. Let me look back. Did I miss a chat? Um, yeah, Helen says, yeah, Sundown Winds, I already read that. Okay, are you ready for the bad news? Prepare your bodies. Not big enough for you guys to read too. Okay, strap in. A red flag warning has been issued July 8th at 1:33 p.m. in effect until the 9th at 9 p.m. It is now the 9th. It is now 2:38 a.m. Welcome to Tuesday. Red flag Tuesday. So until, who knows if they renew it or not, until at least 9 p.m. today, red flag warning has been issued by the National Weather Service of LA and Oxnard. Red flag warning in effect, blah, blah, for Santa Barbara County interior mountains, including the higher elevations of the currently out of control rampaging lake fire due to gusty northwest winds and very low humidity. Red flag warning is in effect from 3 p.m. Tuesday to 3 a.m. Wednesday for also the western Santa Ynez Range and adjacent foothills due to gusty sundowner winds and, of course, very low humidity. What does that mean? Conditions will be favorable for rapid fire spread from Tuesday afternoon into the night across Santa Barbara County's interior mountains, including everywhere around the lake fire and the western Santa Ynez Mountain. A volatile combo of extreme heat, meaning 95 to 105 degree temperatures, and single-digit relative humidity with little to no overnight recovery, combined with northwest winds gusting 25 to 35 miles an hour, and the double whammy of even stronger sundowner winds, which everybody in the region of Zafira will be very favorable for extreme fire behavior. Extreme fire behavior, there's nothing more severe than that. That is that is like 10.0 earthquakes on the Richter scale. It doesn't go higher than that. I don't even know if there's been one in human history. But extreme fire behavior is like that. Massive nuclear bomb type clouds running fast, breaking records with how fast it moves and expands. That's what extreme fire behavior means. An extreme fire, like a fire in extreme conditions, means you have to run for your life. Get to your shelter in places. Run. I don't mean in a panic. I mean you cannot sit there at home and expect to survive if it comes to you. So you have to evacuate early. Run to your shelter in place option. Like hopefully that's within walking distance of where you're at. Like a pond, a culvert, under a bridge, big box store, parking lot, baseball diamond, big grassy field, golf course, irrigated field, construction zone with just a bunch of pavement, recently plowed field, dirt lot, wherever it is, you can shelter in place. It means you cannot defend a structure, period, no matter what kind of equipment you have or who is there. It means you have to get out of the way of the fire or shelter in place and let it sweep past you. That's what extreme fire behavior means. So in different situations, if you were extremely well equipped, well trained, and or if firefighters came to help, you might be able to, save a structure. When it's rip roaring and like a freight train and it's in extreme mode, there is nothing you can do. You must get out of the way or shelter in a safe place. That's what extreme means. So all of this triple whammy of low humidity, high winds, blah, 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 geography, heat dome, extreme dryness, like no sign of moisture in the forecast, no recent precipitation, etc., etc. That means, plus the sundowner winds will be all this means very favorable conditions for extreme fire behavior and rapid spread rates Tuesday afternoon to Tuesday night. This includes the lake fire and any new ignitions. Remember, even if the lake fire is not exactly on your doorstep, any new fire could be. Any new car accident, anybody dragging that chain, any power line that goes down, any accident with the neighbor. When these conditions exist, there's like, mostly there is a spark. There's only a percentage chance of it to land in dead vegetation and cause a fire. When you get to this is like 100% chance. This means that somebody could have pulled over and changed a tire, and then they put their tire iron on the top of their toolbox or the top of their car and forgot. They drive away, the tire iron bounces off the car and hits the pavement, and you have a wildfire because it sparks. This is how bad it can be. We've heard the crescent wrench story that actually sparked when it is Shasta County. There's a crescent wrench was left on somebody's toolbox in their pickup truck. They forgot to secure it and drove off, and then it chipped on the pavement and went to dry grass. So remember, the lake fire is not generally threatened here. It kind of goes in general advice category. When they mean new ignitions. If you see a smoke column of any sort immediately, you need to immediately call 911 or get that reported. See anybody like dragging a chain? We heard a 911 call that was immediately reported. That 911 caller probably prevented a new wildfire. That's awesome. So the winds will be northwest winds gusting at 25 to 35 miles an hour. Humidity will be about 5 to 15%, little to no overnight recovery. So the only way that dead vegetation gets any wetness pretty much is rain, snow, or just from the air around it. Humidity it's like dew. Even dead plants absorb it, but when it's down below 40, you get very bad fire danger. When it's below 30, it's like, oh dear God. Below 20 is, let's bite our fingernails off, and below 10 is like, well, this is the year-round humidity level of hell. You bake cookies in the oven, it's about the same. 5, it's just, wow. Unbelievable. Hey, Terry. So, impacts, conditions will be favorable for rapid fire spread, extreme fire behavior could threaten life and property, and the hot temps will bring potential for large vertical plume growth, which is still in progress right now. For the last 3 hours, looking at the lake. Yep, that's big plume. I think it's hard to tell because you can calibrate the cameras. Yeah, the hot smoke going pretty high up there. I'm going to assume that's a plume buried within the smoke there. Now remember, look at all this smoke. Where the fire is, it's even choking on it. You introduce the high winds and the smoke gets blown away, you're going to see this thing on steroids. It's been on pretty much best behavior and not pushed by winds except for that one night where boy, it just roared down the hillside. That may have even been the first night it began or the second, but it's been on ever since on best behavior. We're going to see with these winds what it can do. Hold on to your butts. Continuing to read the rest of the red flag warning for Santa Barbara County. Instructions. What do you do? A red flag warning means that critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now or will shortly. Remember the difference between a warning and a watch. Blah 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 weather watch, like tornado watch, means it could get a tornado. Look out. Warning means it's happened. It's happened. This is a red flag warning, so it's happening. We're right about to. If you get a tornado warning, there's a tornado on the ground. This goes for anything with the weather. Flash flood watch. Could get a flash flood. Flash flood warning. Get the hell out of its way. Flood's coming. It's in progress. I wish they would put that on every single warning, the difference. So a lot of people don't have any idea that's what that means. So use extreme caution with anything that could spark a wildfire. No. Don't use extreme caution. Don't do anything that could spark a wildfire. Like you don't weed whack. The riding lawnmower stays in the shed. You don't mow. You don't go outside and start any kind of fire. You don't just don't go outside, basically, if you can help it. Work from home if you can help it. Any little car accident might cause things. Don't barbecue outside, don't do anything. Don't do yard work. You got a pile to burn, put a tarp on it, put the rocks on it, and wait. Don't do anything like that. Residents near wildland interfaces should be prepared to evacuate if a wildfire breaks out. Yeah, well, we know that. If you're anywhere, especially south of the lake fire and southeast, prepare for it to possibly run over the hills and run down the canyons towards places like Los Olivios and Los Alamos. Anything that's in between that. Now we have to look on the map to see if any new communities are in danger because it keeps spreading to the southeast, excuse me, throughout the hills. And so when sundowner winds or any other type may change and blow it more like due west or off the hill, down the slopes, you have to figure out what new communities are now in the way. I am not a local, never been here, so our local knowledge, feel free to ship it. Go to If Outdoors is not the best map player. Consult Google Maps too. Okay, excuse me. We already know that Los Olivos has special vulnerability because think about all the canyons. The canyons are basically a barrel of a gun that these communities are looking down. So if you have a fire, this is what we learned about Greenville and others. Your community has special risk for it to race towards it. Midland School, I think, has already been evacuated. I don't think they came back. I hope not. Is there a fire at elevation above you on mountains or big hills? Okay, above your community. Is it basically burning where there is a canyon that points at your community? Like Los Olivos here. Are there winds in the forecast? Your community is looking down the barrel of the gun. Look at sheer relief. Fire moves quickest when the wind is blowing the same way as the canyon. And it doesn't even have to be like if you look at a weather forecast, see, oh, fire's coming from a different, wind is blowing from a different direction. That should move it away from my community, right? Wrong. If wind goes and hits mountains, sometimes it stays up there at the top, but oftentimes it'll ride the slopes up and down like a roller coaster, and then it won't have enough oomph to get over the side. So it'll boom, run into the wall of the canyon and split left and right. So you can have, it doesn't matter which direction the prevailing wind is blowing, in these canyons, you can have it rip a special wind direction coming towards your community. And smoke coming towards your community, the fire follows in these big winds events, and you should not wait to leave at that point. You should be knocking on neighbors' doors, helping them. You should be alerting your community, and you should be getting out. If you have thick, heavy smoke, change directions and blow towards your community. If you're pretty close to it, like Midland School and Ranchos Los Potreros, or these areas, I would already have my livestock out and be ready to leave. Los Olivos should be on alert. Looks like now the fire is spreading, and that's our current heat detections. Are there any other communities looking down the barrel again, like Los Olivos? This particular spot is very vulnerable, and I don't know if these are ranches or what. Might have to look more on Google Maps. Let's see, let's put on these structures map. Some small communities and such. Where it says Santa Guido Creek, Agueda. This is our particular vulnerability. And this community here, what is this? East Santa Ynez. Does it have a name? Google Map. Sit down. California. Okay, Santa Ynez proper. San Lorenzo Seminary. Sorry, I have dark mode on. Star Lane Vineyard and Winery. Yes. Okay. Tommytown Thoroughbreds. Westerly Stud, Equestrian Center, Crown Point Vineyards. You've got special vulnerability. It would first impact up here, the Corrales Canyon, at Santa Agueda Creek. Everywhere that the creek is, this is a special vulnerability. Integrity Design Studio, whatever this is. I was hoping it'd be like a neighborhood name. Because the fire's up in the hills now, and with the big dramatic wind event, it would rush down these canyons. And don't think that over here, oh, this area is safe. This Mora Avenue, Roblar Avenue. And look, if fire sweeps up, it loves to climb, right? Doesn't matter what the wind is doing, it loves to climb. And then there's more of these drainages that point down at the eastern Santa Ynez. So north and northeastern Santa Ynez, general valley area here, has particular vulnerability. Now, Santa Ynez downtown proper has got a lot going for it. It's a lot more safe because 154. That's a great place to stop a fire. But these places up here, where the valley meets the mountains, are a particular vulnerability. So, let's look back topo, because look at just how long the fire is. They only have an 8% containment, so only 8% of this huge long line where the fire was. And look, oranges structures, guys. If we were to measure, a measuring tool like where the fire is, measure a straight line, excuse me, distance This is really crude, but effective. And it's now 18.5 miles long, generally, where the fire is. So if we have a wind change and it pushes it down the slopes, that would be a potentially 18-mile long flame front going towards structures and communities. So do you think that it can go door to door everywhere or notify everybody? An 18-mile long, that's as the crow flies. Wildfire potentially sweeping down towards communities, except for the 8% spot over there where they got containment. This is why I warn everybody, be prepared, think for yourself, have a shelter in place option if you stay really close, within walking distance or a very short drive, you know, where you can like sit and ride it out in your car or be in a pond or something or under a culvert under the road. I hope maybe you have a fire shelter proper, or maybe you have a cleared piece of land, you know, like a irrigated area, green grass, or recently plowed, or just nothing to burn on it. Those places, those open lots, perfect. Perfect fire safety there. Golf courses, but not just because an area has irrigation, like wineries, doesn't mean that they're safe. You can see the vineyards burn pretty fiercely. And even the parking lots might be safe. The bigger the better. Asphalt, concrete, you know, green grass, that does not burn. You can park on it. You can wait it out. Just don't be underneath like a tree. Just look up. Are any trees tall enough? Could they reach you if they fell in your direction? Have a wool blanket in the car. Wool is very fire resistant. If you need to, say if some flaming tree branch rolls up against your car, get out, put the wool blanket around your foot and kick it away, or have a metal pole like a Swiffer sort of thing. You push the flaming debris away, get back in your car, read a book. You know, it's your tires. Your tires. If flaming debris is up against them, that can endanger you. I would let 5 pounds of pressure out from maximum of my tires, because a lot of times people are driving away on hot pavement, and the hot pavement will expand the air in the tires and explode them. You don't want a flat tire as you're trying to evacuate, but be real careful about that. Just find maximum pressure. It's usually a sticker on the door, like driver's side door. Test to see if you are at maximum pressure, and then maybe you could let out 5 pounds. Not bad. You know, you don't know much about cars, consult somebody who does. I see the fires moving towards some structures right now. What is the stuff over here? Little branch or something. This. This Forest Service. Is there a map here? Doesn't explain what that is, but there are structures. Who knows how quickly this area could be impacted? There is a road in between it, but look at the steep slopes. I think unless they have prepped this like super, Happy Canyon Road, unless they have super prepped this, fire could just from higher elevations, just embers could just float down here, and this is pretty vulnerable. This particular spot. What this is. And it looks like there's just trails around there. Wonder how you get to it. They have dirt roads, not on the Forest Service map to go up the slope. Looks like it's the intersection of a creek. I don't know if it's dry or not. I hope they are helping to prep whatever this spot is. So writing this down as the special vulnerability analysis of lake fire. I don't know how fast it's moving, but this is in the crosshairs. Red is the margin of error, but there's been a heat detection here in the last 10 minutes. I have a satellite flying over, and it flew over 3 minutes ago. So, okay. Do you have any questions about this? I don't know if anybody from the lake fire is even watching right now in the middle of the night, but do we have any other cameras? It's really a pity. Last hour of the lake fire, really a pity that the other cams have not been brought back online yet at Figueroa. We really need them. Really do. The closest around here that have been helpful. I don't like the Grass Mountain 1 and 2. We're just not really looking at the actual fire. Right. There's Refugio 2. Not looking at the fire. Highway 101 Blueberries in the canyon and not particularly helpful. We got a huge blind spot. Gibraltar 1 and 2. Has a really big mountain in the way, a big ridge. It's lower elevation. So it's looking that direction, but it's not up high where it needs to be. This just exemplifies the special vulnerability of everybody around this fire. The lake fire is a very dangerous monster. It's going to get worse. Way worse before it gets any better. And we are deaf, don't really hear anything. We're almost blind, except for the most basic long distance views. And we have every potential for it to race down the mountains towards communities, and very unlikely to be able to give anybody much warning if that should occur. And that may happen like today or tomorrow with sundowner winds. So I would say many of these communities are let's just spit it out, extreme danger. Don't turn your back on this fire. And if you're real close to it, I would just be leaving and be out by noon, really. Just gonna write that down. Extreme danger. The communities south and southeast of Lake Fire due to audio only long distance cameras. The fact that it's 18.6 miles long could blow over the mountains as an 18-mile long, or maybe longer by the time it happens, 20-mile long flame front. Only 1,000 personnel. The chances of door-to-door or other warning, giving people closest enough time to leave is slim. So here we are. Okay, who's still awake and needs fire info? Who is still awake and needs fire info? What fire. Which fire do you want me to cover? We've finally done the big ones. A lot to absorb. It's almost 6 hours into the stream. But we've finally covered all the big ones. Any mod's still awake too. We sort of have a little bit of time here to do what I wanted to do and try to tally finally how much towards laptop goal have we been able to sorry, put this in a darker mode. There we go. Setting is peak west, current conditions. It's a big plume, nighttime plume. Big Al says I'm headed to bed in a few. Gonna be a long day tomorrow. Good night, everyone. It's a long day of you being here, or thanks, Big Al. That's better. You guys have been, and Husky, you've been handling it. It's superstars. Not to mention all the others too. Jake, Cat, Bookfish, and everybody else. I wish we had a. Before you go, Al, do you know if we have any sort of audio at all that they've been able to hook up for the lake or the Shelly? Bob and the pups are still with us too. Yeah, we should go do lunch, man. Whenever this calms a little bit. Gotta change my shirt again now that I just spilled tea all over it. I'm gonna get sticky. Whoops. Okay. All right. These are our current conditions with the lake. Let's see what's going on with Jones as well. With the Shelly. Is the camera looking back? No, it's not. The camera's not looking back to fire. Fortunes 2 is. But it's in panorama mode. So we can't time lapse it. But that's what it's looking like. Back up there. So at 0544, we've finally finished covering Lake and Shelly. I do want to know about the others. Like, we just haven't heard much. Thank goodness they pounced on a lot today. Things like the Royal. Let's see if Ferris has given us any good. Yeah, Ferris 18 hours ago flew over the Wildfire and the lake on the 7th. That's hopelessly outdated. That goes back to like 6. Oh. Okay. Kind of got a headache. I hate looking at screens with this much. Let's see if I can turn down to red mode. I think I should still be able to. Oh dear, watch duty's not giving me any new info because we reached 24 notifications. I gotta swipe it away. What was the Vista fire, by the way? Let's see. The Frank Waters fire was in Stanwood, Washington. Is 100% contained. That's nice. Cool. Let's see. Norte fire. Escondido was contained. It's nice. Okay. What is the North Fire? Modoc County. Oh, right. They lifted the evacuation orders, 50% containment up there in Modoc County. Excellent. Right, better ways I can get more watch duty alerts. How is it going with Burl in Texas? I know they probably had a lot of flooding problems. There was an earthquake too yesterday. 4.5 is here too off of Vancouver Island. The Pacific Plate is restless. Just trying to swipe away all kinds of 18 hours of notifications that have dominated my phone here. Okay. See. Okay, where did the watch duty notifications go? Oh, sorry, I thought we were paused on a camera image. Live Santina's Peak. Okay, sorry, I have to clear these notifications or I don't see the new ones. They're important. Okay, where do watch duty even go? My notifications. How does Android just keep updating, getting worse and worse? Remember the days when you could tell which apps, like which apps should be at the top of your notification list, so you could sort it by order that way, what's important? Rant, I have canceled people, if you're wondering. I have. Like, even if people donate, like, there's things I don't tolerate, like, we have to have a family-friendly atmosphere. We have 8-year-olds to 103-year-olds in the chat. So if that's violated, or I just instantly ban anybody who even mentions what I could do to make money as a hot chick. I instantly ban. It's the only warning I can ever give. I don't like that. Donations don't buy the ability for people to say what they want to me. You have to respect me. It's the only warning I'm ever going to give. Occasionally, a lighthearted kind of off-the-cuff joke is fine after midnight or so, but there's a line, and if you have to ask where it is, you don't know. You just have to know what you can't cross. And I'm not saying I'm a hot chick. I don't even think so. But just what people have said, and they may not have been serious. It's just I don't like being spoken to that way. Wildfire. And a big thank you after the Thompson fire to Butte County residents. So I can't even find the watch duty notifications on my screen anymore. I have so many other notifications for crap. I do a pretty good job of managing them. Like most apps on my phone are not even allowed to give me a notification. Did I accidentally swipe the whole thing away? I hope so. I mean, I'm still reading some of them. At least Watch Duty can now give me new ones. I found out with Samsungs and stuff, there's a max notification of 24, and then apps can't give you anymore. So with Watch Duty, I get 24 filled up, and then my phone goes completely silent. So do help me keep me informed of what's going on. So I have all 3 western states on notify me about every single county. So when things are sometimes just half an acre, yeah, I still need to know about it as soon as possible. And sometimes that's all they amount to. And my phone fills up with half acre backyard fires, and I can't hear a thing about new ones. I will move away from Samsung phones if they don't fix that. Because Android's capable of 200. It's just what they decide should happen. And that's inappropriate for life-saving and emergency response apps. The same thing with FEMA. Like if FEMA needs to send you more than 24 notifications and you took a nap and you wake up, like FEMA can't do that. Send you new ones. So Big Al says I can look for audio. I found the Shelly earlier, but not much going on. Yeah, tell me what was going on with the Shelly. I only found uh, Shasta SHU for the pilots. Oh, Katie says look at the Mina fire, Cavello. What? The coroner just called to address where the fire originated? Wait, sorry, what? Or Mina fire? What? Please elaborate on what you just said. A 55 acre fire. 7 hours ago, it holds around 55 acres, turns all the way around it. We read that out earlier. Incident fact sheet. Unknown when they expect full control. Okay, why can't I scroll? Assigned resources in current situation. It doesn't say anybody's injured or dead. Don't ever joke about people being injured or dead, please. There's evacuation warning on Mina or Mina Road, Cabello. Some 65 personnel on it. Firefighters are working in extreme conditions, steep and rugged terrain challenged by high heat and low humidity. Fires burning mixed grass, brush, various timber. Fire personnel will continue to build lines. It's all very boring compared to the threat. It says civilian injuries and fatalities, none. Firefighter injuries and fatalities, none. Structures threatened, unknown. Structures destroyed, unknown. Structures damaged, unknown. It's by the Hoopa Indian land, I believe. Or, not sure. Upland, excuse me, volunteer fire department, not Hoopa. Lots of agencies. Please tell me what you mean. And that was released yesterday at 7:30 p.m. Doesn't talk about anybody being hurt. What do you mean the coroner? Like the coroner is somebody you call when somebody's dead and they do an autopsy. What do you mean the coroner? That's why I'm asking. You're giving me agita, some anxiety here. It's an old report. Fire was originally dispatched to structure fire into vegetation. Where are we getting this info? It just said reports of a fire, vegetation fire. Full wildland response requested. Fire personnel en route. Sometimes when people type one word, autocorrect does it. So is it like autocorrecting what you're saying to coroner? But so that's making me wonder if somebody's dead. Um, why would a coroner be calling anybody, and who would they be calling? Really? Where'd you get the info? Is it on the scanner radio or something? They called for a coroner because they have a 1144 code, which means for a deceased person. Is that like just now? Did they find somebody dead? They never even had a level 3 evacuation, as far as I know. It's a warning. Yikes. Oh, yeah, just where can I verify the info? Because we have to be able to uh, verify. It's one of those you can trust what people are saying in the chat, but you have to verify. Because like stuff like this really freaks people out. So that's one of the chat rules. You got say where you got the info, so I can verify. So all throughout things, especially structures, people injured, damage. People kept coming in here and saying, "I'm a local and I know that 4 homes are lost in the Pine Fire, the one called God, what was it called now? Anyway, the one at La Pine last 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, and the Darlene 3." And so I said, "Please back up your statement. Where were the homes lost? What neighborhood?" Silence, crickets. No homes are lost. Period. Like there may have been some damage, but none of them were. So scanner just now. Okay, thanks. Like they just said that just now. Which scanner are you listening to? Jeez, that's frightening. If it was structure into vegetation, then that would explain why somebody might be dead inside. Yikes. Let me try to look up Mendocino County News. Mendocino County News. Maybe they'll be explaining that. Man, that's awful. The fire named Amina Fire is northwest of Cavell. It was reported around 2:06 p.m. Okay, yeah, I'm verifying what you're saying. The structure fire is spread to the wildland in the 97,500 block of Mina. Is it Mina or Mina? It's currently at 0% containment. Both CAL FIRE and local agencies responded, including helicopters and air tankers. Mendocino County Sheriff's Office issued an evacuation warning. The surrounding area. Residents can visit mendoready.org to find the evacuation zone current. Well, so that was updated last night at 6:15 p.m. CBS News, San Francisco. Oh man, that's sad. Sheriff should put out a release tomorrow. Not sure if the death is actually fire related. I just have to question it with Cavella out there. Yeah, we're listening to Scanner. We're listening to the whole county, right? Hey, Kathleen, morning. Got my 4 hours of sleep. Smells like rain, so got up and there's a dog barking. Oh no. Smelling water sign. Some heavy buckets dumping nearby. It's mine. And Covelo. Oh, I'm sorry. Covelo. So is it Mina, like the bird? Mina fire? Covelo. Am I saying it now right? Mina fire at Covelo? Alright. I am learning. I don't remember if I've ever really been to Mendocino County before, or if I did when I was trying to get to 101. I must have driven past it. That may have been where I got behind fire lines that one year, like 2017 or something. They had a fire in the hills, and I was trying to get a shortcut from not Mitchell. Where's that old town? Maxwell. I cut over from Maxwell. Wow, so I did drive this. I think this route to where the Sites fire began, and then went into the hills. I was like, why do I see no other cars on the road? Like, period. Maybe I'd driven west from Elk Creek. It's really hard to say. I don't remember. There was no AM radio, no nothing. I didn't see another car on the road for hours. I was listening to AM radio, like trying to tune it in, like what's going on. I knew wildfires were in the hills, but didn't know where. So I was going to return to Oregon by driving up the coast. So all of a sudden, I'm seeing huge smoke plume and black on the other side of the road. So I turned around, put the GoPro on top of my car, started driving because I thought I was filming a wildfire from days ago. I drove through the hills, and all of a sudden I turned the corner, and holy crap, the ground is smoking. What do? Where would I shelter? I never really thought about something like this before. So I realized, okay, stay where I am is the best option. Because fire can't burn where it's already burned. It's just black grass, where grass used to be. Yes, Covelo just sounds weird. Oh, Covello sounds weird. Well, I was thinking it's like Coachella, right? Mendocino, right? Covelo sounds weird to me, but I'll get used to it. Man. But yeah, if you're listening to General Mendocino County, which broadcast fight channel was it again? Like which scanner? That could be a coroner for a totally unrelated incident, right? It's mostly reservation land, ranchers and drug cartels, not a place many go these days. Oh dear. Oh dear. So yeah, let's look back at the Mina fire. Look back at the quick check on the Shelly in the lake. And then maybe I can tally some. This is a Shelly. We only have it on Fort Jones too. Not a lot of change there. Hold on to your butts after 2 p.m. today, though. Down on that red flag warning. Current view. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Lake fire. Santa Barbara County. Wish they'd just calibrate the image so wouldn't you see a white blob? Yeah, it's starting to trying to make a pyrocumulus cloud at night. Just bad. And so I got behind the wildfire that it was active. They closed the roads behind me and in front of me. So I got out for the first time. I was like, wait a second, what do I actually do if I find myself on the road and a wildfire is? I came to the conclusion, stay where I'm at because the grass had been burned off on each side of the road. I looked at the map ahead of me. I had the Garmin. Thank God I had the Garmin with updated maps because I didn't have any paper maps. Never been there before. So I then looked around the road ahead and looked. I knew northeast, south, and west through the compass in the car and cell phone. So I looked at where the wildfire plume was and realized if I were to drive the way I was going, That's safest because it went north and it went west, and so the wildfire had already been through here and crossed the ridge line, and so the wildfire's destination was south and southwest. If I went back to where I was, the wildfire actually might get me because it wasn't black yet, right? Just grassy, tall hills and, dead golden grass and oak trees over there mostly. So I realized that going forward carefully would be my best way out of the situation. And every time I turned a bend, I'd be looking out. Eventually I popped out much further west and got to a major highway. I don't know if it's 101 or something. And the cops were not looking my way. I had to beep, beep. And the cops jumped and they looked behind me and went, "What the hell?" I rolled down the window, said, "Hi, could you let me pass?" And they go, "How did you get past the roadblocks?" I said, "There weren't any roadblocks." They must have put them right behind me. They didn't have any helicopters or anything to verify people were already in the area. That sucked. I don't understand why YouTube's giving me an error. It's just fake. The audio stream's current bit rate, which is 0, is lower than the recommended bit rate. It's 10,000. That's what my stream's bit rate is. We recommend you use an audio stream bit rate of 128 kilobits per second. It's 320 kilobits per second. This is fake. I don't know why I keep getting this error. Did audio change at all for you, friends? Wouldn't think so. I'm going to look at the battle maps right now. I have the lake. I can make a note that might have fire, Mendocino County, corner called, question mark, fire related, question mark. All right, that's our current view of the rampaging lake fire. We don't have a better view. I do have some maps of the Shelly. They're not that great. Great ones of the basin fire. Go back. Lake fire. You should be creating them right now for the morning use. Yep, you just uploaded. Sweet. Actually, yeah, they just boom arrived in my little box where I get these fire maps. Cool. Okay, friends, prepare. I'm going to show you some good battle maps for the night. Tuesday. Welcome to Tuesday. And then we shall show you. I'm gonna load them all. Wait for a second. Wish the camera was calibrated so we could actually see something in a white blob. Oh yeah, we got good maps. Looks like they increased their containment percentage. They'll probably announce that. They penciled in some black line. Looks a little bit more than 8%. Good. I mean, download all the maps. Now that I have to eat something again. Yeah, it takes a long time for them to load. These are huge. Wow. Got a super internet connection. big are these files? They're actually not that big, 15 megabytes. It just takes a long time for Edge browser to display the thing. Okay. Oh, and how fast you can download something depends on how fast the server can hand it to you. Forgot about that. Their server is probably very slow. Not good. First responders need stuff fast. All right, bear with me. Save button. And they have new evacuation map. Oh, they're deluxe. Yeah, deluxe. All right, finally, incident management team is taken over for Santa Barbara County. Utterly failed. Okay, there's evacuation warning very close to Los Olivos. Really close. All right, I'll show you in a minute. And we do have some dozer lines to show you for the lake fire. Thank God. Okay, sorry, I still continue to download these maps. Chat a second. Beautiful. We got beautiful maps. We can zoom in as close as we want. Multiple versions. Operations map. Maps for the pilots. Maps for air operations. Maps for the public. Maps for evacuation warnings today. I don't even know if they've issued them yet. Let's look. All right, lake fire. Let's go down. No, they have issued the warning. So close to Los Olivos. We've got some dozers up here, but I'll show you in a second for that. Los Olivos, everybody should be ready to go at an absolute moment's notice. Very vulnerable. Okay, now we got some excellent maps here. Air ops branch. Right. The briefing map, that's the one where they point at it in the morning. Okay, excellent. Showing some dozer lines. Complete. Nothing complete. We even have a fire history map for Lake Fire. Man, we have just we're unwrapping Christmas presents here. Can't hear anything. At least we can see a lot of what they're planning to do. Yeah, shows the the prior fire here, the Deja Vu Saco Lake fire. What was that? 2007, 2003. Okay. I'm not done downloading yet. Hang on. So slow. Let's go. Maybe all kinds of agencies are in the middle of downloading too. Man, it's like dial up. Okay. It's stuck. All right, we're partying like it's 1999. Dial up. Ah, still loading. Hang on. You think this one's broken? Still load if I go away from tab. I hope so. No audio change for me heading to bed. Thank you so much, Big Al, for being here. Miss Supermod. Very grateful. Kathleen Danforth says solar activity is high and it messes with everything. That's true, yeah. See no confirmed, no containment on the Shelly fire as of 6 hours ago. They announced an 8% containment though yesterday morning. Looks like they got a little bit more. Black line, just looking at the map, they'll probably announce today. The one map I'm trying to download seems to be stuck. Okay, there's a cow fire on Cow Mountain, Tule River Reservation. The fire is now approximately 50 acres and 2 additional Type 3 engines and hand crews are being requested for radio traffic. Oh dear, Tulare County. Pretty far east of Porterville. It was first reported an hour ago. Tulare County. We'll keep an eye on that, but I had maximum alerts. So I heard nothing on watch duty. Wait, that's northern border. Where's the cow fire? Oh, that's right, Tulare County southeast. Sorry, forgot. Okay. About 50 acres. And what remote? Which community is this? Watch duty, you gotta be better at labeling towns. Community call. Wow, that took a long time to load. Finally, I got the map. Gee. Last one's downloaded there. What is this town called? Watch duty. Street map. Obviously a town. Don't get it at any zoom level, period. So I'd have to go look at some other map. But obviously this is a town. Is it called Thule? EIA Road 70. Surface wind direction. Not much to speak of. Lazy wind out of the east. What's this? East of Porterville. Shelly River Yokut Reservation. And it's called what? Hello? Map makers? Naming communities is good. Okay. Does this town not have a name? Seriously? Okay, this town on the res here, where the Tule River Indian Tribal Council is at. It seems unnamed by maps. Is the nearest community to the Cow Fire just to the north. Seriously. All right. That's what's going on. Current view of the Shelly. Current view of the lake. We should watch the Cow Fire. Cowa. To see if it gets any worse. Hotspots lake fire. So okay, that would have been Placerville, excuse me, the Royal Fire. To tap. All right. Due east to Porterville. Next Porterville. Tule Truckee, southeast of Fresno, southeast of Hanford. Link. Blue Ridge 1. Sorry, I'm closing down tabs. Blue Ridge 1. Let's make that less eye bleedy. Okay. But it's rotating. Why? Why just look away from it? They're requesting additional units here. All right, let's hope the camera looks back at it when it's this map. Okay, another map finally loaded. I saved it. Oh no. It didn't fully load and I didn't save it. No. That took a long time too. All right, I'm just going to start with the Lake Fire battle maps. I'm trying to monitor this new cow fire and we're not able to. Or the new situation with the cow fire. But the camera's going to move away. What the heck can we do? Okay, Lake Fire battle maps. Incoming. Because downloading the others is stuck. So let me load my PDF viewer. Not that anybody's awake looking at the lake fire. It's a reservation, not a town, but it's a town on a reservation. It has buildings clustered together and people live there. Definition of a town: permanent structures, a place of commerce and trade, and people live there. General definition. It's a village, city, town, whatever. I'm not talking about it's a big scale of size, right? We're talking about the basic definition. You could scale it down and call it a village hamlet. Some people will butt in and say, but towns are incorporated or cities are. Okay, whatever. We're not talking about that. Just what differentiates rural living from urban. Seriously, why are you not looking at the fire? Okay. Now let's look at the briefing map. We're going to start there. Now I can't look at chat for a bit. Oh God, this is very bright. Straight up in my eyes. Here's the Lake Fire briefing map. I want to go to sleep. Man, maybe I could get some sleep in again. I know we have some free time now to try to tally the laptop total, but I'm getting out of steam. Okay. Lake Fire briefing map. Here's the briefing map. So they're printing it out, and later this morning for the crews, when they address them, they will put this up on the wall and it will point at it. Not that they actually distribute it. Sorry, it's hard to zoom and control that. Okay. So these little X's, lines with X's, are dozer lines. They're incomplete until they're, well, super black. Excuse me. The PDF reader is lagging. So they're putting dozer lines. This west side where the fire kind of began. The dozer lines are the X's. H is hand line. Hand line is basically, we built a trail. And we shoved on either side of the trail the flammable materials. They're weak. Sometimes it's all you can do though, because dozers either can't come in too steep or whatever. They're mainly limited to where roads are or where they can make roads. So they are doing dozer lines here. Asphaltum Well Creek, whatever that is. This is the northwest corner of the lake fire. This is their containment percentage, their black line. They said they had 8%. It looks, when they had just a small squiggle, it may be larger now, but they may not actually change the percentage because remember, it's percentage. As the fire grows, even if they're adding more containment, the whole outline got bigger, right? It grew bigger. So even if more of the outline is getting drawing black here, the actual red line is getting bigger, and it's a percentage of whatever the red line is. So sometimes they can do more work and achieve more, and then percentage of containment can drop just because the fire grows that quickly. It's depressing the way that works. Or they don't drop percentage of containment. They don't tell the public that. They keep saying it's 8% day after day. When the fire grows way bigger, it truly is only like 4% of the true fire perimeter. So if we look down, this is Alamo Pintado Creek and Road 7N07. They are building more and more dozer lines. And there is Figueroa Creek. Anybody's familiar with this area? Remember, red is the outline of where the fire was at that time that they created the map. How best they knew it. It's already outdated. It's spread to the southeast. We know that. But it's the best to have. You can see where they are putting dozer lines in canyons and stuff. And if you go south towards where there's inhabitations, they haven't labeled that very well on this briefing map. Remember, the briefing map is mainly for the crews. Sometimes I'll point at it for the morning thing for the civilians, but this gives us an idea of what they're doing and where they're putting in the lines for the lake fire. Oh, excuse me. So, sorry, I tried to zoom in as much as I can because I know on small cell phones this is very difficult to see. So around Figueroa, they don't have lines and dozer lines, you know. They have one under construction. Zoom in. From Ranger Peak going to the south in the De La Guerra Rulas area, excuse me, on the ridge. So the dozer line is a lot like, well, just building a road. It's a lot more robust and can hold. But the fire is up to it right now. So it's not completed. It's under construction. Or at least the dozer portion may be complete, but making it super strong is not complete. This would be penciled in darker if so. So it goes from Ranger Peak, which is an elevation of 4,500, down to the road at Chicken Springs. Chicken Springs, how cute. Nearby Kachuma Creek. Now this, I believe, is the habitation that's most at risk that I was looking at. I don't know if that's a farm, a mine, a ranch, but on Kachuma Creek right now, we are seeing the heat spots, the heat detections. We don't know if it's hot smoke drifting or if it's the fire spotting over or the fire moving right through this area. It's getting close to this spot. Right here on the map with these buildings right there near Chicken Springs. If we back off the zoom, they will try to probably hold it, like I said, on this road. But it's a very, very steep slope, and I don't know if they really can. If it gets past the dozer lines, that would really suck. It could run down Kachuma Creek. Hopefully the dozer line they made at Ranger Peak can hold it, but look, if they can't hold this road, 8 and 3, 2, who knows what kind of quality that road is. It can go around them. So we already have heat detections past where this red line is. Without good cameras, though, we can't tell if it's hot drifting smoke or fire or what it is. So let me look back at chat. Is there any special place on this map you want me to look at, friend? Oh, you were talking about the Shelly as of 60. Yeah, there is no containment on the Shelly. Not at all. It's been rip roaring, and what containment means doesn't mean that there's no protection. Containment means we are super confident that the fire cannot pass a line. Super confident. I don't know that they're ever really going to be very confident in the nature of the rugged terrain of the Shelly with the standing dead trees on the ridgeline. They could spot out 5 miles away. They can light a fire 5 miles away if the wind was super strong. So whatever kind of lines they make, they won't pencil in black line and call that containment until they've completed not only a main line, but a contingency line behind it and a just in case line behind it. That's what you got to do in the steep mountains. So I don't expect any containment whatsoever to be penciled in for the Shelly in quite some time, weeks maybe. That's the bad news about having no roads pre-existing in pretty much the entire area. Extremely limited access, no helicopter landing pads really to speak of. Fire moving so quickly that they have to calculate a lot for the Shelly fire. They have to figure out, okay, where can we possibly put dozer lines in, those the nice thick ones? Or how can we prep a road to be a good fire line? And then they have to calculate, okay, how fast could we make it solid, right? And then they calculate, well, how fast is it fire moving towards it? if they can't complete it by the time the fire gets there, they won't even start construction. So they have to pull back further and further away from where the fire actually is to start construction. And that means we lose a huge chunk of the forest. Otherwise, that we wouldn't have if they had good, say, access roads. Helicopter landing pads or pre-made fire breaks and lines, which should have been done. Excuse me, almost all of our forest lands, especially in front of communities. But the bad thing about the Shelly jumping the lines or retardant ropes that they had, I should say, and getting in the drainage that and having it run straight for Fort Jones was whatever they had planned originally went out the window. All the hard work they did originally is out the window. And they had to start prepping structures in the town and try to save the town rather than contain the fire where it was. It split their attention. So that's the importance of already having solid fire breaks in front of towns. Fire only threatens them from certain directions. And you can just tell what fire would do and where it would go by looking at a map. It's really easy to figure out what fire could potentially do, you know, and where you should make lines to hold it. They should be pre-made and maintained every year. But the way the current situation is we try to build city walls after the Huns are already on the horizon. It's too late. That's a big problem with California is we're reactive instead of proactive. So that's the briefing map. We have more. We have a Christmas present of different maps. We have an evacuation map for the lake. It shows the mandatory zones and the yellow warning zones in ultra high detail. We can zoom in as much as we want and read individual, almost street signs, you know what I mean? So we have here, like I was explaining, Los Olivos. Okay, we don't need that level of zoom. The evacuation warnings are quite close. These detailed close-up views are brought to you by the supercomputer your kind donations help me afford. And please consider dropping $1 in the tip jar, hitting the like button, because I need even better equipment. So if we look at the communities of special vulnerability, like I was explaining, Santa, Agueda, however you see that creek, they've got some dozer lines under construction. For the lake fire. And the Goat Rock dozer lines are missing. Unless that's a different Goat Rock. Wait, no. Sorry, Ranger Peak. Yeah, here it is. We already have heat detections over here. So this spot by Chicken Springs, special vulnerability, we already see heat detections nearby. So it's moving at a pretty clipping pace. And this is without the aid of extremely high winds. After about 12 p.m. or 2 in the afternoon, we're going to see something totally different. It's going to roar to life and scream around. Same thing for the Shelly. Probably it'll all break down and get extremely bad. Afternoon and after the sun reaches its peak. So this is our highly detailed evacuation map. They have printed out for people today. The lake fire. I'm sure they'll be expanding that today. So they have a map pilots. They have one for the public information officer to perhaps distribute if he or she wants. Public information map for the lake fire. Roadless area is a nightmare. I mean, yeah, can't really do much to prevent the fire from going around there. Considering there's communities vulnerable at the bottom, I think that they should delete that. Make it a, I don't know, wildlife preserve, whatever you want to call it, but having a roadless area in front of communities just means you're setting up the community to burn down. You know, we have a fire history here of fires breaking out again and again, roaring through here, threatening communities. If you plan where to put roads ahead of time instead of just bulldozing right now, because they are putting bulldozers in there right now. If you plan where to put fire lines, you can move, you can be away from sacred sites, Indian burial grounds, historical sites. Maybe there's very rare plants growing on a ridge or something. You can move, you can plan for the lines to go around them. And even special protection from fire for those spots. You could put up water tanks nearby, and the first thing you rush to protect are the rare plants, the rare frogs, the whatever. That's why the roads need to be put there in advance. The raging inferno is coming. Well, they could be bulldozing endangered species. But they have to stop the fire, which would kill the endangered species anyway. You see what I'm saying? That's why roadless areas are just stupid. Because they have to protect these towns. You can't just say, human life can be replaced. No. These towns will never be safe until they have some fire breaks. They're permanently strengthened here. Never. So you want to carefully consult with biologists, natives, everybody, to make sure that you do as little damage as possible to rare habitat. And you can't do that if you're reactive instead of proactive. Roadless areas are stupid. It's just that's the plainest way I can explain that. It means you are dooming all the plants to die, and a lot of the wildlife too, and you are dooming communities. So that means. So that's it. Oh dear, you don't want that. When you see that on the map, you're like, oh boy. And look, there's even more. Santa Cruz roadless area, right in front of the vulnerable communities down there. Instead of a fire break, they said no roads. Stupidity. Massive stupidity. Roadless areas instead of community and environmental fire breaks. It's part of why this lake fire will become huge, and they really don't have a way to stop it. The main reason. Steep, rugged terrain, terrible, terrible winds that are seasonal here, and roadless instead of fire break areas. Okay, what else have we got for special map? Lake fire. Excuse me. Get back to that menu. I believe I should probably rest. Try to sleep again. To wake up, because all hell is going to break loose probably afternoon. Here's their fire history map. And it'll probably repeat. We've had people like John Bruno who have fought fires here. It'll probably repeat and just burn the same exact area as the Saca Lake fire in 2007, which is 240,000 acres. Because the same conditions are here, exact same conditions. No pre-made fire breaks, very few roads, terrible access, extreme winds. The terrain's not going to change, but our response needs to change, or we'll have repeats. Just repeats of huge mega disasters. I think the first fire cost $117 million to fight. It wouldn't cost that much to put in some fire breaks. And that just means a strip of like grass in a line. And remove some of the crazy fire promoting weeds and some of the half dead trees and stuff. So you can burn it off in front of the fire. A quick response with roads to it, or helicopters. You put crews there and burn it off before the main fires come. Raise it, whatever you have to do. Animals love a good fire break because it's a lot of things to eat there. You know, like things like the deer eat, they eat grass, they don't eat trees. Then you just won't have multi-million disasters all the time. But the gray is all that is where it just burned up. It can't even fit on this map. Yeah, the Zaka 2007. What it says in the center there, you can't probably see it. Started on the exact same day, 4th of July, too. Okay, this is the battle maps. We still don't have a view of the cow fire. Cow by Tilly Reservation here. The cameras were looking at it. It's getting worse. They called in for more units, and so the cameras looked away. Just who the hell's in charge of these? Is anybody out there asleep at the wheel? Okay. Okay. Yep. I know, Katie. I know it's the Tilly Reservation, but why don't maps actually name the community? That'd be nice. If I say, hey, the unnamed community located at the intersection of such and such is in danger, I'd like to just explain what it's called. If you have a community big enough to have stores, it should have a name. Because that's a mouthful. The community located at such and such and such and such location is at risk. That's my frustration. Right. If we have the same response to the same situations, we'll have the same disaster. It's pretty easy to understand. Change our response, we don't have as big of disasters. Let's look back at the current view of the lake fire, since we have no idea what's going on with the cow fire. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. I'm starving. All right, we're 7 hours in the stream. If I go until 12, there's a risk I can lose my voice. Did I eat tonight? Not again. No, just one meal. So that's part of my problem. My stomach's like 8 now. So I think we should just end the stream. And I shall try to sleep. We have nothing occurring right now that's where we can even monitor. We have no radio to turn on and listen to. There's nothing to do here. We just got the drop of the maps, so I just explained them. I am way too tired to do math. I think I should try to make myself sleep immediately and try to wake up when the fires might be getting bad by at least 2 p.m. or go live by 3. And don't torture yourselves, guys. Don't sit there watching the cams all night. You need your rest. My advice for anybody evacuated or anything is don't look at the cams all night. Just drive you nuts. Rest. This is a long haul. It's a marathon and not a sprint. Rest when you can. Right. FDR was the best president for all these. He actually created and funded a huge plan to make fire breaks across Butte County and others to protect communities from fires racing down the mountains. It was identified as a problem even back then, from the Sierras. I don't know if there were broad plans to create huge projects to protect other places. I don't know about Santa Barbara County or whatever. As soon as he died, the plans died with him. It was half under construction. We need to dust those off. Whatever they were are still good now because California's geography has not changed. It was partially complete. New escape routes, new bridges, new fire breaks, and roads. It was partially complete at Butte County next to Paradise when all this was canceled after FDR's death in the 40s. And so there's a big important article that was like, well, if Butte County itself had at least completed this, would more people have survived Paradise? Yeah, absolutely. But it was this abandoned bridge, abandoned road, just sad to listen to. But this has been identified. All of these issues have been identified a long time ago. The people who are involved in drawing up those plans are probably dead by now or in nursing home. But we've known. This is not like, oh, we just realized how vulnerable we are. We've known that for a very long time. So, yeah, I'm going to go right now, and I'm going to sleep. Try to be live by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, friends. Earlier than that, if possible, but that depends on how much sleep I can get. So we'll quickly end it here. Thanks, Ralph. Where I'm going to eat myself. I can't lose my voice. I can stop talking if we have a radio to listen to, but we don't. So I couldn't stop talking every hour that I keep streaming. And there's really nothing to report. So we'll end it here. Everybody, thank you so much for the kind donations. The like button, please hit that if you haven't. I'll try to get a tally as soon as possible, but I am wiped out by the crazy heat we have experienced. Oh man, and being awake for like 4 to 5 days straight almost. One night rest doesn't fully let you recover. I need more. So thank you, super mods, who have volunteered and while I slept for 18 hours, kept the people informed. Yeah, Kathleen, knock on wood. Who starts tonight? Of any importance? Thank goodness. And thank you, friends. I would love to, yeah, Susie, I would love to cover Canada, but there's so much going on in the 3 western states. It's so hard, Hey, Jean Blackford, thank you. There's the air quality map in Canada looks horrendous. I can only imagine. I don't think uranium mining, though, requires open pit mining. I think you can hard rock mine it. You can go underneath forests and stuff. I don't know that much about it. But hard rock mining is like building shafts and tunnels. So I wouldn't think that they would have to destroy the forest to do the mining. I don't think there would be that incentive. I don't know how much demand there is for uranium anymore. There was a big uranium rush, like a gold rush, in the 40s and 50s especially, when they needed nuclear power stuff, uranium for that, and to build more nuclear bombs. They had products like glow-in-the-dark watches, like wrist watches that were also wall clocks, glow in the dark all the time because it was uranium paint. There's something called Fiesta ware, plates and dishes that were ceramic that they put uranium inside to make fun colors, like red. Red Fiesta ware pumps out so much radiation. You should keep it in some sort of a lead box. There's some people who probably still have the stuff that they made in the 30s and 40s, whatever. They made Vaseline glass, so they had added it to glass to put cool glow in the dark, not just glow in the dark, but UV light reaction to where it glowed green and UV lights. It's still manufactured today. Juicy says there's some new technique that they're using to extract the uranium. Tim Duke did a segment on it some time ago. It was clever. He might have been pretending that he was investing in the company, I think. Well, like I said, they banned a lot of these products, and there's just niche applications for it. So I'm not. Besides, if there were some sort of an incentive to clear the forest to mine, I don't know that that would work with fire very well, because the living trees, only their limbs burn off. They're still alive. They've got hundreds of gallons of water in their trunks. And then there has to be a secondary fire after they've spent a couple of years drying out to actually burn the trunks. And oftentimes, the second fire, which is like 4 to 5 years later, or maybe even 8 to 10 years later, doesn't burn all of the trunks. So it's not like you actually clear the forest that way very effectively with fire. The more remote it is, the less likely there is to be any salvage logging. With all the fires in Canada, even if they put millions of loggers out there, they wouldn't even be able to salvage log all the dead trees down if they wanted to. So that means the dead stuff will just stand up on the landscape for years, maybe decades. So I don't believe that would be a motivation for that. But I am worried that, yeah, like Kathleen is saying, that if there is stuff like uranium mining or whatever, oh dear, if the fires reach them. Now, like straight uranium ore is not that radioactive. The miners could mine it and use shovels and put it into bins. To refine it, it takes a tremendous amount of energy. Refining it means getting rid of the dirt and the other rocks, the other minerals. There's very little uranium in 1 ton of ore. Ore means the other stuff, the dirt, the rocks, the minerals. So it takes a tremendous amount of energy to concentrate it, right, to get a sellable product. So just from the actual uranium mine areas, I wouldn't worry too much about, say, radiation being spread by the wind from the tremendous, wildfires. I wouldn't worry about it. If there was an actual refinery situation, or an actual nuclear power plant, or a small nuclear reactor from like the military, I'd be quite worried. Now in California, in Southern California, there was a military nuclear reactor that had an accident, and it splashed radioactive waste nearby. So the community that was very worried. And that means contaminated soil, contaminated trees, contaminated leaves, contaminated everything. They were worried and they said, please clean this up, clean up the radioactive fallout, please, around the community, because if it burns in a wildfire, there will be radioactive fallout wherever the smoke goes. And so they dithered and dithered, and finally it burned up, and it did rain radioactive fallout on the community. They had years to clean it up. Let me see which one that was. Radioactive fallout, California. Reactor. Fire. Simi, I think it was Simi Valley. Has a ScienceDirect.com article on it. Hang on a second. This article was dated when? December 2021. Right here, you can't make this up. This is extremely concerning. The highlights in this article, let me put a link in the description. A wildfire in a radiologically contaminated zones is a global concern. Contaminated areas around Chernobyl, Fukushima, Los Alamos, the Nevada nuclear test sites have all experienced wildfires. 360 samples of soil dust and ash were collected in the immediate aftermath of the LA Woolsey fire in 2018. Radioactive contamination from the partially burned former Santa Susana nuclear research facility was found in the fire zone. A limited number of widely scattered locations had evidence of radioactive microparticles originating at the research facility. X-ray data showed that the ashes from the fire could spread nuclear contamination to distant but widely spaced locations. In November 2018, the Woolsey fire burned north of LA, potentially remobilizing radioactive contaminants at the former Santa Susana Field Laboratory, a shuttered nuclear research facility contaminated by chemical and radiochemical releases. Yes, they had an accident. There have been many nuclear accidents you have never heard of, because most of them have occurred at research facilities or military ones. There have been thousands of nuclear accidents, not just Chernobyl, Fukushima, and a couple of the 3 Mile Island. There have been thousands of nuclear accidents. Plenty of those on submarines and the like. So, wildfire in radiologically contaminated zones. The global, oh, that's the abstract, excuse me. We're down here at intro. Oh, sorry, I was reading that part. Wildfire in wildfire in contaminated zones is of global concern. Contaminated zones right here. I experienced them 3 weeks after the Woolsey fire was controlled. Sampling of dust, ash, and surface soils began and were analyzed by alpha and beta radiation counting. Samples were collected up to a 16-kilometer radius from where the perimeter of the laboratory was. Controls and samples with, activities, blah, 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 greater than background level radiation. Yes, there is background level radiation. All of our nuclear tests have contaminated the entire Earth. There is no place on Earth that is not contaminated with nuclear fallout, because we detonated thousands of nuclear weapons in the 50s and 60s until the Global Test Ban Treaty that every nation on Earth signed, even North Korea, because we realized we were poisoning ourselves. So those, we're still eating radioactive food. We're still eating radioactive fish and vegetables and milk and everything. There's no safe food that's not a little bit radioactive due to this. And you know how the world agrees on nothing? Well, the world agreed we had to stop this or we'd all die above ground nuclear tests. Scary how that works. Anyway, even reading out the background radiation levels of the 360 samples taken, 97% showed activities at or close to site-specific background level. However, off-site, away from where the nuclear accident occurred in LA, near LA. However, off-site samples collected in publicly accessible areas had the highest alpha emitting radionuclides of radium, thorium, and uranium, indicating site level radioactive material had escaped the confines of the laboratory. Well, we knew that it had localized radioactive fallout from the accident, but remember, trees growing and vegetation growing on the soil sucks it up into the plant. So then they drop radioactive leaves. They have radioactive trees there. Since this was not cleaned up near LA County, when the wildfire hit in 2018, the smoke, remember what smoke is? Incomplete combustion. It means unburned bits. Soot, black stuff, unburned bits of stuff that has burned, right? It flies up into the air, it falls down. It is fallout. Smoke is heavier than air. The little soot particle will eventually fall down. So they became radioactive and went far away, as far as 15 kilometers. To publicly accessible areas, meaning backyards, homes, parks, places where people live, where people are breathing it, radioactive particles, where they're playing on it, the lawns, the gardens, where we get our drinking water, the reservoirs. So, as far as 15 kilometers away, radioactive microparticles containing percent concentrations of thorium, etc., were detected in ash and dust that were likely related to the deposition of the Woolsey fire. These off-site radioactive microparticles were collected with alpha and beta activity maximum. Data did not support a finding of widespread deposition of radioactive particles. However, 2 radioactive deposition hotspots and significant off-site contamination were detected near the site's perimeter. So what happened? I could see that people interested in exploring space might want high-grade uranium, but Alley's of Daisies, I live within 1 to 2 miles from Santa Susana Field Lab. Yeah, have you heard about this? Elysia? Sorry. I'm tired. Yeah. So let's look back at this. This is a real concern, This will infuriate you. The accident happened so long ago and they never freaking cleaned it up, and all the locals' fears came true. The Santa Susana Field Laboratory, SSFL. I will read portions of this before going to sleep here. This is the Santa Susana Field Lab. The wildfire story by LA spread radioactive fallout. I see me. Guess what? CB is having multiple wildfires break out this year too. So it's funny how the wildfires could keep burning where the radioactive fallout is and launch it up into the air again and keep spreading it and keep spreading it and keep spreading it. The Santa Susana Field Laboratory, SSFL, a former center for nuclear research, is located in the Simi Hills area of Ventura County, California, which is on the borderline next to LA County here. The Simi Hills are a low rocky mountain range, and the SSFL was developed during the late 40s and 50s on a 1,100-something acre site, a hectare site, approximately 48 kilometers northeast of LA, in what was then a rural area. I have to point out that it was always stupid to put radioactive research, radiation and nuclear research test facilities anywhere near mass, even hundreds of miles near some of the largest cities on Earth. That's just stupid. If you have an accident, how easy is it to evacuate millions of people? Not easy. We have massive uninhabited deserts for this sort of thing. We have islands for this sort of thing. See, this is why I don't believe in nuclear power. It depends. Our safety depends on people who are supposed to be smart, continuously acting intelligent. But with the fact that we've had hundreds, if not thousands, of nuclear accidents, we understand that smart people can make grave errors. Very grave errors in judgment. People are subject to things like detrimental optimism. Somehow things will be fine. Nuclear power is just going to make the world better. Our accidents will likely be small and localized and not affect the community. Accidents won't happen. We'll design them too well. We'll design our facilities too well for accidents to happen. Blah, 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 blah. Emotions have a way of making smart people stupid. That's why Stoicism and other philosophies encourage people to restrain their emotions during the decision-making process. But we're all human. We can't do that 100%. Sometimes the smartest and most analytical people are not the ones in charge. The research site hosted rocket engine tests. They conducted 17,000 engine tests during a 60-year life of the site, according to Boeing. The site hosted multiple atomic reactors for nuclear research under a U.S. Department of Energy license. One of the site's test reactor, the sodium reactor experiment, experienced a partial meltdown and vented an unmonitored amount of radiation into the environment in July 1959. Unmonitored amount of radiation into the environment in 1959. Did you ever hear about this stuff? Other unmonitored, documented radiation releases from other test results in burn pits occurred ending in 1998 or 1988, when all nuclear research at the site was finally, thank God, terminated. Oh my God. They didn't terminate it in 1959 when they had a huge, potentially huge, we don't know, amount of radiation released in a partial nuclear meltdown. They didn't think maybe we shouldn't put this by one of the largest cities on Earth at the time. Since the end of the SSFL operations, finally in 1988, studies by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, have detected SSFL-specific radioactive contaminants. Oh, what a lovely bouquet of poison we have here. We got your cesium-137, your cobalt-60, your radium-226, and your technetium. I don't even know how to say that. Technetium-99. Oh, it's a sampler pack of poison. EPA investigators have also detected the more commonly found isotopes of uranium and thorium and their daughters above the naturally occurring background concentrations. These investigations confirm that some radioactive contaminants from this reactor had migrated to areas outside of the perimeter. The EPA figured that out in 2012. Uranium and thorium and their decay products have alpha and beta emitting isotopes and may be naturally occurring or of industrial origin. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of uranium in our soil, and that's why you need to have, and radium. That's why we have to have radon testing. That's the number one cause of lung cancer other than smoking, is people having radon in their homes and they don't know it. It's a colorless, odorless gas. It accumulates in your basement if you're in an area with radium in the soil. There was a huge scandal just recently, last year, or even this year, where there was a whole lot of firefighters having unusually high death rates of lung cancer and other rare cancers in Gresham, Oregon. They all seem to be in two different firehouses where they lived and slept there. They have little cots, little beds. And they found out that there was massive radon gas inside the fire station. They went to immediately close them. It's super detectable. Portland has a lot of radon. That's such a preventable disaster. I can't even. I'll read a little bit more. During the 3 decades following the 1988 closure of the operations at the SSFL site, by the way, California has one nuclear reactor still going, and it is vulnerable to a Fukushima-style meltdown. It is sitting on fault lines. It's called the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant. And the governor, instead of ordering its closure, because one little tidal wave or earthquake could totally result in meltdown, and a Chernobyl on U.S. soil near San Francisco. He, in his wisdom, decided it was well worth the risk. He said this: it's worth the risk of a nuclear meltdown because global warming is worse. And at least it doesn't produce CO2. So this dilapidated, aging, and dangerous structure, first identified right after Fukushima happened, where we rushed to see if any of our other nuclear power plants were vulnerable that way, well, they recommended immediate closure in 2016. He just decided to ask the federal government for $1 billion to keep it open. It was granted. They're keeping it open just so we can have more power to charge our electric vehicle. Screw the electric vehicles, man. There is no way that we should ever allow a nuclear disaster to happen on California's soil. That's going to be $1 trillion disaster that would displace many millions of people. It would take offline some of the world's richest farmland. It would have nuclear fallout over much of the country. We would have potentially millions of people die. There's ways to take $1 billion and you can make renewable energy. We could have invested that in renewable energy off if we want the electric vehicles. And we may delay a little bit of, making the electrical vehicle transition by a few years. That's fine. Nuclear disaster is not fine. That $1 billion is not going to go towards solar or offshore, which we got a big ocean there, geothermal. We got a whole bunch of volcanoes ready to provide infinite power. There's a lot of corruption in California and epic levels of stupidity. But we are all less safer for it, so Write your congressman and the governor and say, what the hell, dude, shut it down. Demand it. This is ridiculous. Take that money and put it into renewables, things that are safe, and shut that demon down. It's called Diablo Canyon. Doesn't that just give you the chills? Oh, seven in the stream. Diablo Canyon, California at risk. We are one earthquake away from California's Chernobyl. During the 3 decades following the 1988 closure of the operations at the SSFL site, the nuclear power research facility near LA at CB in Ventura County, the LA suburbs have encroached on the CB Hills once rural land. That's also stupid. They make death trap neighborhoods in the very flammable hills. They should just have build up, not out. It's really that simple. High rises, not suburbia, where fire is used to rampaging. Changes in regional and global climate favoring the increased drought along with actual weather conditions on the day of the fire start meant that the conditions for a large-scale fire incident were perfect. When the Woolsey broke out, today 500,000 people live within 16 kilometers of the SSFL site, which is where all the contamination went. In early November 2018, a fire began on the SSFL site. Because they didn't clean, they had from 1959 all the way until 2018 to clean up the radioactive fallout around the site, but they didn't. Screw you, Ventura and LA counties and EPA and all the people who should have done that, just putting it out there. In early November 2018, a fire began. This fire became known as the Woolsey Fire. It was spread by wind gusting more than 70 kilometers an hour and rapidly engulfed 39,500 hectares, whatever that is, devoured 1,500 structures, killed at least 3 people, and spread as far as coastal California at Malibu. This fire spread as much as 25 kilometers southwest of the SSFL nuclear test site, which is a formidable spread. In addition, an area adjacent to the nuclear test site that had the meltdown was the origin of the fire. Financial losses exceeded $1.5 billion. Wildfires typically mobilize lead-210, bismuth-210, and polonium-210, all of which are decayed products of naturally occurring radon. But in addition, wildfire and climate change-driven wildfires in particular have been a driver of radioactive contamination transport. In places like the fires of Chernobyl in Ukraine, I'm going to say the exclusion zone, the Cerro Grande fire at Los Alamos that transported cesium-137 and strontium-90 contaminated materials. Don't you feel safe? The potential impacts of climate change on radionucleotide transport is twofold, and as increasing drought fire frequency and increased precipitation intensity result in greater post-fire stormwater transport of the contaminated sediment. Oh yes, we forgot that right after fire season is California's wet season, and the flash flooding that occurs where the vegetation is all dead after wildfires can rapidly transport radioactive contamination downstream into our drinking waters and into our ocean, into our reservoirs, into our neighborhood. The increased precipitation intensity is greater in post-fire stormwater transport of contaminated sediment. This increase is over and above the typical increase in runoff and sediment yield after wildfires. Well, flash floods are worse after all the trees and such are dead. So basically we have mud floods. And I don't just mean there's mud in the flash flood. I mean that I can't remember what community it was, but there's a building that got bulldozed by mud, like up to the rafters. After there was a wildfire in Southern California or Southwest Nevada, and it knocked over some buildings and buried one home, I believe it was, up to the rafters in mud. Yeah, yeah. At the Hanford Nuclear Reservation in Washington State, the Watoma wildfire detected elevated gross alpha and gross beta activities in fire plume air samples not attributed to natural radon. Right? That's one of the most radioactively contaminated spots on Earth. Multiple wildfires have ignited in the restricted zone surrounding the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station in Japan. An April 2017 forest fire in the radioactively contaminated part of Nami, Fukushima Prefecture, or Nami, was extinguished using fire suppression helicopters, and that fire resulted in localized increase of cesium-137 and activities of 3 to 9 times at distances of up to 8 kilometers away from that wildfire. And in May 2021, the Cherrywood wildfire at the Nevada National Security Site approached a portion of the site impacted by surface nuclear material contamination, requiring plans to evacuate the firefighters. Because breathing in radioactive smoke is bad for your health. This study's objective was to determine if a low-cost crowdsourced sampling method could be rapidly initiated to establish whether or not the SSFL contaminants had migrated beyond the site boundary into the surrounding community because of the Woolsey fire-related action dust transport. The study used community volunteer citizen science methodology previously developed worldwide and applied at other radiologically contaminated nuclear power plant and nuclear waste sites and those communities surrounding them. Citizen science is not a new phenomenon. It began more than 2,000 years ago in ancient China to monitor and track migratory locusts that destroyed harvests. Basically, it means people go out there, probably collect soil samples and mail it in to scientists. If I had to guess. Worldwide citizen science is now a crucial scientific method that enables real-time scientific data to move beyond the corporate scientists and into the hands of the most impacted who must design and implement environmental and health mitigation projects. Moreover, citizen science is open source. As a result, locally impacted communities, states, provinces, prefectures, and national governments may realize the magnitude of ecological and public health impacts of chemical, radioactive, and other human-made detritus. To arrange remediation and procedures in public financing. And what that means is if the freaking government is not going to get off their lazy duffs and try to find out just how far nuclear radiation and stuff contamination has spread and how much the community is at risk, the community can figure out and then yell at the government and say, at least clean us up, you lazy duffs. We are at risk. Do something. I like it. Sorry, I am not looking at the chat. I should look back and check it out. Elijah Diza says they yanked the SSFL's nuclear license, and it doesn't mean they stopped other work. Well, supposedly everything stopped in 1988, but oh my goodness. Let's see. Going back up real quick. Yeah, we have a huge toxic legacy. We don't know how many people are actually dying from all the nuclear tests, but people are still dying from them. Just the radiation in our soil and drinking water and everything. Leukemia and blood cancers are some of the most common. All the kids with leukemia and blood cancers, that's very much likely to be nuclear related cancers. The other is thyroid. That's a big killer. There's at least 12,000 people. The Centers for Disease Control estimates that die every year in the United States due to nuclear testing and accidents and fallout. But we can never know the full extent here. Cancer is a rare disease. It's super rare. It's usually occupational hazard disease, like where people have worked in, say, asbestos contaminated mines in the past, or arsenic mines and things like that in the ancient world. And people used to get it from makeup, like arsenic powder, for women on it, putting it on their face. But it is super rare. It's super common now because we have screwed up. We have contaminated the environment with it. People think it was normal. No, it's actually very, very difficult to find any mummies or any skeletons or anything from the ancient to medieval to even just pre-industrial 1700s. To find anybody with cancer, any human remains, is extremely rare. It's so rare it's notable, and they make articles about it. What has to happen is DNA damage. Cancer is just uncontrolled cell growth. It's not following the DNA plan. Our DNA says, here's where cells can grow and what cells can grow. So uncontrolled cell growth is all that cancer is. It means DNA damaged. It's like taking the architectural blueprints to a building and spilling a cup of water on it. It's all blurry and stuff. Instead of like trying to figure it out, getting a reprint of the blueprints, the construction crew goes, oh well, I think it reads this way. We'll build a building that doesn't make sense. It'll collapse on itself. That's just all the cancer is. Mind you, there's thousands and thousands of different types of cancer. Cancer is a plural word. It's plural. So there is no a cure for cancer because it's not one thing. So anyway, there are cures for many types. Like right now, leukemia can be cured if you become a bone marrow donor. These days, they don't have to drill into your bones anymore. They mostly just want your blood. I encourage everyone to sign up to be a bone marrow donor. You can totally save the lives, mostly of children. They'll probably just want your blood. So I want to put that out there. Now, let's go down here a little bit. It's kind of oh, we're almost over. I'll continue reading it. It's almost over. Where was I? Blah, blah, blah. It's about citizen science and blah, blah, blah. So typically radiological migration studies, meaning the travel of contamination and fallout, look at gross measures of radioactivity in bulk materials like soil and sediment. However, this study also included data on microparticles of dust and soil. Smoke and soot. These particles contain sufficiently high concentrations of radioactive elements to exert an internal radiation dose. If the microparticle is inhaled via radioactive dust particles suspended in the air or accidentally ingested from contact with soils or dust containing radioactive microparticles, translation is incredibly important for you to wash your hands and don't eat in a smoky environment. This means you firefighters I don't know that they can help some of that, but they've got to wash their hands. If you have soot and stuff on your hands, it could be radioactive or just containing all kinds of poisons, you know, like PFAS, uh, dioxin, and stuff from melting plastic and burning plastic from wildfire, like vehicles burning down and homes. So once radioactive microparticles enter the body by either pathway, inhalation or not washing your hands and eating, the body will continue to be exposed to radiation until the material is excreted during urination or in the feces. And also that's not explaining the fact that some things like radioactive lead, for example, will just stay in your body most of the rest of your life. A lot of minerals just don't really clear out of your body, really. That's why kids poisoned by lead are ruined for the rest of their lives. It'll sit there in your spleen and other places. I mean, you can remove your spleen, but you can't remove your liver. Radioactive isotopes detected in bulk samples of microparticles are alpha emitters, including primarily uranium-235, 234, 235, and 238, thorium-228, 230, and 232, radium-226, and radium-228, as well as beta emitters like cesium-137. These were the most prevalent beta nucleotides found at the SSFL site by Simi Valley, where they had the meltdown, the partial meltdown, at a test reactor in 1959. The alpha nucleotides, which the Woolsey fire burned up the test site area and then deposited these particles 16 kilometers away. The community knew about this risk and had been pushing for radioactive contaminants and cleanup for a long time. They had from 1959 until 2018, and they just sat and did not do a thing. Every agency involved. So, sorry, I can't look at chat very much right now. I just want to continue to quickly read this and go to bed. So, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It's kind of repeating stuff there and explained. The large number of samples collected was possible given the involvement of citizen science volunteers. Given the low percentage of dust samples ultimately found to contain significant activity, citizen sciences were essential to getting a sufficiently large number of samples from which to draw conclusions regarding this specific nuclear accident site in Ventura County. They explained their methods, a total of 668 samples of house dust. Remember, it's in your house. I cannot stress this enough. If smoke has entered your house through, air conditioning and stuff, wildfire smoke, open windows, your house is not sealed. You open the doors from time to time. You open windows from time to time. You would die if your house was sealed. You'd run out of oxygen, right? Your house is not sealed. Drywall is not a perfect barrier. Right through your walls can come in gases and smoke and soot. As soon as a wildfire and the smoke has gone by your home, you need to clean like the dickens. You need to vacuum every single curtain, every single couch that you have, every seat that you have, every chair. You need to dust as if your life depended on it, because you do. You do have your life depending on it, your health, your house. Some of the worst stuff on earth is in wildfire smoke. And you will actually feel immediately better. I did. I just couldn't understand. I was lethargic and still feeling like crap, even though fresh air was there. I learned about how dangerous wildfire smoke fallout is. It always contains burning plastic materials and other horrible things. Regular pollution just gets airborne and carried. So, my dust, your home advice. Constantly vacuum if you have wildfire smoke coming to your house. Do it every day, especially the chairs and couches that you sit on. Because every time you sit there, and the places that you walk on the most, the high traffic areas, like to the bathroom, to the bedroom, to the living room, to the kitchen, you gotta dust, you gotta vacuum that like every day. Every time you walk and every time you sit, the microscopic particles are thrown up in the air, you breathe it. So it was a total of 360 samples of house dust, surface soils, and ash collected for this study. Sample collection began in December 2018, less than 1 month after the Woolsey fire began, and ended in February 2019. Samples were collected from private residential properties, public areas, and public areas adjacent to the SSFL site fence line. Blah, blah, blah. Conclusions. A significant majority of these samples, including 97% of those 360 collected in the studies on registered radioactivity levels that matched existing area background levels. Nevertheless, some ashes and dust collected from the Woolsey fire zone and the fire's immediate aftermath contained high activities of radioactive isotopes associated with the Santa Susana Field Laboratories meltdown of 1959. Partial meltdown. The data show the Woolsey fire ash did in fact spread radioactive microparticles, and the impacts were blah blah blah. It doesn't say because I'd have to purchase the full PDF, so half of it is missing. This is the free version. You have to purchase these scientific articles. So this here is in the chat. Hey, morning or good night, Sister Golden Hair. It's 5 in the morning. Shoot. Yep. So sorry, couldn't monitor chat there. That explains wildfire and nuclear power don't mix. So looking back, some of the chat, I don't have the time to say it all. But man, every time there's a wildfire in Simi Valley, I get a couple of chills. Like, why are the wildfires continuously spreading nuclear radiation? I want to take my morning walk, I guess, and try to get to sleep, friend. Raf says when you take uranium from the ground remains radioactive, so if you need to dispose of radioactive material, would it be too clever to put it back in the ground it came from? Nope, Raf, it doesn't work like that because, like I said, what is ore? O-R-E? Okay. Ore means when you're doing mining of any sort, in a tunnel, open pit, or even placer mining, which is taking, the panning for gold sort of thing, or just surface, washing away mountainsides or sluices and rockers or whatever. That's placer mining. It's on the surface by rivers and stuff, or just taking stuff from active riverbeds like wet soil under the rivers and creeks. Or means the rest of the junk. Okay, the junk soil, the rocks and the dirt and minerals that you don't want, that is not your target, right? So uranium, when you're doing uranium mining, or radium, or whatever you're doing, the ore is extremely, there's a very, very, very low percentage of actual uranium in that soil. Extremely low. So the process of refining means you take your ore and you extract what you want out of it, the mineral you want. There's an extreme amount of refining that has to be done to create even 1 ounce of uranium that's kind of pure. Extreme, and when I say extreme, it's let me try to get that fact for you right now. So it's safe to work around uranium, or it's safe to shovel it around and work in the mines. You gotta have a dust mask and stuff, of course. but people just walk in. You know, you can use uranium ore is not that radioactive. It's just kind of normal. It's just the soil. So, how much ore does it take to get 1 ounce of uranium? Oh, how much? Okay. How much uranium can you, can you extract from 1 ton of ore? Okay, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the EIA.gov, mined uranium ore typically yields 1 to 4 pounds of something per ton of ore. And when you further refine that towards like what you need for nuclear power plants, or it's 0.05% of yellowcake. The solid waste material from the pit and underground mining operations is called milled tailings. So I was hoping to find a little bit different way of putting that here. Let's see here. Was that quote? They said 1 to 4 pounds of U3O8 per ton of ore, but when you further refine that, it's only 0.05% of it can turn into yellowcake for nuclear use. So 0.05% of that, of the 4 pounds, or is it 0.05% of the ton of ore? I just want a solid answer here. Yeah, how much uranium ore do you need to process for a kilogram or something? Huge amount. I just hate to refer the wiki. I'm getting so tired. If we keep chasing after the statistics, it'll take a long time. I won't sleep. All right. Okay. Hi, sister. Thanks for being here. Good seeing you. And Salty says there's a lot of stupid in the aerospace industry. God help us. I know. We can't even. Okay, humanity is on a level where we have airplanes flying around with the doors blowing off because somebody forgot that door plugs need screws. Okay. I just don't think we are responsible enough to play around with nuclear power. We've seen thousands of accidents. We've seen entire empires collapse, like the Soviet Union, because of one accident. We've poisoned the world. We have given ourselves incredible amounts of cancer. We're not ready for this kind of responsibility. I like the whole fusion idea, but there are alternatives. You know what nuclear power is? It's steam power. I'm sorry, it's just steam power. Okay, the radioactive material is not necessary. Nuclear power is generating a steam turbine just using nuclear radiation to make the steam to boil water. That's it. How stupid is it? Just you can make steam in other ways. You can even just put a bunch of mirrors on a big boiler and make steam in the desert. Just focus the sun at a big boiler, which is a big tower, and make steam. Oh, you know what? We're in the Pacific Ring of Fire. We have all kinds of volcanoes ready to make free steam for us. Just drill down to where the hot water already is at. Nuclear power is steam power. But let's go and put highly radioactive material in a freaking core that can explode, and if we push the wrong buttons and do the wrong tests in the middle of the night like they did at Chernobyl, this can all melt down and contaminate the soil for thousands of years and kill millions potentially with the contaminated food and fallout stuff. you know, but we're just here to make steam out of it. People don't realize you don't actually need the, the fissile material for that. It's just making the core hot. It's just one way of making heat to boil water. Holy crap. Rant says there's actually no solid answer because, yeah, I know that ore quality varies. There's no one absolute answer. How, for 1 ton of ore, how much in the way of ounces could you get uranium? But I'm telling you, it takes a lot. And then, like, the Hanford Nuclear Reservation was a uranium refinery, and it took a gigantic building the size of many, many different malls put together with gigantic amounts of gigantic, huge, I mean gigantic as in miles long, uh, magnets. It took all of the power from the Dow's Dam and I think it was the Dow's Dam and Bonneville combined. And one of them was still in construction at the time in the 40s, just to create a tiny amount needed for like 5 nuclear tests and 2 bombs. It took thousands of people. They had to build gigantic facilities. And that's, if you look at the amount of ore they processed and the incredible amount of energy it took to do that, the incredible amount of personnel. They had to hire thousands of people to constantly move dials and buttons to refine the technique. It's unbelievable how much it took of ore to refine that, just to get what would fit in a coffee, smaller than what would fit in a coffee cup. So, yeah. Brad says I'm a miner. We very rarely stay in one drive long. There are hundreds of kilometers of empty drives. I work in the uranium mine at Olympic Dam. There's many different refs in the chat. I thought you lived in Australia. Wow. So Kathleen Danford says if being with a graphic printer led abatement tester to working loading uranium pellets and rods and handling cobalt-57 pellets for the scanner to getting background radiation tested. I don't even know what that means, but yeah. I think there's a lot of typos involved here. So we don't have any live views of the fires, or heck, morning updates should happen at 7. I should have gone to bed before reading this. But once I learned the scale of the amount of nuclear accidents we've actually had, most people are completely unaware of them. There have been thousands of nuclear accidents, but the public has probably heard about 5. Most reactors are test and laboratory ones, and military ones. They're pretty small, but man, there's a couple that have hit headlines somewhat recently, and many of these accidents are classified. We still have several nuclear submarines on the bottom of the ocean with their reactors still chugging away, but being cooled, thank God, by the ocean. But still chugging away. Oh, the Olympic Dam uranium mine of South Australia. Okay, I thought you meant Olympia, Washington, so I got really confused there. Hey, J.E. Cat, how are you? Yep, I'm for fusion, man. I'm not for fission. We can't handle fission. If some of the smartest scientists on Earth can't design basic safety protocols and backups for basic safety things. Look at the wind scale disaster in the United Kingdom. They had a conveyor belt of empty uranium pods or whatever, and the conveyor belt was designed so poorly that it got stuck, and the fire began inside of the conveyor belt and just went out of control. It polluted much of the England's countryside. They didn't even tell the people around there that radioactive fallout is all around you. You should evacuate. Just People eating stuff out of their garden probably gave themselves cancer. Yeah, Alicia Daza says, many contaminated cities in nearly every state. Regulators that we trust to protect us, they absolutely don't. It's right. It's true. And partial nuclear meltdown in 1959, and they didn't even do the basic cleanup in a pretty small area next to LA. Next to LA. You know what nuclear cleanup is like? You take all the vegetation and you put it in a bag and you cart it away. You bury it deep in some mountain where it can't get away. Or you incinerate it and you capture all the particles and then put it into, containers that could be sealed. But you cart it away. You dig down to the soil about 6 feet deep and you cart it away, same kind of handling. And then you put new soil, or before you put new soil back, you put a bunch of sunflowers and tobacco on the site. And then you don't smoke the tobacco. You don't turn that into oil, right? Sunflower oil. These two plants are particularly good at soaking up minerals into themselves. That's why tobacco is so deadly. It's mainly from nuclear testing fallout that landed on tobacco fields. And a legacy of irrigating or fertilizing tobacco fields with fertilizer contaminated with radioactive polonium south of the United States. But anyway, tobacco plants and sunflower have a great penchant for sucking up minerals into themselves, and so they'll include radioactive minerals. So you don't do anything with the plant except you go and harvest them when they finish growing, and you carefully cart them away, seal it up, and then you plant more. It's really pretty easy to do radioactive cleanup. It's that simple. It's that simple. You monitor the site. You do not allow any standing water to collect in pools, because if any animals come to drink, they will put radioactive turds all over the landscape because they drink radioactive water. So one day, guys, I'll tell you this story again of the radioactive rabbit of Hanford and how there was a manhunt in Hanford, Washington, to go find that rabbit and destroy it. It was going to die anyway because its urine and feces was like pure radioactive waste, enough to kill people if they walked on it. So they unleashed the hounds. They had airplanes and helicopters and literal hunting hounds looking for this rabbit that was caught on cameras getting into the forbidden zone of the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. Because if an eagle had eaten the rabbit, the eagle's radioactive poop could have gone anywhere, including the Columbia River and such. It's just like it would be a nightmare there. So J.E. Cat says, remember I studied nuclear physics and ended up in the radio communications industry. Yeah. Can we trust the food we buy? I don't. All of our food's radioactive. Brass says we're not smart enough yet for fusion. We're getting there. We're getting there. But yeah, people say there's too much environmental regulation. Not really. Not concerning like nuclear contamination and fallout. Not really. We still need to clean up these things. There's wildfires sweep over them, and they're going to put radioactive fallout all over the area, just like what happened in CB area, Ventura, and LA counties with the Woolsey fire. I just read a big thing about how it's been confirmed that wildfire could spread radioactive contamination. Because, like I said, it's in the leaves and the trees and stuff, and grass and whatever soil's growing on it. So when that burns up, the ash is radioactive. And holy crap. All right, friends, so I'm going to end it here. If I continue speaking, I'll lose my voice. It's going to be a long haul. I have to start the stream by 4 p.m. Because we're going to have quite a horrible day. Quite a horrible day. All the weather forecasts and everything. The Shelly is going to likely explode with the bad winds. I don't know exactly when. The same thing with the red flag forecast down at the lake. These fires have been on good behavior for the last 24 hours, at least, because there hasn't been much wind and the smoke smothered it. But as the smoke is pushed away by the wind. All hell just might break loose, and we'll have one hell. We'll see a rip-roaring thing if all the weather forecasts are accurate. So I need to get what sleep I can, rest my voice. The mods need to sleep, so I'm not going to leave it on. But I already tried to say thank you for being here, friends, and thank you for your kind support. Plus, please hit that like button. Thanks to everybody who has donated $1 or any amount of money towards the laptop fund, and we'll keep the stream going with our monthly expenses too. Much, much, much appreciated. Remember to hit the share button and share the stream with people you think might need this information. Go to the actual channel page to do that, though. And you do that by hitting the what's now right now a purple K symbol, and then you can go to my channel page, and you can bookmark that too and see whenever we go live. But do hit the subscribe button with the ring bell, of course, if you want to be notified when we are live. If you're not a subscriber, it's very hard to find us again. We fight the algorithm every day. Every time we restart the stream, we're at the bottom of search results again. Yeah, so here we are. I'm very, very appreciative, guys. I'm going to try to eat again now. Take at least some sort of a walk. I try to go outside every day, but it's hard. I try to sleep, and then hopefully we'll go live by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, if I possibly can. Love you, friends. Thank you. You're all amazing. Thank you, too.